is alive. Take out this mummy. And let's call it a turn. Okay, that is done. And we're back from the future here with our succubus. She's going to take out this taunter. You're going to take out this mummy for us. Actually, you'll take out that mummy first. And I want you focused on the healer. And you're going to take out the mummy for us in conjunction with our arcane giant. So we're going to sandwich them in there.
Combo!
Yep, that worked really well. And all the damage went to the armor, so no harm there. And let's heal up our arcane giant, and now we're in a good position to start wailing on her. Almost. There's still a healer back there, and she keeps cursing us. That's why we're losing all this health. Is she keeps putting curses on us. That's what she does. Give enemy -1. Okay, that's cool. Let's team up and beat her down. Oh wow, she went a lot further than I thought she would go. Rammed her over there. Alright, let's take out the healer. Let's anyone need to go to the future? Actually, we're looking pretty good here. We'll send the succubus to the future just because. I'm feeling pretty good about taking her out at this point. She's looking... Oh, wait, I spoke too soon. Sucked up our souls. Okay, I'm trying to plan a combo attack here. Let's get her over here, or this guy over here, and that archer is still alive. Jeez, I'm not sure why we're not making progress. She must keep healing him. That's it. She's also a healer too. All right, let's just go for the beatdown.
Combo! Combo!
Okay, now remember she's got Vigil, so she gets another counterattack if I can combo again, which is what we're gonna do, is give this guy another attack. The Cyclops has knockback, so boom, combo for the win. You can just get the heck out of here, run for the hills. Excellent, okay, I'm good. Oh, I think we'll take the... Ooh, I mean, they both have advantages here. I like the Ice Dragon, but the Bandit Thug has got the lockdown, and that's pretty useful for us. Take heed, Ironclads. Man, we keep getting all these warnings about marauders. You gotta be careful out there. It's gonna get real soon. Alright, here we go. Lead the way, Sir Cheezels. Golden Dragons are vigil and can counterattack endless each round. Knockback, counterattack, poison. Okay, so these are tips for fighting the boss. Snap. Oh dear, we've been captured. With the speed and ferocity of a scorpion sting, the nets of Marauder Watari ensnare you. The grim gaze of an approaching Marauder warlord is the last thing a summoner sees before a swift blow to the head makes everything go black. Your party has been captured by marauders and forced to fight to death in the arena. Sunken in the desert with only a single point of entry, your chances of escaping this trap-laden, blood-spattered battleground are slim. Here you will face waves of enemies in combat to entertain the spectating horde of marauders above. This sounds vaguely familiar to something we maybe read. Were we the show that was supposed to go on? Okay. Just chop that guy. Right, send her to the future so she's okay, and in turn, let the bee come to us. Well done. Prepare for the next round. Okay, let's go and succubus this guy. Witness me! Witness! Okay. Send her back to the future. Actually, let's undo that. Oh, we can't heal her. Well, let's get in position to where we can heal her. And then we'll send her back to the future. And let the other two marauders come for us. Perfect. Now I'm behind you. Ooh, that wasn't strong enough though. Let's try that again. Let's make her the champion. Pierce that armor. There we go. Much better. Alright, and let's keep her healthy. And send her back to the future. We're just gonna keep doing this. He who can see the future can never lose. Ha 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 ha. Cleric's like, I'm sick of healing. I want a piece of that action. Alright, let's let the captain finish him off. Excellent. What a glorious spectacle. Time to make things more challenging. What the? The Gladiator. A cohort of insectoid beasts enters the arena. A lone battle-scarred warrior stands with them, ready to face you in mortal combat. You suspect they were also captured and cast into the pit. It is the will of the marauders that you shall fight to the death, but perhaps fate has another plan in store. Propose we fight together. Alright, let's say roll dice. Gladiator, accept your offer. Yeah, I would too. I'll be a slave in this thing all my life. Okay. Yes, now we've got some choices. So let's keep up with our buffing the succubus thing. She's been really helpful with her flying ability to get in and out really quick. And I want to make sure she's somewhere I can see so I don't accidentally leave her out there to die. Okay, as long as I stand, where do I have to be standing here? Down here? I can do that. Okay. We're gonna go sneak attack this guy. Stop taking those dice real quick. And then, oh. I guess I didn't plan that thoroughly. I have to be standing here so I can... Alright, you're gonna be on your own for a minute there, Succubus. Hope you're okay. Let's buff you a little bit. I can't use support abilities and move in the same turn. It's you gotta set that up. Line of sight's important. But we will heal our Timekeeper. And we really need to get this guy going. I almost wanted to just run him through the fire. You know what? He'll guard that little fire trap there.
Combo!
No, hang in there. Don't die. No. Hang in there. Oof. Alright, they left her be. Okay, hopefully this guy doesn't come and chomp her. Good. Okay. I was worried there that we were going to lose her. I didn't want to lose her. She's been such a good ally to us, but she was able to suck up enough life. And she's not in range for healing, but I can get her out of there, so let's do that. Oh, I used his move, so I can't do anything else. I can heal him. And we can... I keep forgetting we have the Bard on our team now, so we could have done some stuff with her. Let's buff this guy. Ow. You just bounced me in the spikes. That was good. Let's pop you out of there. Alright, good teamwork, guys. Good teamwork. Alright, now let's get she needs to be standing right here. Perfect, we can heal her this turn. Oh, except the battle's over. I guess I should have left that guy alive. The horde of spectating marauders cheers at your victory, amazed that you have managed to survive. Their apparent leader, a big bearded ruffian adorned in a giant horn helmet, smirks to signal that you won't survive the next monstrosity they have in store. Hey, he looks familiar. Okay. First things first, I don't want my succubus to die. Let's get her out of here. Next thing's next. Let's create a defensive blockade here. Let's send her to the future just so I can get him here ready to defend the trap point. Because I have a feeling he's going to come in at us. Yep, he went for the bait over here. Oh, ow. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Bard. I'm sorry, Kira. We didn't get a chance to save you from the arena. You'll die here. Okay. We really need something with Pierce to take that thing out. Let's, Alright, we slowed him down. Might as well sneak attack in there, hit him a couple times. Not gonna cut it. Too strong of armor. Yeah, so everything in Summer's Fate has a rock to the scissor, and in this case, armor is really hurting us bad. We need characters with Pierce to defeat armor units. And I don't know if we have any in our team. Which Guardian has died? Ah, we were able to resurrect her. Yes. All right, Kira's back. Nice. Okay, let's try and keep her alive this time. That's not going to work. We need to do something about that. We need to. All right, we need to bolster this guy's health so we can send him in there. And let's go in there and just hit him. It's going to hurt, but we can do it. It's the only way to cut through the armor. Let's heal him up. And let's oh, see, now I'm worried about her. 5 damage, and how much are the spikes? 2. She'll be on the brink of death. Alright, let's take it out of here. Yep, that's what I would have done. Okay, once again we're gonna bracer the giant to go through the fire, because it's the only way we can get enough damage to penetrate his armor. And then we're going to team up together to take him out. And it worked! We defeated him. Alright, that's the end of my tea, I swear. Baffled, infuriated that you were still alive, Big Beard, the Marauder Warlord, decides to finish you off personally. Whole lot of Marauders, and it looks like a good number of them are Ratari. They have the nets, and if you get caught one of those in the arena, it's game over, pretty much. So let's try to avoid that. First things first, heal our units back up. Let's protect the Succubus from any incoming potential threats. Actually, undo that. She's safe back here. There's no casters, and they have no range units. So the Bard can actually serve as a healer as well, bolstering, because she's actually giving him a health boost, but when the boost removes, it'll keep those hearts filled, so it acts like a healer as well. And 5 damage. This is enough to kill you, so let's do it. And let's take you out of the equation. Good. That's how we all work together here as a team. Okay, now I'm very concerned about this guy getting too close, so we're going to send the knight in through the Alright, Kira, I need you to get out of the way. Or do I? You know, we take less damage this way. Let's just do this. Heal up. Alright, who needs to be sent to the future? Looks like our knight's not looking too good. Let's keep her right. No, let's not put her there. Okay. There's a Ratari waiting to come in over there. Oh no. No. Okay, now he's in trouble. Okay, we gotta get him out of there. Let's heal first. Let's chop. Lighten their numbers, and let's get him out of there. He's an immediate threat from Marauder Warlord, so let's warp him out. Alright, I believe that if you two work together, we can take out this. So these two are a team. Good. And Knight, you're gonna charge this guy. Take one for the team, and then oh, we've got a cat of 9. Does anyone have Vigil? That'd be great to take him out. Alright, let's just hold the cat there to kind of keep the door safe. Keep our support units protected. Witness me! Witness! Ouch, that hurt. He's got the swipe apparently, so... yeah. Alright, we're back from the future. Let's heal up. We've got a lot of armor penetration to get through. Let's buff him as much as we can. 7 damage. It's not going to cut it. Let's take the brunt of the hit on the cat. Because the cat will come back. Plenty of lives on the cat. Our succubi is out of range. But what we could do is bring some support in by shielding her from the fire. So fire would normally do quite a damage, but she's protected, and now finish him off. Okay, and now let's get her off that fire trap. Maybe that's not the best idea, because then she'll be on the fire trap in the future, and that would not be good either. Alright, let's I'll give him Vigil, so he's at the ready. Okay, let's go. No! Oh man, I was really hoping to hold on to her. Dang. Okay, we should have sent her to the future, I guess. Maybe we would have been able to finish him off. Yeah, we should have sent her to the future where she wouldn't have gotten hit like that. With Big Beard and his cohort defeated, the remaining marauders scattered to the desert. You have won your freedom. I'll say, we sure did. Alright, let's go, crew. We did save the bard, so that was good. And with that, I need to take a quick break here. We're going to continue our exploration of the desert here, where we are hoping to fight the Golden Dragon. I'll be back in just a couple minutes there, so hang tight. Alright, and alright, I'm back. Thanks for sticking around. Alright, I'm gonna keep this marathon, Summoner's Fate marathon going. Alright, and we'll see what happens. Either I defeat all the bosses or I pass out first. We'll find out. Alright, I'm gonna try and slow down. I know I'm tired here, so stay hydrated. I'll try and slow down a little bit. Welcome the new players to the broadcast who are just joining us. This is Summoner's Fate. It's a turn-based tactics and deck builder game with open world exploration, and it's about commanding fantasy heroes in novel ways. And to that end, we are right now commanding the Sir Cheesel's Chronomancer. He is a celestial steampunk timekeeper rat, and he controls the power of time travel. And so we've been using that to manipulate battles in our favor, sending allies to the future, sending enemies back to the future, and using that to really control the board. And it's been a lot of fun. And with his partner here, new partner, the cleric, it's been going really well. She keeps them healthy. He keeps everyone in the future where they're safe. All right. So we've encountered some marauders again. I guess the rest of them that ran from the arena are still out there. We're gonna hunt them down, and yeah, let's go ahead and attack this guy. Just take him out. Yeah, I'm gonna undo that. And what I should have done was leverage my beautiful bard here to inspire him a little bit so that he can overkill this guy, and in so doing, negate the counterattack he would have faced. And he's on the front line. He's going to take some hits, so we're going to send him to the future where that's not a problem. But the enemies come to us, and there he is. He's back in the future. Isn't that cool? Okay, and now looks like Kira needs some health, so we're going to help her out. And let's get this guy out here to help us. One of our Elven warriors here. He's got taunt, which kind of locks in people to combat, but they have a knockback, so he just kind of pushed him away. All right, who needs support? Okay, I'd say he's the most. Well, if we move him, we're at risk of our summoner. So let's send him to the future. And Kira can. Let's have her heal the Chronomancer. Alright. So, Summoner's Fate. It's all about teamwork. And we are leveraging our motley crew team here to the best of our abilities. Leveraging everyone's unique talents to create a really effective adventurer party. And it's been a lot of fun. And it's had a lot of fun having you here with us. Taking your time to check out our game. I appreciate it. And alright, so catch of the day. A ruthless gang of marauders surrounds their latest catch. Dark images of what horrible fate might befall this victim are interrupted as the marauders spot your party and shift their focus on their next target. You prepare for battle. I recognize this troll, do you? Remember, he was in the forest and we invited him to join our party and he turned us down. And look what happened to him. He ended up in the desert alone and he's trapped in this net. Well, we're not going to turn down a potential ally. We're going to help him out. It's just the right thing to do. So for starters, this is a lot of guys to be fighting. I don't know if we have enough to just go all in. We're gonna try to defend our frontline man. So essentially what we've got here now is an interesting combination. It's 3 support units all cheering on the arcane giant, who's like he's the star hitter. So he doesn't need any healing, but the cleric or the bard needs healing. So let's go ahead and just protect them as best we can. Alright, sorry about that. And here we go. We've got Sir Cheezel. He's gonna hang tight. Alright, let's do this. Aha, so he tried to capture me, but my guardian angel spell triggers, and an angel falls from the sky to take the blow. Oh, man, I'm murdering that poor angel. We gotta save her. Alright, let's heal the angel. Now, the net will only last as long as there are enemies around him. Cannot move until no enemies attack adjacent spaces. Okay. Thank you, daughter. Yes, here you go. Whoop. Thank you. My daughter is being so sweet. She brought me a new water. Okay, and let's see here. Okay, we need to... What are we doing here? We're going to attack this guy. Alright, can we get this guy? Remember Winston? He was on our team early in the dungeon. He's been kind of sent to the back roster. He's on the front starting lineup anymore. Because we were really leveraging this cleric who's been complementing the Time Mancer very well. Alright, so this doesn't look too good. I don't like this. We've got this guy ready to charge in here and cause some problems. So we're going to send him to the future. And then I'm going to send... Our Angel's got the shield. She's okay. Let's send our Crystal Giant to the future. And let's bolster the Angel. Alright, so we're trying to maximize everyone's unique talents. Keep our team alive as long as we can. And let's go ahead and summon a soldier here.
Witness me! Witness!
Okay. And now we're going to backstab this marauder. Okay. Alright, we're doing pretty good in the fight so far. Trying to keep my whole team alive here. Let's protect the Angel with the Bard. Let's okay. You know what? Everyone looks pretty healthy aside from the Crown So let's go ahead and attack this. Let's get her on the front line too. She's also a warrior, so let's let her do her thing. And then I don't want anyone hurting the cleric, so we have no way to heal her. Let's send her to the future.
Witness me! Witness!
Okay. Alright, and now we're gonna go ahead and... How much life does this guy have? He's got 6. I only do 5 damage, so we're gonna use our cleric to boost his stats. She plays our inspirational loop music there and chop him to the ground. If an enemy is defeated, overkilled, they do not get a counterattack. But if I do just enough to kill him, but not fully overkill him, he will still attack before he dies. So it's important to do that. All right, one last word to go here before we save the troll. And do I want to send her to the future? She's okay. Let's hold here. Keep everyone at the ready. All right, we've taken them all out. Excellent. The mountain troll is ensnared securely in the net. A series of bells attached to the net are likely designed to signal the captors. Attempting to free him could be risky. Let's get him out of there. The mountain troll joins your team. Alright, we accept your offer. Alright, cool. We have all of them on our team. That's awesome. Hey, who's this guy over here? The gladiator. Yeah, you want to hire too? We'll all be part of the team together. Okay, so we can only have 2 at a team at once. That's why I was surprised that the mountain troll was willing to stay with us. Okay, let's have... You know what? Let's trade out the troll for the arcane giant. Give him a spin. He's got the knockback, which is pretty fun. So it's a different ability. We've been using swipe. This is really good at fighting a large line of enemies together at once. He also gives you mana on downfall, but the troll has the heavy armor as well as the knockback, and which is great for creating those combo chains. We're gonna switch them out. Those guys will be at the campsite waiting for us, and we're hunting down the golden dragon. And we should probably rest because our cards are virtually depleted here. As you can see, we have 4 left in the deck. 17 in the discard pile. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay. Testing. Alright, so we're at the camp, we're resting, and so interesting thing that's happened here. It looks like Kira has become a loyal Celestial unit. So she's actually, okay, so she's actually a bonus unit. She's not just a Guardian, she's also a loyal unit. And that's why she's still following us at the team party there. So we can actually have her as a fourth honorary member of the team for rescuing her. Cool. Alright, I'm just looking at our deck here to see if there's anything we might want to change out. Pretty happy with the configuration of our team, actually, so let's keep it at this. I like it. Let's go hunt down that golden dragon and clear this world. Okay, so off we are into the desert. Man, this desert is just like, these guys run the place, it seems like. Holy. Alright, why did he get to spawn with that cactus in front of him? Okay, there we go. She's at risk. To the future. And anything for you? Let's get you over here. Ouch. Okay, so Marauders also have knockback, and I just got knocked into the cacti. Took some damage. Armor absorbed most of it, but we're gonna heal up. All good now. And combo this guy into the cleric. It's kind of a fun thing there. Even though they only get one action per turn, if she uses her support ability instead of her attack, then she still has her counter attack available. So you can extra bonus points for support units if you're really crafty. Okay, let's have Kira hold back over here, and let's just let them come to us. Yeah, troll smash. Collect our gold, collect our dice. Golden dragons, exceptionally rare. They are wise, benevolent guardians who dedicate their lives to protecting arcane secrets. Should this creature challenge you to combat, take comfort in the thought it deems you worthy of judgment for a higher purpose, for it will likely be your last. That's grim. Okay, let's head on south now. We're tracking this golden dragon throughout the desert, and we've been just doing a very thorough job sweeping the desert of these remaining marauders. And looks like we've come across a shop here in the ruins of this sandy place. McGee's shop. Ooh. A high elf wizard. These guys have been plaguing us throughout the desert adventure. They've been on the teams of our enemies. It'd be nice to finally have one on ours. So next time we rest, we'll swap him into the deck. And that'll also give us a way to keep our cleric alive and further reinforce our super troop here. Okay, I'm good with that. Alright, so just some desert critters this time. They are poisonous. Looks like the biggest threat's a scorpion. So what we're going to do is use our hyperspeed. Another way we can manipulate time with the Chronomancer and speed up our troll. So notice his animations now are considerably like he's had a lot of coffee. Kind of like me. And he's going to run in there and knock that guy out. Okay. And I don't want him coming back in here and counterattacking him, so let's actually we're okay. I should have buffed him first. Let's try that one more time. This time we're going to support buff him. Undo's there for when you make mistakes. It's like an eraser for your pencil. There he goes. Now we got him that time. Okay, and let the snakes come. They will not penetrate that troll's armor, so he's totally safe out there. And you'll see this in action here. See the 3, 1 armor damage, 2 armor damage, and last one. Okay, he didn't make it to him, so. And armor replenishes fully at the start of each round. Now that -2, that was the buff from the bard wearing off that you saw. So, okay, so boom. And let's just let him come and get hammered in the face. Or attack me in the rear like a smart little snake. Okay, die. Victory. Hostile, not hospitable. They say if the snakes don't kill you, and the scorpions don't kill you, the desert itself will kill you. At midday when the sun peaks, the sands are superheated. You don't want to be caught wandering around when that happens, lest you fry up like an onion. Sandstorms can come out of nowhere. The little dust particles will practically grind your eyes out. Don't get caught in a fight if that happens. Oh, and watch out for cacti. Getting pushed into one of those plants can really ruin your day. Alright. That was fun. Okay, we got one area up here we haven't checked out yet. Let's just go see who's up here. Whoa, okay. Was not expecting this crazy party of creatures. So it looks like we've got an elite summoner. We haven't fought one in some time. Fairly strong, 19 to 19, comparable to our power level. Can cast spells, flying, and taunt. So another taunt. It seems to be the theme of the desert here. They don't like you treading on their turf. Alright, so best approaches here for strategy. I would suggest we start with lighting down a high elf warrior to counter the taunt with the taunt of our own. I'm also worried about these air elementals. Each one of them increases the... Okay, reduces cost of damage spells. It doesn't make them more powerful. The lightning elementals make the spells more powerful, so just one of those. Alright, and then next I'm going to... charge him with our mountain troll. But first, let's buff him up. Good. And then, anyone need healing? Looks pretty good over here. Anyone need to go to the future? I think we're in decent shape. He's at risk, but he's armored, so let's hold out and see how things go. Alright, so that was a crazy cluster of combat there, and as you can see, what's happened is the enemy has decided to break my front line using the strength of their flight advantage there to fly over my troll and just come to my back line here where all my soft and squishy people are. And I don't like that. So, and they've also gone as far as blockading me from getting to this creature here that's the one going to be doing all the hard hitting. So, for starters, we're going to power up. We're going to use the Red Starling. This is a card honoring Daniel Spurl, the creator of the Starling engine, who has been so helpful to me in getting various facets of the game engine looking really good in our game, like the lighting and VFX and God rays and all kinds of really cool things. So we're going to get him. And yeah, I should say that. Its humble creator is legendary for supporting others, and he sure is. That guy really cares about his work and taking care of others that use it. Okay, so everyone's buffed up now, and we're going to use that to have the troll take out this harpy here. The bard is in danger. She's no stranger to combat. She's not just support. Oh, but wait. Okay, I forgot we're taunted. So I can't pop people out into the future, and I can't attack anything. I can't do anything but attack the summoner. So we have to basically kill this summoner now. Alright, we can heal her, which we're going to need to do. And she's not too bad. She's only got 2 damage, so that's not too bad. Alright, and now we get the birdie in there to take another hit for her. And she's almost gone now, so all we gotta do is just hold out until she's dead. Okay, she's retreating. Oh dear. Oh, she claimed our Starling. We've lost our buff. This is madness! Oh no. Yeah, that was a good use of the Earth Elemental. So Earth Drakes are a creature, all of the Earth creatures, there's several. There's Earth Drakes, Earth Elementals, Earth Giants. They all have this shared ability tied to the Earth, which is the vulnerability. Essentially the idea is they smash you so hard that it hurts to get hurt again. And the more it stacks, if your other allies gang up on you, it can really end in a bad day for that person, as we saw with the troll here. He just kept getting focus fired on, and all those bonus points just kept stacking and stacking until he died. Sadly. So we'll have to rest to bring him back. What we're going to do now is attempt to finish off the Harpy. But we lost our heavy hitter, unfortunately, so we're going to have to make a new heavy hitter. And I nominate Kira the Bard to be our new champion. Congratulations, Kira. We're sending you in there with the honor of killing Kakalas of Sky and claiming a victory for us. Okay, so it always hurts to lose a member of the team. Let's get another Starling in honor of our lost fairies, small winged humanoids known for their playful nature. Yeah, we did encounter a fairy here in the desert, and it turned out to be a succubus, not a fairy at all. And she was a noble fighter, but she died fighting in the arena to save us from the marauders. So we're sad to have lost her, but we did save Kira in that fight, so that's how we have the Bard now. And we are hunting for golden dragons. It's been some time since we rested at camp. There should be at least one more campsite out here. We're looking at, and speaking of which, there it is. Alright, we're going to take a rest after that last fight. Here we go. And make camp. Alright, just popping back in here. Alright, now that we got our troll back on the team and we're all healed up, we're going to... Oh wait, I forget. We're going to put something in our thing there. I'm trying to remember what it was now. That's why I was doing over here. What was it? We were going to put something in our deck that we found. Can't remember what it was. Oh, yes, I remember now. It was the High Elf Wizard. The healer, so we could heal our healer. Okay, so who can we replace for this? It's a really tough call. I mean, I really love all the cards in our deck right now. I mean, it's probably a choice between the Revive, the 3-point Palm. This is really good if you want to lock down a character. I want to keep the Cat of 9. Alright, let's trade out Winston. Give him a little break at the camp there. Okay, and let's carry on our journey. Okay, and now we are on our way once more. At last, the Golden Dragon, the boss we've been seeking to fight. You have discovered the boss lair. Dolgamish Grim will test your soul and judge if you are worthy to ascend to greatness. Defeat the boss to complete this chapter of your Summoner's Prophecy. Does anyone remember the lore we found about dragons liking to anagram their names? So this is some kind of anagram here. If you are curious, want to try solving it. It's pretty tough, but it should tell you something about the dragon. So Summoner, Flying, has the veil, may not be directly targeted by enemies at range. So effectively it's like it's creating a sandstorm. It's blinding our units, but just specifically for targeting this character. And it's Vigil, which means it has unlimited counterattacks. a deadly combination for somebody that has 6 damage and 35 health. Okay. We got our nice starting lineup here. We've got the team. We know our strategy. Front man in front and support guys in back. And you know what? We're going to give him a little help this time. He's got 3 guys coming to 1 here, and that dragon looks pretty darn mad. So I don't want to pull him so far in front he's going to take a hit from the dragon. But I need to protect us from the earth drakes that are right here, so I think we're going to team up this way. No one's injured yet, so we're going to get the cleric in to block the earth drakes. And then we're going to get the ironclad in to protect us from the dragon incoming. And this way we can safely move up the mountain troll without worrying about the dragon coming to attack us. So let's give that a shot. And then, just in case this earth drake decides to go after him instead, we'll pop him to the future. Before we do that, let's boost him. And now let's send him to the future. Okay, we gotta plan really carefully for this battle. Alright, enter. Oh wow, so that putting him there actually forced him into the fire, but the dragon didn't care. He's just I'm gonna murder this guy, and he sure did. Okay, so we're back in the future. Cool thing is, because we sent him into the future, he retained his buff that would normally be removed at the start of the next turn. So we can kind of keep stacking him in that way. I just kind of discovered it actually as I was playing. I'm like realizing, that buff's not going away, but it makes sense why. And it's kind of cool because now that I know about that, I almost want to exploit that. Now I've got the troll really powered up to 9. And if I send him to the future again, he'll just keep getting stronger and stronger. Maybe we can eventually just chop this dragon down. So maybe we'll give that a try. Let's take out this earth drake first. And we don't want to be caught off guard here, facing off against this earth drake here. If our cleric goes down, the team goes down. So what we're going to do is either protect her or make her a champion. Let's give her a shield. Let's make her the champion too. So we're going to double her base power, which will be enough for her to take out the earth drake. So that let's just remove that from the equation. And now we're going to send the troll back to the future to continue increasing his buff over time. Alright, so good thing we had the fireball shield on. Oh, Bart took some permanent damage there. Preeminent. Alright, cleric's in major danger now, so we're going to have to make sure we do our best to protect her. Instead of sending the troll to the future this time, what we're going to do is heal who needs health. Kira the Bard needs help. Kira is going to help protect the cleric. So everyone helps each other out. We're gonna. Oh, I can't attack after I healed her. Okay, so let's send her to the future. Wait, maybe I can. Troll, have you done anything yet? Okay, I didn't get a combo attack there. That's okay. We're gonna send her to the future. You know, I guess I should have realized that archers won't be too useful against the dragon because of the veil. Here's what happens if you try to shoot the dragon. Veil blocks line of sight. Yep. Okay, so instead what we're going to do is we'll we have a hyper speed that can be useful. Then we can have the archer take a shot at her this way. Alright, so we sacrificed the archer, but that was about as good as we're going to hope for. 2 damage out of her. And let's keep our time rat nice and speedy so that he can run away if need be. Actually, I should probably put that on the troll. The troll needs the mobility the most because he's the one attacking, but oh well. Alright. Actually, you know, it's kind of funny. Now, this guy's in trouble. We gotta get him out of here. If the summoner dies, it's all over, so move him. Nice combo into the bard. Excellent. And can we charge with the knight? That'd be useful. Not with the cleric in the way though. But we can get him set up for next round. And that's it for this. Kira takes a hit. Oh, smite. Oh, we lost our healer now. That's not good. Very little we can do about the smite unless we have a counterspell or a shield, or sorry, not a shield, a counterspell or a protection from hexes and stuff. Okay, so We can use our knight. He's got a shield, so that's going to help tremendously in this battle. Our troll's super buff is worn off, but with only 4 life left in the dragon, I think we've got this. Music's all cheering. We're ready to do this. Let's do this. And with a mighty blow of the mountain troll's hammer, the golden dragon falls, and his disciples flee far into the desert. Congratulations, you have defeated the final boss. Enter the portal when you are ready to complete the destiny of your summoner. Alright, wow, we sure showed him. We lost our cleric. It was a sad loss of a team member there. Get the dragon this time. Even though the battle's over, there's still more we can go back and do. It's all about collecting cards, unlocking characters, so if you wanted to, we could explore the rest of it. There's not too much left. But I kind of want to end it with that nice climatic thing there and head back to our to see the end conclusion of the adventure. So we're going to go ahead and portal in and use the portal and see how this adventure concludes. Alright, just let you take in the moment here. Peaceful here. The Prismatic Realm. This is the Prismatic Realm, a space beyond spaces. Look closely and see all of eternity, each light a potential world, shining bright for but a moment. Embrace this moment. Its purpose achieved, the light of this world now fades away so a new world may begin. Here I, the guide of guides, stand at the nexus of existence. Traveling a forever journey, all that is a constant motion. It sings in harmony, narrated by the experiences that we share together. You have fulfilled the destiny of your summoner and achieved greatness in this grand design. With my deepest gratitude, thank you for bringing meaning to our world. May your ever-changing adventures continue. That is the burden of the Cosmic Tortoise, to be here at the nexus of eternity. Are you ready to leave the Prismatic Realm and experience new adventures? Yes, my wife likes to hang out in the Prismatic Realm. It's a very peaceful, serene place. And thanks for playing. Thank you so much for supporting Summoner's Fate. Many years of love and sacrifice have gone into my creation. I'm very grateful for this time and for the many people whose love and support help make it possible. When you're ready, I welcome you to join our wonderful online community to discuss the game and play multiplayer matches together. See you on the battlefield. Ross Shabilsky, D20 Studios, and that's me. So thank you so much for watching. It's been an honor to be part of the Steam PAX Online feature, and thank you for taking time to check out all the other indie games out here and other great games as well. It means a lot to me and to my team for all these people getting a chance to see our hard work finally. And we're going to continue, and this will take us back to the Summoner's Fate menu, and here we are. So that's what an adventure looks like, and that was just one. I think that was probably roughly about the target timeline I had for adventures. They're designed to take about an hour a chapter, 3 hours to complete one adventurer. So to give you an idea about the amount of content in the game, there are 20 summoners planned for launch, and yeah, so this is kind of like the gateway to the game for those who didn't get to see this earlier. You choose a difficulty. We were playing on casual just now, by the way, so that casual is still very challenging, as you can see in the higher levels, but a little bit more of a relaxed pace to some of the things. And then normal gets a lot harder with the types of encounters, and you're under pressure with only 3 lives. And then hardcore, very punishing. I haven't actually beaten the game on hardcore yet. I think at least one of our players I know of has done it. It's possible, and they loved it because it was just brutally hard and rewarding. So if you like that kind of thing, there's a wide spectrum of support here. I just want to pop in to show you the different summoners. So this is what the process looks like for starting adventures. right now this is a pre-release build. We're just testing to make sure everything works correctly with all the different characters. I think normally there'd be a progression to this where we would probably start you with just a couple so that you're not overwhelmed with all of this. I mean, this is a lot. But I'm showing it to you as aspirational kind of. This is how much has gone into the game as far as content goes. Like there are 20 different summoners that will be in the game, and then each one to complete just one adventure is going to be about 3 hours. So that's like 60 hours of content. And those worlds are going to be continuing to grow and expand. When we initially pitched the game on Kickstarter, the whole idea was that it was ever-changing adventures, and it was two forms of that. One being the procedural curation I talked about, where we have this, collection of quality handcrafted content that gets randomly surfaced to create new emergent stories. And then the other piece of that was the, ever-changing expansions. We're community-driven, and we like to take feedback from the players, and so many of these characters you see and ideas for the encounters were all the culmination of those discussions we've had in Discord, on Twitch streaming together during development, and via our social media interactions, newsletter, those type of things. So it's really been a joint effort between players and communities, and we hope to continue that. Obviously, for I built this engine to last the next several decades. So, I mean, you can see the art style is one that's not going to take entire as graphics fidelity gets better. The game will only get better the more content you add to it, which is kind of a cool thing. A lot of times you have this thing in games, CCGs in particular, where they call it power creep. The more content you add to the game, the more it kind of convolutes and invalidates the previous content that you worked so hard to grind for to get. And my hope is to do the opposite. The more content you get, the more it enhances and gives you more sparks creativity and reinvigorates you to try out new and old things. And even some examples of that recently, if I go to our battle and collection here. So this is just the collection of some of the cards we have so far, and as you can see, this list is very extensive. But one of the things we did was we added some different things. I started expanding things like the demon faction, right? So the demons initially only had a few entries, and we added the Dream Stealer that can steal enemy summoners' cards and cast them back at you. And then we are starting to work on this Demon Lord as a new summoner. And the thought process here was that he would sort of be like a way of making like a thematic faction around demons, with the idea being the demons were all there to cause chaos and mischief, and just not necessarily to win per se, but like the Joker, like they just want to watch the world burn. And so that's the idea with them. And so this is an example of where a new piece of content added to the game in progress as we're going, that's sort of evolving, like makes all the existing demons cool again, because if you hadn't been trying them out before, now you have an incentive to go and try them out again to see that, oh, I can use them with this guy, and now I can make this guy more powerful, right? Another example of that would be our, I'm just going to search for this, it's going to take me all day if I find it this way, Orc Champ, I believe is this guy. So he's new to this latest build we've been working on, the Orc Champion. When an Orc is injured, to give it a +2/+0 until end of turn. So he makes the Orcs angry. He makes sure that they stay mean and green and fighting on things. Yeah, so that's what that looks like. Yeah, pretty cool. So yeah, and then our battle mode I was talking about before. We were doing these just before the adventure. I might do a couple here just to show for those who didn't get to see them. Choose from our all-star teams or build your own deck. So in addition to the single-player adventure mode, as you play in complete adventures, you'll unlock summoners, and then those cards you find during your adventure will come into your deck collection pool, and you'll be able to go in here and then create custom decks by hitting this button here. And then all the cards you found in your single-player adventures will show up here. There's no, what's it called? MTX, random draw, booster pack type of things. If we end up having expansions in the future, it's going to be something where it'll probably be like a whole complete DLC with like a whole new world, a whole new theme, a whole new everything to it, and it'll be like a full expansion. But for right now, the game is just planned as a full 60-hour content plus launch, and that's our entire focus right now, just to get that out there. And so all the cards in the game are going to be just included with that. There's no rares or commons. You play the game, you complete adventures, and they get to be added to your roster here. And a bunch of the cards will probably just start off unlocked, so you've got some cards to play with. But this is how you make the decks and stuff. You just drag and drop, and you can get pretty custom and have fun with it. And then once you're done, you get to name your deck, and then it'll show up in your little roster back at the beginning here. We made these couple of decks while we were streaming earlier. And then we've also got our all-star teams. So these are designed for those that want to just jump in and play. I've done a lot of different games where my buddies are already playing it, and I'm kind of jumping in for the first time. I'm like, dude, I don't know what I'm doing in this thing. Just give me the controller, let me jump in. And the game sits you and makes you go through it, forces you to go through the tutorial. There's no option to skip it, and you have to just you don't have anything unlocked yet, so you're just sort of playing it square one. We didn't want to do that, so there will certainly be cards and decks ready to play out of the box. And that's what these are for. These are the all-star teams. And each one of these is very carefully designed to synergize in a specific way, in a thematic way, in a very fun way with the rest of the decks that are part of in the game. And they're pretty competitive. We actually had our custom decks fighting the all-star teams, and they're just as good. So there's just as good a chance of winning. Winning in Summoner's Fate comes down to two things. Obviously, having a very deep understanding of the tactics and mechanics, so skills is a high important thing there. And then the other part is knowing the subtleties of like when to time things. And that also comes down to skill mostly. There's some luck to it, obviously, of course. I'm not going to say there's no luck. Obviously, the cards are shuffled. It's random what they draw. But there's a lot that you can do to hedge your bets and to anticipate what your opponent might do based on the known variables they bring with them, right? And do your best to plan against it. And in some cases, you're going to take rocks to a paper fight, and that's just going to happen. But over time, skill-wise, it's going to be very clear with our multiplayer ranking and things like that you're going to have the skilled players on top, generally taking the wins and having that reflected in their scores. Okay, so enough talk about that. I'm happy to go ahead and showcase a few battles here to kind of show you guys how those work. They're pretty quick. And I'm just going to pick the bugs here since they're first on my list, and they're funny. Birds and the bees. All of the names are sort of kind of like that. The hoarders, I like that one. The squirrel pillars. So you pick your team, and you go multiplayer or versus AI, and we battle away. And so that's how quick it is too. You just jump right in. There's no like 3-minute load screen you have to wait through or anything like that. If you're doing matchmaking though, the way that works, at least right now in the pre-release, like we only have a handful of folks playing with us right now. It's just join the top of the list. Eventually we'll have like a matchmaking as our population grows and things like that. Okay, so I just kind of blazed through what I was doing here. This team is all about mobility. Insectoids naturally can all fly, and we also chose the Griffin, which in addition to flying has the really far distance, so it can move double the speed of everyone else. And on top of that, insectoids also favor swarming, so ganging up on people with lots of insects, and then also poison. Lots of them are poisonous, so that's kind of like the three anchors of this deck that we're playing against. Alright, we're going to move him up. Now the skeletons are a bit different. They're about getting in hard and fast. They're very resilient. They have lots of abilities that kind of amplify each other. And notably, the skeletons have life draining power, so that makes them incredibly resilient, especially their summoner, the Lich King, the leader. Pierce gets through armor, lifesteal, regenerates his health as he attacks. So if this guy is not in the front line, they're doing something wrong. And generally these two guys are there bashing to make sure he's just not getting swamped but by himself. But yeah, so like his first move is a staple like skeleton thing. Drop down the captain, everybody else gets powered up, and now we're fighting an uphill battle, right? Our big strength is that we've got this healer, and we're going to keep him in the back. I've been joking about this all night, having the healer in the back as the key to victory. Any tactics game, pretty much, there's always a healer in the back or an archer or something, and that guy is always the one that wins the game because he just sits there keeping the front line alive, and that's what he's going to do for us. Now, I'm trying to anticipate who we might go after. I'm going to protect the summoner because I'm planning to send the Griffin back here to attack the rear. This is where that mobility comes into play. Summoner's Fate tactics are all about edging points above the opponent in a very thoughtful, strategic way. So by attacking the rear, I've robbed him of his counterattack and essentially gotten 5 points ahead of him because I would have taken 5 hits from his attack if I had attacked from the front. So see how I gained an advantage there. You got to look for those opportunities and try to maximize it to stay ahead. Next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna attack with the Scorpion. Now you see how his shield's down, so he's vulnerable now to attacks from the front, but he's not. His weapon's not dangling down, so he's actually still able to attack. It's just that he can't block right now. So we're gonna attack with the Scorpion, and the reason why is the Scorpion has an instinctive reaction to sting whoever attacks it. So whenever it's attacked, the counterattack doesn't matter. It just jabs you with its tail and it shoots poison in you. And I guess that poison is like deep in that thing's marrow right now because there's not much veins left for it to go to. All right, and now that we've done that, I'm going to pull back and grapple him using what's called a sprint shot movement. So all the gestures for combat in Summoner's Fate are single gesture. And we did this to avoid the analysis paralysis of the 2-point action point system that is pretty much staple in every turn-based game ever made. And this allows the combat to move much faster because you eliminate all of the permutations that would normally be required to go move, attack, move, attack, move, and you just go, all right, this guy, right? It vastly reduces the brain overhead, and you can just chill. And that's how we're able to sort of just like talk out loud and play like this, because otherwise I'd be sitting here for like 20 minutes talking about one screen and not going anywhere, which I kind of am because we're going to end up getting a lot right now, but let's just go ahead and finish him off and end the turn. Alright, so you'll see when I'm actually playing though, it flows pretty quick. Alright, so we got our Swift Strike Surprise. This allowed us to do an extra boost of damage to him. Alright, Flesh Golem, I'm going to pause it here, is the classic bodyguard character from Hero Mages, our first game, that absorbs all damage the Lich King would take while he's on the board. So it's basically like he's immune, he's invulnerable until this thing's dead. And I'll show you how it works. We're going to attack him with the Scorpion here, and yeah, the Lich King's just like, I'll take that hit for you. He just kind of jumps in the way and sucks it up. We're going to heal, because that's what our healers do. And we're going to poison the Lich King. Kind of puts a ticking time bomb on him to buy him some time. And then rather than attack the Lich King directly, which would actually result in a counterattack, we're going to go directly to the Flesh Golem instead. And likewise here. By using combo attacks, we're denying him his counterattack, except we didn't quite overkill him there, so he got to swing at me anyway. And Griffin's not looking too good. Being immobilized is the worst thing that can happen to the Insectoid team because they're all about mobility. So if you lock them down and they're sitting ducks that can't get away, that's bad. In fact, I probably should have looked at that and healed him with the Preserver there to get him out of there, but I did not. And so we're going to lose a unit now. And that's going to put the Lich King actually ahead of us. He's going to begin to lead now. And you're going to see quickly how that happens. Without my support unit here, these guys are going to be free to just start moving up the battlefield. Scorpion's sure taking some names there. He was a good investment, man. For 2, what did I pay for him? 2 mana? Yeah. Alright, Griffin died. I wasn't careful. I was not focusing there. Okay, but we do have... we're going to try and bolster that, make up for that with some swarm drops. So this is a cool power of Insectoids. They have these swarm drops. Normally, creatures have to be placed within a certain proximity to your summoner, like surrounding you. But with these swarm drops, you can just drop them anywhere as a spell and just plop them on the board. So I love the artwork for that one. Ants in a picnic. And yeah, we're going to try and get even here, take at least one of their characters out. And let's Bloodlust our spider. Get him in there. And then I don't like my summoner being this close to Lich King. We're going to get out of there. And oh, actually let's undo that. And let's also kill the skeleton here. So, a little bit atypical. We're gonna use the healer as a buffer zone here, but I think I can protect him with the Scorpion, at least as a shield. He's not gonna really survive, but he's gonna prevent them from getting in next turn to him. So sometimes you want to use pieces as blockers, like the pawns and chess. Oh boy.
Combo!
Alright, as you probably guessed, this is a heavy hitter. And unfortunately, I didn't anticipate that. And so now he's gotten a huge advantage. He went from like basically, you know, being in the lead to I've got this game in the bag unless I pull out a miracle right now. What's happened is that the dragon has done two things. It's debuffed my attack. So basically, Click Click is going to be useless at fighting this round without some immediate medical attention. And also, he's vulnerable to everything. So anything that hits him, a single 1-point damage is going to deal +3. Every time that happens, he takes an extra +3. So, and he's only got 4 left. So pretty much if he gets hit, he dies by anything. So our first immediate priority is going to be to heal our summoner. Right now, our second priority is to get rid of this dragon as quickly as possible. So we're gonna move, and I'm just sort of thinking through action. I'm not so much thinking as I'm intuiting what I want to do. And I want this thing dead, so we're going to summon the Gargantuan. It has a 4 attack. If attack unit has 3 or less life, attack again. And I think that's going to be enough to attack it. We're going to probably lose the Gargantuan. No, actually, we did just enough to chomp his face off. Okay, so we're okay. All right, so that was a close save, essentially, is what that looks like. And now the ant. Take out that guy. Okay, so now I'm feeling a lot better. I'm still losing, being down 3 points below the Lich King, but that's about to change because we have Bloodlust like Spider. And now little baby spiders drop out. This is just how these things are in real life. Have you seen a wolf spider before? They are, the mothers carry the little babies in the back. It is so creepy and awesome at the same time. Okay. So they picked off the rest of my swarm down here, but I did keep him busy this whole game, so I'm not complaining. And now the Lich King is in a very vulnerable position. He's poisoned, but more importantly, he's at that critical last 7-bit of health. And as you recall, that's exactly what the Gargantuan is waiting for. To swoon in, deal his 4 damage, and his finishing blow of the bite attack. And that's good game for the bugs. Take the victory. So that is a game of Summer's Fate. And you saw, again, if you're not a turn-based tactics player, you're probably thinking, you call that fast? That's not fast if you're like a FPS person right now just randomly popping in. But yeah, that is really, really fast for a turn-based game. And a lot of turn-based games will say, yeah, we're fast games. And by fast, they mean 15 minutes to complete a match. That was, that may have been, I'm not sure, I didn't time it. But if I hadn't been talking through, that would have been probably 5 minutes to go through those motions. Get that done. Very quick. And you can see a lot of happen in there too. It's all the thought process that happens in your head. I'll tell you what, I'll play one right now and just sort of not talk as clearly through it. I'll just sort of play through it just so you can kind of get a feel for what the flow generally looks like. And we'll play as the Pyros. This is my favorite sort of zoning out team because I just like, there's just something more easier to comprehend. Less cognitive thinking, more blow explosions for this team. Alright, so bugs are just advancing, doing their typical let's get this bird in front move, which is the best move you can do with that gun. Alright, and we're gonna just firebomb. And I want to hit that. Oh, I had a surprise. Oh dear, reflect damage. Okay, at least that came on the fire blast, not the fireball, which would have been worse. And this is a bad thing for my character to have this cactus here, so I have to walk around it, take up some. Oh, I didn't want to attack it, just go around it. And let's just end turn. And they put us on the clock. We're out on the poison doomsday timer. Okay, so the Griffin opted to go for the Marauder. I see why, because he wants to take one of my protectors out. Okay, I'm gonna take in fire carpet bomb this area of the map. And notice how the fire just destroys everything. If there were trees, they would have been singed and you would see through them. You hit them again, they explode, just like that. And all right, let's go. There's nothing if the bug's not dead. The healer has to die, or this is also. Okay, the healer's dead. That's #1 priority. Now the healer's dead, and we're gonna lose a character. Oh, perfect. Now he's knocked back, and I can hit him with my ironclad. Okay. That was a good power move there. So notice I got pulled into the cacti, took extra damage, and oh dear. Oof. Okay, so I almost died there, and if they had attacked with the Griffin, then the Gargantuan, no, I still would have had 1 life left, but if they had been able to do 1 more damage before that, I would be dead. That's how close these get. Okay, so first things first, I need to heal just a little bit. I don't know if that helped much, and we need to kill him this turn. So to that end, we're going to take and move here, and now move here, and attacking him in the rear is going to trigger a combo with every one of my team members, and that's GG. So from being 1 point of life away from defeat, coming back and taking him out just in the nick of time. That's Summoner's Fate right there. That's like an FPS turn-based tactics game, I guess. I don't know. I think of it as fast, but I'm used to games that are much slower. Okay, we got a new T now. Okay. So, if you're still hanging out in the channel, thanks for hanging out. I'm glad I'm keeping you entertained. If you're just kind of popping in here to see what our game's about, my name's Ross. I'm the creator of Summoner's Fate and founder of D20 Studios, and this is a turn-based tactics and deck builder game about winning in the most creative and satisfying ways possible. And we've been showing off our different play modes in our current pre-release build. We just got to Steam, so we're happy to be here and happy to be part of the PAX online showcase, as well as being on Steam itself for the first time. So be sure to check out our page if you're enjoying this, and drop a message on our message board, wishlist the game, or hop in our Discord, or whatever method you like to prefer. If you just want to take and troll it and keep an eye on it, that's cool too. I'm just happy to have people checking it out. That makes me happy to see our work recognized in that kind of way. So the 2 modes of the game: adventure mode, you defeat powerful bosses in an ever-changing land with different experiences each time you play. And battle mode, you construct a deck of 3 heroes and 20 cards and go head-to-head. And you can see here we've mapped out the play times for your convenience. And we did that because it's one of the important things of Summoner's Fate, that it be a game that's easily accessible, easy to get into and play. I've found it harder and harder to have time to get into games as I've gotten older and have a family now and things. So it's good to have expectations, so you can tell, all right, honey, I'm going to be, give me just 5 minutes, I'll have this over. And I can be honest about it, which is nice. But yeah, there's really no load or wait times. A couple of times the game has crashed because of the ridiculous length of the stream. I've been able to boot back up within like 10 seconds. Maybe not even that, 5 seconds. I have no idea how long it took, but it's quick. So we're going to show how that works now with another battle, and this time I'm going to play another just all-star deck. You can also customize them, so don't feel like you're sandboxed in here. And we're going to play as the Squirrel Hurlers versus the AI, and that's how fast it loads. Instant. I wouldn't even call that load time. It's more of like I had to put a tween in there just so it didn't look like it was like snapping in your face kind of a thing. Okay, and here we are. We got our lineup, and I've got my team. I'm fighting against the orcs, it looks like. I'm going to get my bear moving up, and now I'm going to hurl a squirrel at this troll. And there's my squirrel. And now I'm going to breed the squirrel. Now I've got 2 squirrels, and what we're going to do, rather than attack them, is we're just going to take and jank up their flow by putting these in the way. It's kind of a dick move, but yeah. So by doing that, I essentially what I did was I robbed them their first move. It's like janking up the castling in chess when you take and do that move where you prevent them from castling. And that itself is worth something, even though I didn't do any damage, because let's be honest, 1 damage is not going to touch that armor of that troll anyway, but blocking him from moving is. And so in the meantime, we're gonna hunt down this guy. I don't have enough strength to get past that armor yet, but if I fireball them, I sure as heck do. And now I can take and hit past his squishy troll meat and bolt him, kind of cook it a little bit. And now I'm going to hurl a squirrel at this troll. And now that the troll is vulnerable and his meat is his flesh is exposed, it's kind of singed from the lightning. We're gonna bite him, just to make matters worse for him, and then turn. So one squirrel is not that impressive, but when a whole bunch of squirrels work together, it's like the death of 1,000 cuts. Squirrels. Yes. Okay, now. Golly, what was I doing? I'm losing my mind here. Alright, let's maul this guy. Let's hurl a squirrel. I'm gonna say it like that every time until you just remember this game is. What was that game I watched on Steam like a week ago? That game where you hurl a squirrel. It's gonna be like a. You're gonna be saying it in your sleep. Hurl a squirrel. Hashtag hurl a squirrel. Okay. Now we're gonna summon some killer bunnies. And now I'm going to heal this bear. I don't want to lose my bear. It's my a big old bear. That's one big old bear. He's got swipe and knockback. Those are probably familiar terms if you're used to turn-based games. If not, swipe is just frontal arc. He attacks everything with his big old bear paw, like that. And if there were bad guys standing there, he would hit them all. Ah, man, and they summoned the hunter. Yeah, the hunter's gonna kind of go after bears there. She's that's why she's the huntress. Yeah, so I was feeling pretty good there in the beginning. I had almost killed the squirrel, but you know what my mistake was, right? And those that have listening before are going to know right away, was I let the healer live. I didn't finish the healer off first, and so he just basically brought him back to life here, and there I'm baffled that he's still standing before me. But that's okay, and I'll tell you why. I'm going to take his armor out with an arrow, and now we're going to hurl a squirrel at this troll. And now that I've hurled the squirrel, I'm going to place this detonate spell on it, and what that does is give unit downfall. He's going to deal fire damage in a 3x3 area. So a simple way of saying that, he's going to become an exploding suicide squirrel. And now we're going to attack the troll, like so. And I forgot he had knockback, so that's okay. He's going to blow up the Horkuntress. It's revenge for the bear that got killed. And now we're going to drop our wolf down, and the wolf howl is going to howl, pump himself up, and we're going to go after that troll and go ahead and finish him off there. And that was all very satisfying. End my turn. And okay, I'm all clustered up for the fireball. Notice how the battlefield dynamics have changed throughout the match here. You can see all the artifacts of the fight that's ensued. If you're just popping in, like we've been blasting each other left and right. The trees have been singed. The leaves are singed off the tree. There's craters and the ashes of the orc huntress over there. We're gonna go ahead and hurl a squirrel at this orc. And now I'm going to mutate that squirrel into the superhuman Hulk squirrel. Attack from the rear. Oh, not that way. Attack from the rear to ensure he doesn't get his counterattack on me. And then I'm going to take and bring his health down a little bit. Just a little bit there. And I'm not going to stop there. We're going to take and play another card to bring this tree to life. And now I'm going to give him a big old tree slap there. And notice like the flow of that, right? How I just drag, drop, and it's like I'm intuiting the moves. I'm not sitting here like a computer trying to do an algorithm. That's what the AI does. Players play this game like that. They flow. It's got a flow to it, which is kind of cool for a game of this that usually has more of a staccato kind of rhythm. Like this is more like, I play it like I play when I play Diablo. I'm just like in the zone. I just sort of zone out, and I'm just, not even thinking. I'm just doing that, just like that. And see how quick too. I didn't have to wait for animations. I just sort of dove in, and all the commands just respond. And responsiveness is key. Yeah. So I win. It's a little tainted because I'm on fire, but what you gonna do? And yeah, that's Summoner's Fate. If you like that, check out our page, wishlist it now. It would mean a lot to have your support. And even still, just follow it, shout us a message, or if not, you're going to forget about it, cool. I will haunt you in your dreams later, though. Okay, let's dive in. Summoner's Fate. Let's go for another battle here. We're going to choose one of our all-star teams. I'm going to choose the Unshakables. They're just kind of staring at me there, and I just felt like, he looks mad, and he's like, why haven't you picked me in a while? So, okay, we're going to pick you. Versus the AI, here we go. And we're fighting the bugs. Okay, great. This will be a exciting match here. We got the Gladiator. It's actually notable that the two characters, the Gladiator and Click Hero, have the harpoon. And something unique about this map, all of the maps are diverse and have very important impacted terrain. So one criticism I often get for our game is, like, Ross, what were you thinking with these grid sizes, man? I want, like, you know, the big grid with the slow pan scroll to the fight over here, and I said, no, we're going to go one screen to fit the whole grid, and we're not going to lose any depth. In fact, we're going to make the game have more depth than a game with the larger map. And they said, how is that possible? And this is how. We cleverly use the terrain here in ways that are interesting and unique. We make use of the movement, the facing, the controls, how everything flows in the game, and then we place little things like these eggs here. And the eggs are artifacts of a dragon who had nested in this cave, and these are actually dragon eggs. So if you defeat them, they hatch, and then you get to have a little dragon on your team, which is pretty sweet. Alright, so we're gonna bolster our, let's bolster our frontline man here. And I don't have enough mana left, so we're gonna enter. And that motherly instinct there of that griffin hatching the egg. Oh man, they got both of them. Dang it, they beat me to it. So now I've got two dragon whelps. This is one of the great advantages of being the insectoids. They specialize in mobility, right? I specialize in you know, fighting. They specialize in moving fast, and that, look what it got them. You know, reap the rewards there. Pretty cool. I don't think I've seen that happen yet, where they've gotten both of them. So pretty cool. Okay, so what we need to do. This dragon whelp's going to be a problem for us, especially with that starling. We do not want this starling. Homage to my buddy Daniel Spurl. He's the creator of the Starling engine. That's where this gets its name, and it's the same as their logo. Really great guy, but time to die. And now that we've done that, we're going to use our Gladiator to hook this guy into my buddy here, so I can pull him in for a combo without any... Oh, shoot. Okay, see, I forgot he breathes fire, so that didn't work as planned, but that's okay. We're going to get some more backup for him here. In fact, let's just focus on this one right now. We're doing too much. Kill one at a time. So the shield took the hit of that, and again, just showing how fast the game plays. I didn't have to wait for that animation. I just attacked him again, and the animation just sort of caught up, which is pretty cool. All right, enter. Here we go. We're in some World of Hurt right now. That Dragon Event was pretty bad for us. All right, now it's not all hope is lost here. We do have the Bard still, and we have our trump card, Heal Major Wounds. Basically like a catch-all recovery. So this is like the thing where the enemy just goes, you know, to you, because they worked so hard to get your life down in just one shot, 10 health back, right? And you basically restore that character. Okay, now we need to do something about this Griffin. Jeez, 4 damage, and there's this dragon up down here. That's also problematic. I've got 2 mana, so I have to choose between the archer and I have to choose between the ironclad, so I have to think a little bit here. What we're going to do is take up the dragon whelp by summoning him and then getting the archer. Okay, and then we're going to go after the griffin. Okay, so I'm just doing a numbers game here really quick. 4 damage, and then he's got 2 here. I feel pretty safe at 11 health. I don't think he'll kill me next turn, but who knows? I could be surprised. The AI in Summer's Fate is very effective. I've designed it to be like a human player playing against you. And while over time you'll eventually learn their tricks and outsmart them, it will feel viscerally hard the first few times playing, and it'll make it all that more motivating and satisfying when you do beat it for the first few times. It's going to get better though. This is AI Engine 2.0, my second full-on AI engine, extending from what I learned in Hero Mages, our first game. I plan to rewrite AI 3.0, incorporating all the crazy stuff I learned in the last 2 years while I was in my developer hole, like building the single player of the game, such as A-star pathing, right? You would think that would be like the first thing you know as an AI developer to what A-star is. I had no clue until you know, a year or 2 ago when I implemented it for the pathing of the world exploration system. But that'll be in the game. All right, so we're in a World of Hurt now, because now I've got a swarm of bugs. I've got my paladin, Bard. We're going to use the Bard to heal my Fighter Mage. Now, by heal, I should say, she supported him. She bolstered his health and she bolstered his attack. But it also fills those heart containers. Next, we're going to use the Captain because he has a shield, and that will help absorb the beak of the Griffin coming at me. Alright, he's still got 7 health. I don't have enough to kill him, which is very unfortunate because I think that's going to be the end. I'm looking for a way out. Whenever I play with my son, Wesley, he and I always have this mantra, there's always a way to win, and he'll go back and undo like all the moves until he can undo no more. Yeah, sadly I think in this case, I'm just going to go for attrition at this point. Take as much as you can. If you're going to go down, you go down in a blaze of glory, right? Sometimes the AI surprises you and just lets you have another chance just because. But I think in this case it's going to be death by ant, and that's the end. GG, favorite of bugs. Alright. But we had fun, right? We had fun there. Okay, gonna take a quick sip. Soothing my throat. I think I've been going at least 9 hours straight now. I'm not sure. 10 hours. The caffeine's really doing its job here. I gotta just remind myself to breathe, slow down, take a moment to chill. My eyes are like on fire, but as long as the crowd is here, I will keep you entertained. And are you not entertained? Let's do another battle. Dex. Okay, let's see. Alright, this is a great one. I love doing the mind gamers because it just shows a whole different side of how the game works. Alright, we're going to play, and here we go. So far we've seen, hurling squirrels, transforming them. That was pretty fun. We saw the mobility of the insects, the versatility of the fighters. And now we're going to see how cunningness and wit can use the enemy's own strengths against them. Alright, so depending on my hand, I'll typically pick a certain move here. Gravity is a great spell for maps like this where there's traps. Unfortunately, they're not quite close enough to me yet. I want to be pushing them into the spikes, not away from them. I could potentially get that guy. Let's just see. Nope, wrong direction. And that's why the undo button's there. So I will counterspell instead. Because I'm an arcane and I like wizardry, I get a bonus spell and a discount to it. Can't cast it here, but oftentimes this will result in long cascades of cast mana, which is very satisfying. Alright, so our next objective is Sinist. This is our kind of like star player on the team. And what she does is she blasts people with psychic energy and sort of wears them down. And once they're worn down enough, she can control them. And then things start to get really, really fun. So we're going to start wearing his guys down. I usually pick the weakest guy, or if there's a guy with a lot of armor, I'll just start picking on him. And now we want to just sort of protect him. And I do that by just kind of, all I have to do is stand next to him. Okay, because this little circle of aura here, that's her taunt aura. Basically, anybody comes up here, she says, you want to mess with him? You got to go through me. You got to go through me. Alright, so nobody's going to touch him as long as she's standing there. And let's go ahead and enter. Alright. Ouch. Okay, so yeah, remember I said you gotta go through me? Well, they went through her. They sure did. The rugged mages, rugged rebels rather, they rely on the earth, the rugged raw rock of the earth. They're like they got the beards, they got the man bun going. They're just gonna chop through you with brute strength. And the way it works is every time you get crushed by rock, it like your guts are so bruised up that if you get hit again, it like reignites all your old wounds. And so I just got stacking damaged here to death, and it wasn't too nice. That's all right. In a better world, I would have had some different cards in my starting hand and done some different stuff. But we're just gonna make do with what we got. Okay, and yeah, that's unfortunate. I was hoping to mind control this guy, but I did too much damage, and now I'm just gonna end up killing him. So we'll go ahead and do that. At least I've got him covered. He's gonna take a hit next turn, but he's not gonna take the full brunt of the team at least. and enter. Alright, good news is we got a Mana Surge, so that can help us come back next round potentially. Looks like he's going to try and deal with the Arcane Giant first, so all of his attacks are going there. But bad news is the Barbarian killed him, and now the Barbarian gets to attack again. So we're in trouble. Okay, but that was a silly AI move. He blocked the Barbarian from going in for the kill. That's alright. We're going to Mana Surge. We unlocked an Iron Golem. Good, thank goodness. Get this guy out of my face. Okay, and now, now that he's weak, he's wounded. Great, now we can mind control him. And now we're going to send him against the Barbarian, like so. Knocked his own Barbarian into his own guy, did extra damage. Barbarian's now got 3 health, right? And let's see, we got an offsides here. We got this. Oh, we have so many choices now. All right, Arcanes are coming back in a serious way here. All right, so we want the water elemental to die. I know it sounds kind of cruel, but the reasoning is that if he dies, he's going to... Oh, shoot. That's not what I wanted to have happen. Let's try that again. We want the water elemental to die, because if he... Won't someone please kill me? All right, you know what? Let's go kill the Barbarian. I don't trust him anyway. We got another Mana Surge. Okay, so we had bad luck in the beginning. Good luck now. And we're going to use this to our advantage to clear all these enemies off the board. Now watch this. Minotaur charge that guy to death. And I almost have enough to cast this. That would have been great, just to protect me from any wackiness he might throw at me. Can I shove him across the board? Not in any significant way, so we'll hold here. Okay. So wizards are tricky. Never leave a wizard alive. If you're going for the wizard, you better get him down to the last drop of blood, or that could happen to you. Okay, so now that we've got him surrounded, all favor is mine. I'm gonna take and do this, and now he's about to suffer the wrath of like the super duper Minotaur combo. And what I mean by that is the Minotaur develops momentum as he moves, and he's just in the perfect position where I get all 3 spaces. And so what's gonna happen? Minotaur charging causes a gravity effect. Gravity effects push characters on the board. When a character is pushed on the board, it initiates combo attacks, which essentially means that all the characters next to the character that got pushed will get a free bonus attack, and he will not be able to counter it. So the Minotaur is going to do that. He's going to deal damage from the charge, his attack damage, plus he's going to trigger his own combo, plus all these. So watch from 15 to probably death at this point. 1, 2, 3, combo, 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 and water elemental? Oh, he must have already attacked. That's okay. We're going to ping him to death. He's weary, kind of like how I'm feeling right now, and one little poke to the brain and that's it. Pretty incredible, right? I mean, we went from clobbered to death in the corner by a bunch of rock giants to completely trounced him to death with this crazy arcane combo chain. That's some of the level of excitement you can expect from Summoner's Fate, our turn-based strategy deck builder. Now on Steam, coming soon. Wishlist us today. Follow our page. Give us a shout out on to your friends. Share us if you're a curator. Please add it to the list. Whatever we can do, we're happy to send you assets, things like that to help promote it. And we're happy to absolutely listen to your feedback, thoughts, what you'd like to see in the game, what you liked about this presentation, what you didn't like, those kind of things. All right, time for a quick swig, and we'll be back to it. All right. Oh yeah, that's good. I'm just gonna rinse that out. Whew. Hello, I'm Ross, the founder of D20 Studios. I'm on a 9+ hour streaming marathon at this point, and I was gonna stop, and then I'm just like, you know what? Let's keep it going. There's a crowd here, and now I'm just determined because I want to see how long I can go before I just keel over. No, I'm all right. But seriously, my family's been checking in on me, bringing me breakfast, and being ever so sweet and patient and understanding of all the work that goes into making an indie game. And I'll tell you, it's a lot of work. It's you got to put yourself out 100% to give everything you have to succeed as an indie. So just kudos and congrats to every one of us that's here as part of the PAX Indie Showcase and showing our games off like madmen. all night long, doing these crazy things like to try and get your attention, because it's really hard to stand out when there's so much content created out there every single day. The fact that you found us here is just like a miracle to me. So we're gonna ride this train. We're gonna keep on riding. All right, battle. All right, let's do one more of these. Okay, we did birds basically. We haven't done cold-hearteds yet, and we didn't check. But let's do the cold-hearteds. We're gonna play with Cora, the Ice Queen, and she's kind of a sadistic lady. She likes to, she was, to be fair, she was abandoned and raised by bandits and assassins, so you can't blame her. But she had all the, magical ice powers innately part of her inborn abilities, and now she's kind of, she's bitter. She's very bitter and cold-hearted, and you see she just, she freezes things. So she can shoot ice. When she casts ice spells, they also freeze things, so that's kind of like her boost. You want to give her as much ice stuff as possible. And your goal is lock the enemy down until you can build up some kind of freaky torture experiment to finish off the enemies. And we're going to go ahead and play a bandit. So here's one of her brethren, sisters, the bandit cutthroat. She just chucks knives at things, and as long as she kills stuff with knives, she'll just keep on chucking them. Great counter to the squirrel horde army, where there's like a ton of squirrels. She'll just chuck knives at every single one until they're all chucked. And we'll go ahead and just send her up there. Probably should have frozen first, but you just go with it. Alright, so here's an example of something sadistic, right? Blood Ritual. Destroy an ally to gain mana equal to its casting cost. That is just, what's up with that? Right, you're just going to kill your buddy, but hey, it comes in handy. When you're about to die and you need to summon a dragon and you don't have the cash, right? You just take and suck it out of your buddy, right? I said she's sick, right? She looks innocent, she's pretty, she got the nice innocent look there, but she's cold-hearted. Alright, so now we're going to use the example of Ice Power. Icefall normally is just a AoE damage spell, which kind of selectively filters out the ice dwellers. So unfortunately the Minotaur won't get hurt, but we're going to hit everybody else. So we can just go ahead and shower this on our whole team. We don't care. We're used to the cold. The cold doesn't bother us anyway. Alright, and now that we've done that, well, everyone's frozen but that Minotaur, so let's just... There you go. And now that the whole team's frozen, I can basically just have my way with them, right? And we're going to attack this guardian here, and I'm going to actually assassinate. So this is a stealth unit. I didn't explain that. The cloaked out eye means that he cannot be targeted by anything. He can't be seen. AoE stuff will get him, but he's sneaky. And he also has a backstab. And positioning matters very much so in Summer's Fate. And this is one of the ways we squeeze that extra bit of tactical depth goodness into our relatively smaller battle sizes. If you're looking at this as a tactics player and going, dude, what's up with the small battles? Not interested. Look again, because there is so much depth condensed into this that will, like, when it's unraveled, we'll unpack it. It'll blow your mind. So we're going to attack him from the rear, assassinate this thing, step on his corpse, and then recloak back into the shadows. And now I'm feeling pretty good. I've got, everyone frozen. Cora feels untouchable. But that's gotten me into trouble in the past. I get cocky and okay. Yeah, so he just slammed us. He's like, I'm done with you. Get over there. Okay, so I gotta be selective here. I don't want to have that sinus picking me off, so we're gonna go for her. And she could go here or here, and I don't know. I'm just gonna pick there and go with it. And let's move to this guy. He's pretty safe. They're not gonna get him unless they stand next to him for a turn and detect him, which they're probably not gonna do. And we're gonna just kind of bait her. I want her coming this way. So let's hope that she goes right for me and she gets stuck in the ice trap, because that's what I want. And let's end turn. Oh, okay, wow. See, and that's mind gamers for you. They just mess with you, But incidentally, I did get her caught in the trap. Okay, so now that my own teammates are betraying me, I wish I had sacrificed you earlier, you traitorous lady. Okay, can I rust her? Oh, look at that. I'm going to undo that just so you can see how cool it was. So rust. Doesn't seem like a great spell per se, right? It just looks like a busted sword. Who wants to take that with them? But rust destroys all buffs and equipment on an enemy. Discard, deal 2 damage to close his enemy. This is what I call the rock to the scissors card. So that last card is often perceived as OP. Mind control, like you're going to steal one of my characters. I mean, that's a pretty... Could you imagine in chess you're playing that and all of a sudden you just say, I'm going to take your queen, not only going to capture it, but now it's my queen. That's what it's like when you get mind control. And players think, that's not fair, Ross. How do you balance that? Well, this is how you balance it, right? You have a 1-cost card like this. It seems like crap. And you throw it in your deck just in case you need it. It's not necessary. It kind of seems useless. I give it a little bit of a nice power there. If you discard it, it deals 2 damage to close to enemy. So it always does something. But in a situation like that, it just became a power card because I just robbed him. It took 2 turns to build up that 4 mana, and I'm just gonna take and ping it. And look at that. He thought he was winning. Now he's just in the hole. Oh wait, let's go ahead and add insult to injury there and stab this lady over here. And you know what? Let's just finish her off just because. No, let's freeze assign this. Let's keep them all locked down. All right. Actually, you know what? Undo that. Freeze, kill her, and then we're gonna javelin the rest of them. Freeze them too. And now I'm going to start working my way back to him so I can assassinate him. Okay? Yeah. That's how you balance a turn-based game. You make a rock for every scissors. That's the raw secret. And yeah. Here we go. And we go into... We're going to ice bomb them. Oh, look at that. They're all kind of tricks there. Well, good job. You blocked it. But guess what? Backstab! Step on your corpse. And that is how it's done. Alright. I really hope you guys are listening with audio, otherwise I'm going to sound like an idiot later when I find out, oh, we're just perusing, we just kind of, you know, checking at work and we're just watching this maniac here screaming his eyes out and we have no idea what he's saying. I've kind of picked up that the chat feature is not the most intuitive thing to use. I'm not quite sure how folks are watching it, whether this is on your phone, what day is it now anyway? It's Saturday? Maybe some people may be at work, I guess. And I'm not sure how folks are discovering this thing. I'd be very curious to know. I'm a big you know, data nerd. I like to learn as much as I can so I can improve and do better. You know, reach as many people that might be interested. This is Summoner's Fate. I'm Ross, the founder of D20 Studios and the creator of Summoner's Fate. It is a turn-based tactics, deck builder game, roguelike elements all combined. You go on cool adventures where you defeat bosses, and you also have this cool battle mode. So, what very unique thing, most games are one or the other, multiplayer, single player. We have both, and we execute both very effectively. And the way we do that is we don't make any compromises. The battle system that you learn, we've been developing this battle system collectively since 2006 when I started Hero Mages and as a board game, and have evolved it over time with each new game iteration. So we went from a board game in 2006 to a digital version of that in 2009 to a cross-platform version of that in 2010 or 11, and now over the last 5 years I've been working with players of the last game to really perfect what it means to be an awesome turn-based tactics deck/game. So we have more years of expertise on this than probably just about anybody with those 2 genre combinations in mind. And yeah, so battles. Let's do another one because these are just so nice and easy to explain the game and get you excited real quick. Adventures if you're in for like the more long haul, but I'm getting the sense that we're probably people are starting to check out other things, and so we're gonna just try and give you as much as we can so you can do that if that's what you want to do. I'm not trying to hold anybody hostage here. Everyone should check out all the indie games. They're all awesome. And let's see, have I played as the Hoarders yet? You know what, I haven't played as the Lich King yet, I think. Let's be the Lich King. Alright, if I have, I'm sorry, you're going to see it again. It'll be different though, because it always is. I always see something new every game I play. Like last game we saw the Insectoids take over 2 dragon rings and kill me viciously bad. Okay, so here we are, and they got the first turn, and you know, this is kind of one of those weirder maps. I like to experiment and throw people off the norm. You know, a lot of people come in this thinking like it's like, you know, Blood Gulch, like why are I starting here and you're starting over here, and it's like a perfect lined up, you know, square, because that's not how battles are. You know, name any war where the soldiers all lined up in a fair, nice. No, there's somebody sneaking around with their cavalry behind you, and that's how the battle starts. So you got to be ready for that. Summoner's Fate has the same kind of consequences. Generally, it's thematic around some key different things. There's actually a lot of thought to the design of the map and why things are the way they are, but it has a lot to do with the turn order. Positioning of the units, often first player turn is incredibly advantageous, and anyone who thinks otherwise needs to just play more to understand why. So to do that, we do creative things in the map to kind of give advantages to the other players. And one of these things is that what's happened here is all of his units are now in a nice little focus pattern on his mage here. And that's exactly what we're going to do with this, is go for the hard hits and chain him over here, arrow him, and then just knock him back around the map some. And I'm going to do it right here. Okay, so now he's basically on lockdown. We just beat the crap out of him, and he's... Oh, but he's immune. Crap. Okay, so he actually got past that defense. Let's see, I spoke too soon. Alright, well, we're going to get the Lich King up nonetheless, and help him out. Keeps you on your toes, right? The different maps, the different starting conditions. I don't want anyone getting in a pattern where it's just, this is the one way to win. There's countless ways to win. And it always is intriguing to be surprised when you play a game like this and see something different. I'm gonna be a total jerk and just poison a lot of them. This is great. That card's pretty much worthless if you're playing against another skeleton team, but if you're playing against anything that's not skeletons, it's awesome. And that's why it's in there. Because it's my, like, you know, ultra rock. And if they didn't bring the ultra poster board paper, they're gonna suffer for it, right? Oh, didn't count on that one happening though. Oh god. Angelic thrust of the sword to the skeleton gut. Okay, well that was cruel. Alright, you know what? Alright. I want to hit him again, but I also want to kill her. So let's blockade this guy. And what we're gonna do, instead of attacking, we're just gonna move right there like that. I'm not gonna attack. I'm not gonna attack because if I attack, he's gonna take and hit me back. He's gonna lower my shield, and the next turn he can just chop right through me. I want him pinned right there until I'm ready to deal with him. Okay, and instead we're gonna kill this archer, and then my Lich King is gonna go suck some souls out of this guy. All right, good. There's two ways to look at it, right? You can rob them of health and you can rob them of mobility. And mobility is often more important in many ways because it gives you control over who's going to attack and when and what the planning stages look like. And when you mess up someone's plan, that often is what gives you the edge in victory. Fortunately, these guys are very, very resilient, so they're a force to be reckoned with just on their own. I have to be pretty careful, and I'm not doing the best I could be doing, I think. What we're going to do is give ourselves the ace in the hole card here. This is the Flesh Golem. It's a sewn together sack of meat that acts as a bodyguard and will absorb all damage. So as long as he's alive, I'm alive. He's my buddy, you know. I lean on him and he takes care of me. We're going to suck some souls out of this guy, and I'm feeling pretty good because I got my buddy here. He's going to protect me. Now my buddy's dead, so I'm feeling a little lonely now. But he's also looking pretty battle scarred himself there. Of course, the bard's kind of playing her lute over in the background there. This is that classic healer trope I keep talking about all night. If you play turn-based games, you know what I'm talking about. There's always that jerk healer in the back that just sits there, and he just messes with your whole game, healing everybody. If you don't kill him early on, he ends up causing you to lose. And this may be an example of that. This guy's jacked up to 10 power right now. Fortunately, I'm in the rear, so I'm going to go suck some souls out of him. Take him down a little bit. Now, can I kill him? That's the question. Do I have enough power? I've got 3 mana. So I've got 2 damage here, 2 damage there. That's 4. Not enough. This costs 1. I can do 2 and 2. That's 4 still. Not enough to kill him. Alright, but what can I kill? Can I kill this thing over here? I don't think so. So we're in a little bit of a pickle. This is not good. I can't kill anything as far as I can tell. I need to be able to do 6 damage. I can't, and I can't even do 5. Alright, so what's our best move? We probably want to hold on to Life Drain because we need that. Getting the Archer would be good to give him something else to go for. But this guy probably going to be more resilient, and he can cut to the shield. So let's summon this guy, harass him a little bit, and hope that our extra reserve of health there is going to pay off in the long run. And you know what? I can still summon... Let's just whittle him down just a little bit. That might be all it takes. Just one more turn is all we're trying to earn right here. One more turn. Yeah, so he took that big hit there. And now he's gonna, if he's smart, he's gonna bolster them and go with everything he's got. Here it comes. Everything he's got. You know, I would have done that first, but you know what? AI 3.0 is coming soon, and yeah, you be ready for that. It's coming. Okay. Let's see. He's got 4 life. I think I've got him. 1 and let's just skewer him. Oh, I can't skewer him. He's blocked me. That was at least one smart thing he did was block me with this guy. All right, but the archer is not blocked, and there it is. So again, a fairly close call there. He managed to slay all my minions, but as I've said in earlier matches explaining this, you want to be keeping an eye on the health of your summoner, right? This is kind of like the players that are playing chess and they like to, go for all the captures, like I control the board, ha ha ha. And you got that sneaky player in the back that says, go ahead, take him. That's why they're there. I'm going for the checkmate right over here where you don't see, and that's what happens, right? So highly tactical, highly strategic, awesomeness. Check us out on our Steam store page, which should be somewhere in the link to the broadcast you're watching. I sure hope it is. If not, just Summoner's Fate. We should hopefully be the first thing that comes up. I believe we are. And just give us a wish list or a follow, or what's the other thing you can do? I don't know, Discord. Just whatever. Tell a friend. Honestly, that'd probably be the best thing. Just say, hey, I saw this awesome game, and if you remember nothing else, hurl a squirrel at an orc. All right, you know what? I'm just gonna do the squirrel again, just to sync that mantra back up again. We're going to be the squirrel hurlers because I'm not quite sure yet how long people are hanging around for, and so I'm assuming that most people are just kind of just perusing and or glancing here, and we want to just give you a good synopsis, so we're going to be the squirrel hurlers. It's actually fun. I don't think we've had this matchup yet, so that's kind of fun. There's so many combinations just with our little starting roster there that's kind of meant to introduce players to the game. I have played this map before. This map is frustrating as all heck for the range teams. Great if you're the skeleton. So that's the other thing. In war, there's never a fair advantage. This is one of those rock paper scissors thing. I rolled the map or whatever. We rolled the map. He got the advantage just because this map is better for his team. He's got a melee team and they've got cover. I'm a range team and I have nothing. But that's not to say I'm not adaptable. I've got these guys, right? And you're probably thinking, bunnies, what the heck is that going to do? But look at these things. That is like a Monty Python killer rabbit right there. It's going to go for the jugular. Okay, so I'm going to hurl a squirrel at that lich. And now I'm going to transform that skeleton into a squirrel. And now I'm going to bite that little squirrel in the butt. And now I'm going to swipe barrel maul this guy back to where he came from. And then, there we go. Make sure he remembers the sting of that arrow. And then, I don't want to attack him here. I just want to block him. And I'm attacking with this guy. See, this is the jerk move right there. You don't attack. You block him. If I were to attack, he would have just killed it, sucked up his life, and then he would have gone for the bear next turn. But by doing that, now he's got to take and deal with this little stupid squirrel in his way before he can go for the bear. So that little 1/1 squirrel has very high strategic value. And that's why there's no commons or dusted cards or none of that crap in Summoner's Fate. Every card is lovingly handcrafted design. You get all the cards when you get the game, and all the cards have some kind of unique value to them. There's no cards you would ever consider saying this is garbage, I'll never play this. And so far all of our card data suggests the same, that they're all pretty much equally playable, give or take play styles, right? Because some people just have a different preference more than others. But none of them are trash cards. They're all fine. Okay, so now we're gonna hurl a squirrel at this lich king. And I'm going to summon some squirrels. And they seemingly innocent squirrels, right? But now we're going to take and throw them all into a frenzy. We're going to call upon the will of the forest to have these animals smite the enemy. Give them all +2/+2, and they're all extra sprightly now, so they have lunge, which means they can do this. They can attack at an angle and avoid counterattacks, which is pretty fun. And if I had more squirrels, I would be doing a lot more damage, but I'll take what I can get. Yeah, that Lich King is on the brink of death. Let's see what he may even just give up. Yeah, he does. He's like, all right, I can't beat that. I'm gonna be barrel mauled. I'm gonna go out in a blaze of glory. And the AI knows when it's beat. It's not gonna jerk you around unless it thinks it's got a shot, and it did not have a shot there. That was it. That was it. So we hurled some squirrels. We didn't get to mutate any squirrels that time, but we got to hurl them, and we got to show you what the frenzy animal fury looks like. All right. Well, I hope you're having fun with us on the Steam broadcast here today. It's been kind of a marathon night. I started last night and it just picked up momentum, and I've been so excited and happy that I've committed myself. We're gonna just ride this train to the station. I'm Ross, and this is Summoner's Fate. Turn-based tactics and deck building, like that. And we've also got an open exploration mode, so if you're into single player and you just want to, kind of peruse around and try to, survive through the dungeons, it's got a strategic dungeon crawl element to it. And we also have battle mode, where you play quick turn-based battles with constructed decks, heroes you choose, and go head-to-head in multiplayer versus the AI. It's got both real-time and asynchronous mode, so very flexible. I mean, this game is designed to be playable on pretty much anything and be highly enjoyable. Okay, we're gonna do a battle again because I'm just not sure if I'm quite ready for the adventure again yet. Just yet. It's an endeavor. But I may try a hardcore. That's what we're gonna do next. We're gonna do a hardcore adventure because that I need some of the adrenaline to keep me going here. Okay, let's see. We've done birds. We've done. You know what? I know we're gonna show. Some folks have been asking us about whether we or not we have custom decks, right? I've been sort of doing these pre-built decks because they're so awesome and fun, and they just come with the game like that. But yes, you can absolutely make your own deck. See how cool and easy it is? You just push this button, and now we've got so much content. So much content. If you're overwhelmed, don't be. When the game launches, I'm gonna try to keep this not so like all in your face at once. I don't want to scare anybody, but I want to give you aspiration for this is something that you will spend a lot of time in, or at least I hope. I did not make this game as a game that sits in your Steam library and never gets played. This is one that you're going to be playing, every day, like as just part of your routine, because it's like doing your solitaire or your Sudoku. It's just like your little brain teaser for the day, and you have fun. You're gonna log on and battle, do a couple matches with your friends in the morning and at lunch breaks, because it's fun. And there's none of that, what's the term, the guilt trips, none of the guilt trip stuff where we're going to try to trap you in with the limited events or anything like that. No, it's going to be just, the gameplay stands for itself. Intrinsic motivation is my, top design goal. So we didn't start with any reward systems or gotchas or any of that, mechanic, none of the bad psychology. We started with, how do we make this game fun and make people think, and make people be creative and laugh and have a good time? What would you normally do if you were just playing a game of D&D? You don't play it because you get rewarded for it. You play it because the experience is inherently of value to you, because it strikes on things that are the raw human emotion, right? To be creative, to be a hero, to help others in danger, right? And so that's what Summoner's Fate is built on. It's that kind of game. And I know some people have mentioned, from the art, they think, oh, this looks like it's mobile or colorful. No, it's this way for a very specific reason. And it's my mission to sway the disbelievers and really, show through, not through some gimmick, but through, years of trust building with our players, and just see it for yourself. I mean, take a look at the last few minutes of the stream if you haven't seen it yet. I'm going to be doing more of these until I pass out here. See for yourself the quality that's put into it. There's not one hint of a thing that should give you any scary vibes. This is all just pure, heartfelt, strategy goodness here. All right, but anyway, we're showing off the deck builder, and you just drop a card in, and that's it. You go to the next one, and this is super easy to do. Just swiping around. You also have these little buttons down here. You can just flip through it that way, and you pick your team. So in terms of permutation diversity, I mean, there's 20 summoners, so 20 main heroes. So if you're doing that, making an ice cream cone thing from grade school, right? Number of summoners 20 times. I think we have, this is just the one team configuration, 3 pages worth, probably at least 40 to 50 guardians at least, and then 200 playable characters in total, so summon creatures and things like that, and over 400 spells. So now you got your cards. You pick 20 of them. I mean, you pretty much need a quantum computer to calculate the number of possible decks you can make out of this game, and and the strategies and the fun. I mean, and it's just so easy, you know. And the great thing about it is that the game, that's a bug, but that's okay. We've seen this one before. In fact, I'm just gonna go ahead and clear it now. This happened a couple times. It's just it's a dev build. I've been working on fixing things in here, so I'm gonna pause it for 1 second, and I'll be back in like 5 seconds here. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3, and okay, and there we go. I just launched it again. Sorry, it took harder. I forgot I was in the middle of the card menu, so I had to back out to the menu that closed down. Anyway, yeah. So decks we were talking about, and custom number of cards. Yeah. So number of guardians, and then number of cards. And I said just permutation-wise, there is a treasure trove of content here. And you know, the next thing you might be thinking is, well, yeah, that's great and all, but I play games like this, and half the content, right, is just garbage common cards I end up throwing in the dust pile, and I get back like, you know, a thimble of pixie dust for, you know, 3 hours of grinding all day to get those cards, and you know, I'm sick of that stuff. Well, there's none of that here, not an ounce of that. This is all really good cards that have unique value to them. I can't think of a single card in here that would be perceived as value. Even this guy, like the lowly 1/1 Goblin. I put this guy in so many decks because of his versatility, right? He's low cost. He's a 1/1, but he's got the shield and he has the spear. So he also synergizes, right, with other kinds of things like well, let's just look up goblins for one. So goblin. You got your Goblin Champion here, right? And he makes it so that the goblins are vulnerable. So remember we did some battles with the Earth Elementals. They have a similar power, but this one's specific to goblins. And you get a couple of these guys mixed with a couple of 1/1 goblins, and you will just eviscerate the enemy. And they won't know what hit them, and it's great. And then you got things like the Orc Battlehorn. Orc. Let's just type in Orc. Let's just type in Orc. That's probably easier. Okay, so here's all the Orc stuff, or that has the word Orc in it. I guess Force Field has the word Orc in it. Oh, I gotta sort out, oh, maybe it's just called Battlehorn then. Battle, let's just type Battle. I forget what it's called. Oh, it's a green spell, that's why. We're in the, see, it's based on combinations. Red and green, so if I change the summoner out, yeah, how do I do that? Let's put an Orc in there, and now I can find the Orc card. Alright, there it is, see? And this also works with goblins. So that 1/1 goblin, you give this to this, and now you've just leveled up a bunch of 1/1 goblins into 3/3 madness, and it's awesome. See? Okay. So we're gonna show you earlier on the broadcast that we played around, made some custom decks, and there's one in particular that was really fun. This is the Psionic Lich deck. Alright, I'm gonna give you a preview of what this looks like, so you can kind of view it this way too. This is actually a really cool feature. When you can build the deck, and then you can kind of browse it this way to sort of get a glance. Whenever I used to make decks for CCGs, I love to just lay them out on the bed and just kind of look at them all and try to picture in my mind, you know, as I'm playing, how could this work with this? How could this work with the next? Sort of stack them to things. And that's kind of the idea I wanted to have here. I'm very visual, and I like to have that feel where I can just like see all the cards that are in there and just think about it and go, this doesn't work, this doesn't work. And so that's what this is designed to do. There's lots of different ways to play around with it. But the essence of the Psionic Lich deck that we created was the Lich King is just a melee badass, right? Pierce, he gets through shields, armor, and he lifesteals. So he's meant to be in the front line. So this deck focused on giving him this ridiculous combination of arcane spells and like debuff spells that just like take that to the max. So Power Steal, he steals enemy's strength and adds it to his own. Reaper of Souls, steal 1 life from every unit. I mean, does not seem OP, right? But that's the thing. Every card is like that. There's always a card that can counter this thing. I mean, it's awesome. Like, there's no moment in the game where you play a card and go, well, that was kind of lame. It's like, no, you feel something when you put a card on the table. It's like you're banging a gavel. You know, you're making a judgment of something. It's great. All right, and then okay, so we initially built the deck just with a bunch of these cards like that. You know, armor. The debuffs and this life steal thing, and then we took him to a fight thinking he's going to be unstoppable. That's what everybody thinks when they make a Summoner's Fate deck. They think we're going to find the meta, Ross. We're going to figure out how to break your game and tell you why your balancing stinks. And I say, okay, good, let's see it. And that's what comes back. We play it, and we discovered that, yes, there's always a way to beat it. So this is one case where we went and played it. And the very first opponent we faced was the Ice Queen. And what happened was basically I was on lockdown the whole time. She just kept freezing me, and I couldn't do anything. So I had all this power, all this life, and I just sat there in a block of ice, you know, kind of like the classic Lich, the Frozen Throne, the classic Lich tropes. That's what happened. I was a frozen Lich. Okay, and so yeah, we had to retool it, and what we learned was we need more mobility, and so we added in teleport and then this thing, the wormhole. It turned out to be like the most fun. You pop in, and then you can pop out or send in your troops to come pop in with you and get past the enemy's front line. It's great. Get to their squishy units. So we're gonna try this out and do some battles versus the AI with it, so you can see it in action. Okay, and here we go, folks. I'm going to move my forces up. Remember, he's all about getting in close combats. I'm not going to waste any time. I'm just going to go ahead and pop in there. And now that I've done that, I'm just going to mess with his stuff. Okay, so very first move, right? This is going to be so horrifying. You have this Lich just portal in, and now I just basically nuked his bear. You know, I didn't harm it per se. I just sort of like took it out of my concern for one turn. He can do 1 damage, but he's not going to touch me. And now I'm just going to start prodding at his druid over here. Like a total jerk. All right, but the druid's like, you know what? I got tricks too. I'm going to turn this tree into a big old tree and slap you back to where you came from. Like so. Oh, into the bear. Oh, look at that. Oh, hurl a squirrel. I mean, that's got to be so gratifying to just take that out. Now, I don't know why he did that. He must have had some kind of... The AI always has some kind of weird plan in mind I don't see. Maybe he was trying to see the Lich King was so he could shoot him or something. Okay. Alright, so now we're going to be a real jerk, and we're just going to rob... Now, I'm not too concerned about the 2 damage, but I am concerned about this bear. So we're going to just... thank you, bear, for your powerful strength. And adding it to my own. Thank you, bear, for your powerful strength. And adding it to my own. And now I'm a crazy 5 Lich, and I'm just going to start wrecking you hardcore. Okay, and now the bear, he's just a soft little cuddly teddy bear now. You do 2 damage, and that tickles bear, not so bad. And his treant, I'm not so worried about that. The mummy is there just really to keep me alive for the first 3 rounds. She's meant to die, but she serves her purpose of just making sure he survives on the front line long enough to get his ridiculous combo chain going. Right, so there's a whole like thematic thing going on here with this deck. Right, so they've taken out my first trooper. Now that's what I want, right? It seems this is like the Queen's Gambit here. I've taken my pieces, I've sort of left them in the field, and I've just jumped in here. And the thing is, there's not really a whole lot they can do. I'm right here in the corner. They're kind of stuck. All right, so it's about at this point that I like to go. Time to harvest some souls, suck some souls. And look at that. I mean, now he's up to 26 health. That's a real problem for them. She's at 14. I'm like basically twice ahead of her now. And then I'm gonna go ahead and just I don't know, be a jerk and take out this tree. I'm at full life and I'm unstoppable now. But let's go ahead and poke her again. So this has turned out to be a pretty good match for me in my favor. It's gone much worse though. Believe me, this deck will lose hardcore just as easily as it wins. Yeah, it's... I almost want to put... Oh, gosh, she detonated that thing and just blew up a chunk of the forest. That's pretty fun. Yeah, it's crazy. I'm down to 70... Like, that bear, you saw how much that life bar moved and how high my life bar was. I mean, they did, like, an incredible amount of damage. 9 or 10 damage last turn. Alright, we're going to go ahead and bolster up again, though. We're going to suck some souls out of her. And then we're going to armor up. And then... this might be GG. We didn't get to become power overwhelming, which is too bad. Because this just gets nutty when you get this card, his ace in the hole card. Yeah, so that's Summoner's Fate. Turn-based, tactical, deck building, roguelike awesomeness. And I'm Ross, the creator and founder of D20 Studios. Thanks for taking time today to come and check out our game and watch our stream. If you like what you see, please do us the honor of coming to our Steam page, store page, wishlist us. follow us or drop a note in our community hub there. It would mean a lot just to know that you saw it, you like what you see, and you want to see more of it, because that helps me, you know, perfect my craft here and make sure I can keep you entertained with awesome stuff like this. I can't wait to have you all playing and hurling squirrels and making super psycho psionic liches at each other. All right, but let's do that battle again, because I didn't feel like we got to see the. Oh, this is a pretty map. I haven't played this one yet today, and it just. Wow, man, my retinas are burning. That'll wake you up. Oh, bright, snowy, just like when the sun hits the snow in real life. All right, so once again, no shame, just shameless charge up the field. That's our goal. And we're gonna go for getting the power roaming as our first move this time. Oh, we're actually fighting the other Lich King. Yeah, we did a battle like this actually. I was curious to see what would win, the like classic, you know, out of the box Lich King or my Lich King. I can't recall it. It was close battle either way, and I can't recall if I took the lead at the end or he took me, but it was a good match. So I would say they were pretty balanced. All right, and now power overwhelming. I can't do the voice anymore. I'm sorry, my throat's just like dry, but you know I'm going with that. All right, and yeah, we're gonna go ahead and just like now I'm just Uber Lich, knock him across the map. I'm just like reveling in psionic energy now, and yeah, we're gonna just. He's got these skeletons in my way, kind of annoying. That's okay. We're just gonna chop him down and get to the nice squishy bits in the middle, and now he's just bolstering himself here. So this is how he's gonna keep himself going, right? He's gonna take and flesh golem himself to the as his insurance policy. Really, that's what this guy is. The bodyguard. He will always love you. And get this guy over here. Boom. Okay. Now I can just picture the esports announcements at some point in the future. Like I would love to just have this be like viscerally played across the world in that kind of level of passion. That nothing would make me happier than that, just to see that level of just excitement about it.
Combo.
Okay. All right. Now that we've done that, let's start. Oh, we can portal in here and just mess with people. All right, we're gonna hold on to the portal. Oh wait, what does it say here? No movable. Oh, I guess I maxed out. I did all my things. Okay, we're done. Okay. Psionic Super Lich. So the psychic spell did a few things. It made him bigger, more intimidating. You know, blacked out his eyes apparently. It's got him all glowy, and he zaps lightning bolts now when you attack him. He just, look at this, watch this. Ah! Go ahead, do your worst. Feel the wrath of the all-powerful Psionic Lich King. All right, now we're just gonna mess with this guy now and just knock him around the map. And yeah, let's go ahead and just chop him again. What are you doing over here, buddy? I'm gonna suck your souls out of you, get myself an extra 8 health, and drain him. Look at that. How humiliating just to go from this full health guy, and I just sucked all of his souls out. Now I'm at to 28 again. He barely touched me. I'm a badass Lich. Psycho Super Lich. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay. Flying across the map there. Okay, and let's see now. We're gonna suck some souls. My like signature catchphrases today. Hurl a squirrel and suck some souls. Okay, now let's just charge in and zap him. He thinks he's safe over there. He thinks he can hide from us. He'd be wrong. He'd be wrong. Look at them all. I'm just a single guy here, and I'm just destroying his entire army. Everything he's throwing at me. All right, so I'm gonna be a real jerk, and we're just gonna take a wormhole over here. Now this is a great card. See how it just opens up a portal? We can do that any number of great, cool ways. So I could take in portal and do it like this and pop out of the portal. And I could take in, if I had other guys with me, they could come in the portal, and then at the end of the turn, they would just all jump in there with me. Or I could do this real jerk move where I just portal in, hit him in the back like this, and just be like, okay, that's cool, I'm done with you, end turn, and now I just portal back to where I was. It's like just ridiculous. Okay, so now here's his ace in the hole card, right? The skeleton dragon. Normally you'd be just shaking your boots at the sight of this thing because it pretty much means GG if you let it even get on the board. Unless you're playing a mind control or something like that, if you see that thing, you are in trouble. But I'm looking at the thing going, that looks cute. That's nice. I'm just gonna go ahead and suck some souls out of you. Bolster my armor a little bit more. Now I got my arcanic armor up to 6. Is it? We're at 6. Look at these stats. Power 8, life 37, armor 6+, and then we're gonna just zap these guys here and move in for the kill. I still have 11 cards left. How is that possible? I'm not done with this guy yet. We're just gonna keep tormenting him. He's freaking out now. He's like, come on, I'm doing the best I got. I got my dragon out. He's supposed to be dead now. He doesn't know what's happened. He doesn't know how to handle it. Yeah, alright. And then Reaper of Souls. Suck some souls. Not so many souls that time. So I'm kind of getting diminishing returns if there's not a lot of people left on the board. But next I'm going to go ahead and just... We're gonna finish off his dragon just because I want to really make him feel bad about himself. You're not a real lich. You're not a lich unless you're a psycho super lich. Well, I gotta admit that was a pretty cool move. That was a pretty badass move. Just bring the dragon back. Like, you think I care? I got dragons up the. Yeah. All right, we're gonna bloodlust now, and then we're gonna armor up again, and I'm just gonna brazenly charge in there and finish off this thing. Suck some souls out of it. And now the Arcana Super Lich is gonna just not even doing it. I'm just gonna stand here and let lightning bolts zap out of myself to defeat him. Alright, we're gonna suck some more power out of him. He has one frail, old-looking Lich. Make way for the super psychic Lich. And now we're gonna go ahead and just pull him in because we can't let him get away. And that's GG. Yes, the full wrath of the super psionic super lich. Okay, that was a lot of fun. Okay, I'm gonna hit continue, and we're gonna be right back in just a moment here. Gonna take a quick break, and we'll be back with more Summoner's Fate. Okay. Yes, knocked it out of the park. Thank you so much. That means a lot. Yes, the art was a major part of the development. I think it took us like something like 8 or 9 months to finally nail the art style down. It was so tough. We were like at that point where it was like 70% of the way there, and then just like it needed this extra nudge, and we just kept trying different things, and it just sort of evolved. There's a great GIF of it, I think, on our company page. I haven't updated that for quite some time. I could probably do. That shows like the evolution of Barbarian from hero mages to like in the Summoner's Fate 0.5 version or whatever, and then to like how it is now, kind of. And it's pretty cool. Okay. So my name is Ross. I am the founder of D20 Studios and the creator of Summoner's Fate. We're a small indie studio based here in Salt Lake City, Utah, and this is a turn-based tactics and deck builder game. Oh, thanks. Okay, thanks. My son's helping me to monitor. So testing 1, 2, 3. Yeah, this microphone. When I put it down on the table, it gets smashed in a little bit, and then the wire maybe gets loose, or I don't know. It moves position. Yes. Okay. Anyway, turn-based tactics and deck. Oh dear. Sorry about that. Turn-based tactics and deck building combined, and the goal is to win in creative and satisfying ways. Command your favorite fantasy heroes like never done before. And so we're gonna do a quick battle, and then I promised I would start a hardcore adventure for those that wanted to see that. So here we go. Decks and. I'm going to do an all-star team this time, and we're going to pick the Pyromancers, because I just get so pumped setting things on fire. Okay, good. Alright, so of course, I personally like when I get the forest maps as Pyromancers, because I can do something about that. The rock sculptures, there are cards that will destroy the rock sculptures too. I just don't happen to have any in this deck. But the Pyromancers are notorious for, they need line of sight to really shine. Heavily range-focused deck, and good, he exposed himself. I like that. Now I'm going to take an arrow probably too. That's okay. Let's get the Fire Elemental out and go hunt him down. Okay. So we're fighting against the Squirrel Hurlers, and much as their name suggests, they hurl squirrels at things. And sometimes they're sadistic, and looks like he cast a detonate spell on me. That's a new one. Must have some kind of really sadistic plot there. They want to explode my own guy on me. Okay, so there you go. He just hurled a squirrel, and now he's working his way to try and explode my guy over here. My Fire Elemental's down. That's okay. We're gonna go ahead and just clear the board. That's what Pyromancers do. They just set everything on fire. If there were trees, you would see like little remnants of the trees. If there was grass, you would see the grass all scorched. It's just so much fun. So great to see the environment react in that kind of way. And get this guy chopping over here. And you know what? I'm gonna move into the line of sight here, and I'm just gonna set this bear on fire. He did not like it too much. He growled at me. Alright, so she's gonna pump the bear. That's gonna hurt. If the bear goes for the summoner, that's gonna really hurt. That's gonna really hurt. Ouch, yeah. So a bit of a game changer there. I was feeling a little bit overconfident, I think, and now I'm down to 8 health and she's at 17. This is a very bad position because all she needs is one good card lineup to take me out, so I have to play it safe now, unfortunately. We're gonna take in you know what? I got something for this bear that's going to hold him down. We're going to pin him down with the Retarius net, and as long as I have a character in base contact with him, that net will hold. He can still attack, but he can't counterattack, so it's a huge handicap. But it doesn't matter because we're going to burn him away anyway. Yeah, and Pyromancers are like that. They don't care. That's why all their guys wear fire suits. You want to take armor with the Pyromancer, otherwise you're going to be dwindling your forces down to nubs. Right, so armor replenishes each round. It's great if you're playing as the Pyromancer because then you can just bombard everyone without discrimination, and they'll survive. They'll survive. So see that +2/+2, and they're pretty much back up. They took a little damage. It's to be understood, but you know now we got to start working our way back up to even out the life totals. All right, and we just did that. Granted, she still has an advantage because she has the leading turn with the higher life, and we're gonna just move our forces to put pressure on her so that she does not come back. See, that's what I'm worried about. Like a wolf running amok and getting up there and biting me in the ass is that's a problem. All right, so fireballs are AoE. I can do 5 damage with her spell damage boost, and I'm not in range yet to take her out, so it's still risky to expose. What else can I do? I can do a lightning bolt, but I have no line of sight, so we're both playing it a little safe right now. But you know what? Fortune favors the bold, so let's show us your card. Show us your hand. Now. I'm gonna blow up you and your little dog too, and see what you got. What are your cards? What are you holding there? Do you have a disintegrate on me? You gonna send me to ashes or what? Okay, no, you got squirrels. Alright, she is playing smart. I still haven't got within range yet. I have to get right on top. So she could be holding out. I've got a lightning bolt, and that's GG right there. Okay, so still pretty close. I mean, it was a matter of 1 turn away and I would have been toast. This dude is on fire. Okay. Oh, cool. So, Pedal Creek Games Incorporated says, wow, 8 to 9 months, it really shows. One piece of advice is to turn the music down a bit and turn your voice up a bit, as it's drowning you out. Oh, thank you so much for saying that. Okay, so audio settings, I have it at 7 right now. Let's put this down to 4. Alright, let me know if that's better. That's pretty darn quiet. And I can control it in OBS here too. Granted, it's been a long time since I've done streaming and everything has been like changed, so I was ready to pull my hair out getting this rig set up to do this for the thing. But I'm glad we're here now, and thank you so much for that. And is there anything more I can do with my... I suppose I can talk louder. Testing. Testing, testing. I think I just didn't have the mic close enough. Let's try and adjust it like this. I really appreciate the comments. I can kind of watch at a glance at my monitor here, but I obviously can't hear the audio, so I don't know. It still seems like I could do better. Let's get it like testing. Hello, hello. Today we are playing Summoner's Fate. Okay. Much better. Thank you so much. I appreciate the monitoring that and letting us know. Okay. So I promised we would take a look at adventures next. Maybe that's why my mic's best. I'm going to keep bumping out the water bottle. Testing. Okay. All right. Play. And so we were just doing battles. Quick, 4 to 6 minute battles, and I think we're right on track with that. Pretty accurate. And then if you're playing against another opponent, 7 to 10. And maybe next time we'll do some multiplayer battles with some of our community members if they're so inclined. We're going to do adventure. It comes in 3 difficulties, right? We want to be, it's a pretty niche genre. I'm not going to lie. I have no aspiration or no expectation that we're going to become the next Fortnite with this by any means. That would be just insane. But for us to be a game that is seen as one in the likes of something like an Into the Breach or something like that has been recognized for evolving the genre in some significant way, for really being passionate and doing something that, the smaller cohort that likes these kind of games, I want them to really like this. I want to just give everyone a big bear hug and say, yeah, this was good. It's so great to have you here in our community and playing our games. But to that end, we have 3 difficulties, and the reason being is as we've been playtesting this at conventions and whatnot, we've noticed that there's a little bit of crossover where some folks that may have never touched this stuff before because they just look at it and see like 8,000 mini menus and just think, God, it's going to take an encyclopedia to learn that. And granted, those games are super engrossing, and I love a lot of them. It's just that from a person who's never played as a kid coming in, it can be daunting. But they've given our demo a try. They've made it through the prelude and they had fun. And so it's my hope that maybe we can pull some more people into the genre, and maybe we can make the turn-based genre something that becomes more, one step closer to mainstream over time. That's the goal, I guess. Like one step closer into the frontier is what I would like to be known for. Just playing a role in a long line of great designers and people that have brought it so far. So casual mode is designed to kind of introduce you to mechanics. It's a really great mode to stream on if you're I've discovered anyway, if you're just kind of wanted to talk through the story, immerse people in sort of what's happening between the characters and interactions with the world, and it's a lot more forgiving. The encounters aren't as ludicrously hard. Normal is deceptively normal. I've been debating if I should change these names to beginner, advanced, insanity or something like that, because it's really hard to play normal even. I've beaten it once on normal so far. We did that earlier, and I felt pretty good. You think I, as the designer, would have made it further, but I rely on my players to have that fun and tell me, because ultimately it's up to them to decide. It's deceptive if I play it and try to judge difficulty. I always think it's too easy or whatnot. But yeah, hardcore is punishing. I have not beaten on hardcore. It is very hard. I'm only aware of one player in our pre-release that has beaten it, and they said it was a beast. But they loved it ever so much so, because when they finally did do it, it was like, yes, in your face. So that's what we're going to do today, right now. And I want to try and pick somebody I haven't done yet. So I'm just look at the choices, and there's at least a couple here. I have not seen her yet at all. We have not touched this character in any way during this entire streaming marathon. So we're going to be Sibylla, the Conjurer. Incidentally, Sibylla's original designation was the Summoner. She is from our 2009 title Hero Mages, also a turn-based tactics CCG type of game. Although no actual card collecting, it was a card mechanics. You had a shared deck of cards that each character had a specialty in. And in that particular game, her specialty was that she was able to summon more creatures than anybody else. She can control an army, whereas most of the characters can only control one at a time. Okay, so we're going to play as Sibylla. She is now the Conjurer, since all of the characters are officially Summoners in Summoner's Fate. We just felt that term was a better way to make it understandable what was going on. Not everybody knows what a mage is, but when you say Summoner, you kind of get the idea I'm summoning things, and that is probably like 50% or more of your card activities are summoning something of some kind. Weapons, spells, whatever. She gives your summon units +1/+1, so kind of tying back to that original boon in Hero Mages. And she can support. This is a bit counterintuitive, but she supports allies by sacrificing them to heal herself. So yeah, she's kind of sadistic like our friend Cora, the Ice Queen. We're going to choose her, and here we are. In this boundless and ever-changing multiverse, heroes called Summoners are gifted with the power to wield primordial magic. That will be an important word later. It is foretold that through their adventures, the world is shaped and given meaning. To fulfill their destiny, the Summoner must defeat 3 formidable bosses that guard the gateway to the beyond, but they cannot do it alone. Okay, so you are the guide. I in this case, but you, the player, right? This character is looking up at you. You're the one who decides their destiny, and this is one of our signature things. This is if there's another game that's done this, I would love to know, because it'd just be great to kind of pat on the back and say, yes, thank you for also seeing what I see in this top-down looking up thing. Because let's be honest, tops of heads aren't the greatest thing to look at, right? You don't connect with your character, right? And that's why everyone likes the side scrollers, because you get to see the full body of the character. You see them in the struggle. You feel like you're there with them. And in a top-down game, you sort of feel like you're above them. You're not connected to their world. And so my gimmick to that was eye contact, right? I'm looking at you right now, and there's a connection happening. Even though I can't see you, I know that you're looking at me and can see my eyes, and we're sharing something right now. And as much as I can in the digital space, that is what those characters are doing. And so even though players will initially find this a bit shocking, like, why their necks must hurt, I get awkward vibes, look, it's creepy, I get all these sentences, and I just say, give it time. It's going to be like the Aeron chair, where everyone laughed it out of the office, and now it's like the #1 selling chair, because design and function will triumph over the familiarity that comes with things. This is how you make change happen. I don't want to just be another derivative of derivative. I want to be something that sets the standard for the next. I want to see a generation of games that uses this mechanic, and that would make me ecstatic. All right, so they look up at you. The dungeon entrance to the first boss lies ahead on the path. The great peril and chance encounters await in the dark mist that shrouds this place. Help your summoner explore and battle by building a deck of magic, recruiting new team members, and finding lore to reveal the secrets of your enemy. Okay, here we go. Usually there's some lore right in these first boxes, but I guess not. Okay, we'll keep digging. I got some gold in that one. All right, and oh, there's some lore. So this is a lore scroll. It's a little snippet of flavor text that will give you a meaningful clue about the denizens of your world, what characters are populated in this unique world. So Summoner's Fate has a procedural curation engine. I'm officially coining this term. I'm the first. This is my word. Procedural curation, not procedural generation. There's no randomly generated content in this game. But I say procedurally generated because that's what people understand. But curated, I mean, is it takes handcrafted content, every piece of map, character, encounter, etc. that we hand test and craft, and it curates them in a way with this really cool algorithm that assembles them. And it's very similar to like how old school D&D games would work, where you'd have like a bunch of tile sets and you just sort of shuffle them like a deck of cards and lay out the dungeon. And usually they would solve that problem by just saying, okay, well, we need these corridors to connect, and it's kind of awkward if we just sort of don't connect them. So you can have some agency there to connect it, right? And that's how they would work. So we do the same kind of thing, except we do the heavy lifting of connecting them for you. And the way we do that is by literally stapling them together, and then we bulldoze a path, like a magical fantasy bulldozer comes and just carves a road through it, carves a river through it, and it makes a unique world in that way. But the levels themselves are all originally hand designed, balance tested for things like that. So it's pretty cool. Same thing with all the corridors. A magical dungeoneer will come through and carve all the doors between all the rooms. It's really awesome. And those are also procedurally curated or assisted, I guess. In that I technically draw all the roads, but I use a tool that makes it really easy, because it's actually really hard to draw world maps. Okay, so we've got our first room here, and I have to remind myself constantly that we are playing on hardcore mode. And that means I need to take it easy and think through carefully what I'm doing, because if I die, it's permanent and my game is over here, and I have to start over. Okay, so first important thing is I have a deck of cards. Unfortunately, I got the worst pull for this random dungeon. Non-undead units get -1/-1. There's not going to be many of those, so that's kind of useless. So we've got Skeleton Warrior, we got Skeleton Reaver, and we have a bunch of skeletons with shields. This is a terrible situation to be in. But we have her ability. Give summon units +1/+1. Okay, so that gives us a little bit of a leg up. And we can destroy them to heal 3. So if I play it right, they can each deal 1 damage. I've got to just outcraft them. So let's just summon some dudes, and I hope I'm doing this right. What we're going to do is just charge at them gung-ho, and I want to say that +1/+1 is going to give us a leg up here. And we're going to see if I'm right. Ow, ow, ow. Okay, this could be over before it begins. Ow. Oh dear. Okay, yeah. Clearly I did not plan that correctly. I should have kept her in the back and just let these guys absorb the damage. They had shields. What was I thinking? And they all had spears. That's okay. We're going to try it again, and this time I'll just sort of cut through to the dungeon. We'll skip the little intro and give it a go again, because that was just way too short. I think that was my fastest run. But to be fair, Sibylla has not had a lot of love in a while, so she's a little rusty. I'm a little rusty with her, but we're gonna find our sync pattern here as we do this. Much like we help kind of learn how to play Kaelin a little better, and those rats, man. I swear we had a great battle just before we started the battles, or great adventure rather, with the Timekeeper rats, who are the time traveler control race, and that was pretty awesome. Okay, this is not going to happen. We have 14 life. I get a +1, 4, 7, and I could potentially get more of this. Man, could I beat this thing? I'm gonna undo it if I fail, but I don't want to do the math in my head. I want to just play. Okay, so not quite enough to do 7 damage. That's halfway there, but he's got the pierce. Okay, so this is not going to happen. I sometimes get really brazen and think, yeah, I could do it, but again, it's hardcore mode. You do that kind of thinking in casual to learn. I have not done enough casual. This is the fight I should be doing right here. Okay, no spears, no shields, just basic skeletons. I can happily go in there and get my experience to find cards and all that goodness. And you know what? I'm going to even do this, which is kind of a jerk move, but since he's an undead, I get a ++ on him. What was the other plus? He gains for each surrounding undead. Is she undead? She's a mage, so how'd she get plus? Huh. I guess maybe for himself he gets 1. Maybe that's what I mean by that. I'm not sure. I'll have to dig into that, if that makes sense. Alright, let's end turn. We don't have to burn any more cards. Resource management is very important in adventure mode, particularly in the early game. Hardcore mode is hardest in the beginning. And I did that intentionally so that you don't get to the last level and feel like, you know, it was a cakewalk, and you have to just grind, and then you get to the very end, and it's like, oh, now it's this impossible boss, right? I've seen that feedback a lot in a lot of these games like ours, and I think to myself, like, no, that would be pretty pretty crappy, wouldn't it? So I front load it, front load the difficulty, so that if you're planning to go for the long haul, you got to be able to survive the beginning, and I don't put any surprises like that in the late game. It's going to get harder, but it's going to be really hard in the beginning, and you need to be able to survive in these kind of scenarios. If you don't master these tactics now, you won't survive at the end. You have to know the subtle, weird advantages like that are just subliminal. Okay, so in this particular case, this is a risky battle because of these. These are soul harvesters. They have 6 health, which already is more than I can do with my damage. But more importantly, they have lifesteal, and lifesteal is the big issue. And pierce. So if I have shield guys, normally these guys would be more resilient, but they'll just cut right through it. However, what I do have is this, and this makes me feel good. I'm going to see if there's a way I can get all of them in there, because if I could, I'd feel a lot better about myself doing this. See, I'm using the undo feature here to just test the water and see if there's a way to... I don't think I can do it, but I can get most of them, so we're going to do that. I know I had at least 3 of them there before. Let's see, was it this? Maybe it was right here. Okay, I'll take it. Alright, and again, if I can't get through it, I'll undo, but I'm just looking at the numbers here and I'm trying to figure it out. Okay, so next turn they'll be frozen. I can do 4 damage with him. He's going to suck up life, but I can shoot with the bow and arrow and kill at least one of them. And they'll have 3 life, which means they'll have more than they can. I can beat them. Alright, so that's how I do my calculations. I just sort of wing it a little bit. I'm a little bit more take my time in hardcore mode, but that way, yeah. Alright, so we're going to take him out. You go for the backstab. Perfect setup there. And now we need the archer, because we need to whittle him down to nothing. And here's the great thing. I'm going to use the advantage of the fact that he already dropped the cards to scoop it up, and oh yes, okay, double skeletons synergizes so well with this character, because now it was 2 1-1s, now it's 2 2-2s for 1. That's a ridiculous deal. Every Sibylla should take skeleton warriors, and in fact that was her signature spell in mages, was she could summon skeletons, and so now he kills him. But now we're down to 2, and so he's gonna probably, if he's smart, he'll come over here and take a hit at me, because that's what I would do, you know, whittle me down. Okay, but he got greedy and decided I like this guy. That's fine with me. Okay, the problem is that now we're tapped out, right? We have to rest now because she is not a melee character, despite having a nice skewery staff like this. This is not the kind of character you want to be taking head-to-head with anything without some kind of serious buff. So we're gonna just peek in here and. You know, we're not going to fight this thing right now. That is a white, a hardcore mode white. He will crush us. So we're going to get out of here and try to find a campsite is our next objective, so we can recover our cards at the very least. And ideally, we're at that threshold where we've almost got 300 gold, which is about what a hero would cost. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, we got an extra card. That and a summon too, even better. She wants summon cards. Her whole deck should be summon cards because she's the conjurer. Hello. A shadowy figure closely watches over 2 cage heroes in the room. It gestures to them to signal they are for sale. Then it opens a book of spells and beckons you. Come closer to view the wares. Alright, we'll take a look at what you got. Alright, no, we're looking for summon cards because that's where she gets the best bang for her buck. Range is good. This is not a bad card to have for most summoners, but again, this one's also not bad, but again, she's got the inherent healing power. She sacks skeletons. We want skeleton cards. That's probably the #1 card she wants right early game. And then we got some hero choices here. The caged hero. This is going to be a Dreadnought Axe Slayer. We've seen him before on the Pyro team. Sibylla is a cross of Void and Chaos, so she can wield both magics. But she's primarily a Void, so she'll start with those type of cards and eventually start finding Chaos cards. And then we have the Mummy, which is a healer. She heals characters, heals a summoner she attacks. Alright, we can't afford anything right now, so we're going to just... Okay, there we go. Looking for some gold. Alright, we got 300. Now, 300 gold is typically enough to buy a mercenary, but Enkidu is a price gouger. He's kind of a jerk, so he charges 500. I've gotten feedback about that. We'll probably level his hero costs so that they're not so high, because it's a little bit rough for hardcore players to find things. I would say we probably need to rest. We have 2 cards left. I might be able to win one more battle, assuming there's only like 2 guys in it. So we're just gonna go poke in here, and if it's an easy battle, it's a treasure room. Okay. Basically, I kind of gauge if based on the battle, if I'm going to win it with just her and a couple cards. And right now, what are our 2 cards we have? Those are 2 good cards. That could win a battle right there with just that fireball. Okay, this looks like a fate encounter. It is. Yeah. Be very, very cautious about opening tombs in hardcore mode. If you don't have a lot of dice, or if your kind of goal is to satisfy dice and else. Actually, I just noticed we have 500 gold now, so my next objective is to go and get ourselves a hero right here from our buddy, and I'm going to take the Dreadnought just because I like the resilience, and if I need to, I can sacrifice him to get my health back. So let's buy him. We can also attempt to free him. This is highly risky because this guy in hardcore mode he's a badass. We're gonna have to worry about him. Oops, sorry. So we're just gonna be a good customer and pay for him. Guardians are permanent allies. You can have up to 2 of them in your party, and they can also be added to your deck as a card. So they're both summonable characters and followers on your party. But if they die, they can be respawned to the campsite, even in hardcore. I had thought about making them permadeath as well, but then I just thought, man, maybe we'll have an extreme hardcore mode. So when people start figuring out how to beat hardcore, we'll make a new difficulty then for the crazy folk out there that just want to have that level of insane challenge. And you know what? Since we're here, we're just gonna make camp and recover our cards, and this sets us up for roughly enough power to beat an early elite fight. The Cosmic Tortoise is here to allow you to customize your deck. As you get more cards, obviously you have to use him to filter out which ones you want to choose for your carry-along. Along the way, as you spend cards and pick up new ones, you will get to use them. You just can't ever have your deck exceed 20. Once that happens, they're going to start going to the discard pile, and then at campsites, you're going to offload them. Cards are a very heavy burden. They represent the emanations of creation that brings the universe into existence, and so they carry a lot of weight, and that's why the tortoise is there. He has to be the one to carry the burden of that existential kind of crossway type thing that's going on there. All right, let's continue on. Okay, and all right, cool. We still have quite a few people watching our stream here. I'm impressed. I'm really grateful too. I mean, I thought I would be. What time is it here? It's noon already. Wow, I'm almost. It's been a long time. All right, is he an easier one? He's a 14. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna go for it. All right, but let's study his powers first. He has Pierce. Great. Okay, so the one character that can cut through the shield, and Lifesteal. He's gonna be a pain in the butt. Okay, so we're gonna be cautious about it. What I'm gonna do is summon the Soul Reaver, or not Soul Reaver. What's he called? He's called the Skeleton Reaver. And then the dog, who got a +1/+1 for himself and for his buddy there, and now he's a 3/3. And what we're gonna do is just go at it, try and whittle him down as best we can. Now he's gonna recover all of that, and we're gonna hit him again. And that's just how this guy plays. He's a jerk. I'm a little bit reluctant to bring my summoner down there, but I need to keep the pressure on him. So hopefully we can survive. He doesn't have anything too horrendous on me. Okay, we're gonna take 3. We knew that. We knew that was coming. Now, okay, so he used all of his mana, and oh, okay, that is a pretty sadistic plan. That puts the pressure on me now. So your soul is mine. I think you know where this is going. He's the soul taker, right? And yeah, I have a lot of puns to things that I loved growing up. So yeah, okay, we can hit him in the back. No penalties there, and we can hit him again, but if we do, he's going to counterattack and suck our life out and just heal it back anyway. So what we're going to do is Cone of Cold him. That's going to freeze him, and now we're going to defeat him before he has a chance to possess this guy, because we don't want that. Alright, so take a deep breath there, relax. We made it through the first round here, the first elite battle. That's typically where you die in hardcore first, is the elite battles, your first one. And as I said before, we're on the hunt for a particular kind of card, this card, Skeletons. 2 for the price of 1, and she doubles the stats on both of them with her ability. So 1/1s are particularly a high value proposition for her unique ability. Okay, and we're moving down now, and oh gosh, there's a lot of skeletons. Okay. Alright, well, in this case, I'm not too worried because this guy basically is immune to skeletons. And I'll explain why. He's got the shield, it's going to absorb the first attack from the front, and then he's got 2 armor points. So before he takes any life damage, they're going to have to go through his armor. And the armor's going to regenerate faster than they can cut through him. So I'm just going to let him sit there. We're going to hold on to our cards in case we need them for a future battle. And we're going to just let him take the damage. See, 1, 2, and he's just fine. Now he regenerates, and the shield's still down, right? Because he's staggered, but we're going to fix that by doing that. Now his shield's back up, and he's at full power once more. And now we're going to take this guy in the back, like so. And I'm not going to even play a card because we're going to save those resources for future battle. You got to be strategic and save costs where you can. Okay, now I don't want these guys to sneak up on me because if I attack him, I'll take a damage, and every point of life is precious in hardcore. We need to go up here and just play it slow. Good, another skeleton. I love it. That's exactly what I want to have for this character. Okay. And we got one left. I'm just going to go ahead and brazenly put him out there. We'll have her collect the gold because why not? Save some time for later. And end our turn. We're not going to play a card again because we want to hold on to these as long as possible. And he knows he's dead, so he didn't even bother to attack. He's just like, alright, well, you got a big shield and you got spikes on you, and I'm a skeleton, so. Alright, and we'll be facing the Lich King in this dungeon, as suggested here by the lore. The lore is designed to give you flavorful insights about the characters of the world, and also some heads up. In the final build, obviously the bosses will be entirely randomized, so you won't know which boss you're fighting, as kind of been predictable as we played more and more of these, that they're sort of a linear order I've got going for the current pre-release. But that's not intended. That's just where we're at in the process right now, and they will be randomized, and the lore will be your key identifier. Now I gotta be very careful with Sybilla because of this. She can sacrifice allies to replenish her health, and in fact, you know, I put myself at risk every time I go in a room with 5 health. I might want to consider just sacking a skeleton here like this. Oh, I can't because I moved. Oh, let's undo that whole thing. All right, but if we make it through here, we might go ahead and just sack a skeleton so we're not going into a room with half our health gone. Okay, and let's chop this guy down. You found a life fruit. Okay, that's what we've been hunting for. The next step in early game is to find life fruits. Notice how she only had 5 health, but naturally all summoners should have at least 20. Some have more because of their fighters. But your goal is to collect these life fruits to kind of get to full strength. Right? And again, that's done intentionally to get you used to the type of tactics you're going to need to survive the final battle. Treasure, good. Okay. We want treasures. Alright, I'm not sure we're lost now. We're going to consult our map. Alright, we got a lead up this way, but there's a room we haven't been to yet. This is a fate encounter. You can tell because it looks like a precarious situation. The Philosopher's Stone. Alchemical equipment and a large deposit of lead ore rest on the table. The book is turned to a page that says, Lead to gold. 3 easy steps. If only it was that easy, right? Let's make some gold. Alright, now this is risky. We have to check our life. We have 11. If the table explodes, we can take the hit, so it's not too risky, but it wouldn't be nice. So let's give it 3. If nothing happens, fine. 3 is not too big a risk, but hey, we can get 200 gold would be nice. And look at that. Just the perfect bet right there. And that's how fate encounters work. It's a kind of a fun little strategic mechanic where it's got that excitement of the dice roll common to all tabletop RPGs, but with a little bit of strategy in the sense that you get to have some agency with how you choose to spend the resources you collect. Oh yeah, we've seen this guy. Oh, okay, so now he's coming first at us. This is why I'm glad we had gotten that heart there. Okay, yeah, and now we're a little bit vested now. We can still retreat on the first turn because we haven't technically taken a turn. After I take a turn and end it, I will then be committed to the battle. I can still retreat, but it will start to cost resources. So you got to think carefully if you can fight this, and you can play around. It's okay to do things like this and then be like, you know what, I want to retreat and undo that, and let's get out of here. That's totally fair. All right, so we got to look at this situation and see, can I beat this guy? That's really the question we're asking ourselves. Can I beat him? All right, he's got lunge and lifesteal, but notably, he does not have pierce like the Soul Taker did. Now that's going to help us a long way because his biggest strength is his armor and his shield. A Pierce unit cuts through all of that, but this guy's going to have to work through it. And so that's to our advantage. So I'm thinking pretty good about him. We've also got the Skeleton card coming up and an Archer coming up that will all get boosted by our stats. And we want to take out these guys because elites are notorious for dropping lots of dice, as well as 3-card choose cards as opposed to single random cards. So it'll help us out. Alright, so the question I have is, who do I attack? Do I want to go for this guy, or do I take him out with something else? And I'm feeling like I could better spend this maybe doing something like this, where I kind of do like a hybrid kind of deal. I even got a freeze card. Jeez, this is... Actually, that's the move right there. Cut through both of them together, and then... Oh, but I'm not Korra. I'm like, why didn't it freeze them? And that's because I'm not the Ice Queen. Only the Ice Queen has the power. So certain cards will synergize with a particular summoner, but in this case, I don't have the ice power. I have the crazy summons power, which is far more versatile. Except some of the characters are summoners, or units, or whatever. You get the idea. Alright, the Skeleton Captain is kind of a pain in the butt. This is a situation where you want to have Pierce because he's got the shield, he's got lunge, he's got a lot of health, and he makes other ally skeletons get +1/+1. So he's basically the equivalent of me, but for skeletons. I am like the master skeleton lord. I make everything +1/+1. And yeah, oh, this is the really sad part. If he hadn't been standing right there, I could get the air elemental in behind him and just go to town, stabbing him in the back. But he knew what he was doing. He's standing there for a reason. And now I'm thinking about what I want to do. I gotta take advantage of the shield. If these guys get through to the back line here, I'm not gonna outlast them. So I need to stay smart, stay safe, and use my shield units to my advantage. And when I feel so inclined that a skeleton is no longer useful, then we start to sack them. In fact, in this particular case, even though he's still useful as a blocker, I don't want to take any risks because I don't know what cards he has up his sleeve. Right? He could have something that deals a lot of damage, and then I'm just in trouble. And it's hardcore mode. This is 1 life only in this particular mode, so we're gonna go ahead and then stab him again. Right? That's a kind of a free shot as well. So I think that was the better play. And we'll hold this guy in reserve just in case he's got some kind of AoE thing. I don't want to kill all my skeletons up front. When you got a 0-cast character, there's not necessarily... Oh, jeez, this is bad. Okay. Okay, so that could have been death there, or pretty close to it. 4 and 3, 7 damage. I would not have died. I could have sacked some skeletons, came back, but... Yeah, I guess I give him props. It's probably the better DM play if you want to be the jerk DM to just hose this guy because he can't come back until I get to a campsite. And I can recover by sacking these little skeletons. Alright, we're in some trouble. We're in some trouble. Primarily because I can't block both. I can attack one and the other one's going to backstab me. So I think what we're going to do is try and focus our fire on this guy here. And my thinking is, if I can defeat him or come really close, that these problems will go away. Okay? So let's see if we can do it. Just gonna test the waters here. As long as I don't trigger any surprises, things like that. Am I still on the screen here? I can't tell if I'm on screen. I am. Okay, okay. This is more like this. I'm starting to slouch. Okay. As long as I don't have any surprises to worry about, then I can undo back all the way to the beginning of my turn in single player. Multiplayer, you can't undo that far back, but here you can. Okay, so let's attack him from the front. He's already exhausted his counterattack, so that's good for us. We're going to throw the air elemental down. That's 4 damage there, and yes, sirree, I can totally beat him. Right there. I gotta sneeze for a second. 1 sec. How do I switch this thing? Nope, it was a fake out. Okay. Oh, okay, yeah. geez, this is a no-brainer for her. The skeleton captain. So as he was a skeleton, he's basically me for skeletons. Having him on my team as an ally makes my skeletons like extra dope, so we're gonna take him. Necromancers would also be a great choice for her. They're I don't think we've seen them in this run yet, but the necromancers are the skeletons that summon more skeletons. Oh wow, we could have a second skeletal captain. I want another one. 2 of those together would just be a wrecking ball. Lich King has weapons. Okay. Typically bookcases are designed for lore. They occasionally can have a card, I think, but I usually don't spend too much time reading them, unless I'm looking for the lore. If I'm looking for the story, I want to look for bookcases. Okay. But generally, when I'm playing hardcore, I know what I'm doing. I'm focused. I don't like to leave a room unattended here, so we're gonna go back and check this out. This looks like a campsite. And how's everybody here doing? He's not looking too good. We have no reserve campsites, so we have to be cautious with our resources. I'm gonna take the marshmallows. I feel like we should rest, but if we don't have at least one campsite in reserve, we're not gonna make it very far in the run itself. We might make it to the end of the Lich King, but we're not gonna make it through to the desert. That's a necromancer, but that's not just any. That's the void necromancer. And this will be a tough fight. Let's pull back. I don't quite feel we're ready for that yet. We had at least 2 other places we could go. Let's search those out first. Our health is at what? Are we at least 17 yet? We're at 13. We're at 11. Yeah, we need at least 1 more heart. We're at 14. I would feel better. And ideally 1 more character. Okay, this is a fight we should be doing right here, especially since we have our own skeleton captains. So yeah, pretty classic combination of the skeleton captain and the necromancer. You get the idea. He's gonna boost all the skeletons, and they're gonna make more of them, and I'm gonna get swarmed by a bunch of super skeletons. I actually prefer this. I find this encounter easier than the one that has 2 captains and 1 necromancer. The 2 captain encounter is rough because there's a big difference going from 2/2 skeletons to 3/3 skeletons. 3/3 skeletons are immune to a lot of the AoE effects that would just sort of wipe them out. And so I'll take more skeletons as opposed to tougher skeletons. We don't have any enough mana to cast anything yet, so we're gonna just gently walk over here. Yeah, that's typical as well. He wants to go around the back here so he can just kind of prod me in the rear, and I can't counterattack him. So you know what we're gonna do? We're just gonna take and brazenly charge forward here. And now that I have my skeleton captain out, I'm just gonna go for it. And go ahead and summon your skeletons all day long. I don't care, because I'm gonna crush those things. And we're gonna move forward and make sure we're trailing just enough away from the spear of that guy. Okay, this is a great situation to be in here. Normally we have to cut through these little guys one by one, but now we can just take it, blow them up. That's wonderful. Okay, now this, like so. Delicate craft as we work our way through, and we'll go ahead and just take these cards. Alright, oh yeah. This is handy. That's a great situation to have for this guy. We get him close enough and we'll just walk up there and tap. Okay, let's see if we can do that. I might actually like to try that. Oh, he's gonna come after me. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay, cool, we can do it. So we're not gonna even bother putting this guy at further risk. We're just gonna walk up there, take our newfound touch of death, and just do its thing. Nice and smooth. That's how you play hardcore. Nice and smooth. So the being beyond time speaks to the cosmic tortoise. If you were with us earlier for the casual difficulty run, we made it to the end, and there's some truths about the cosmic tortoise you will discover that are deep and thought-provoking. So we'll hold on to that if we make it that far. I don't anticipate we're going to make it to the end of the run. I have yet to beat hardcore mode yet myself. Okay, good. Now I'm feeling much better about our run so far because we have another campsite. And we have yet to need to use any campsites. Take marshmallows. So marshmallows are a signature resource of Summoner's Fate. You know, it's playing the whole s'mores the campfire thing, and you need them to start campfires. But if you find a campsite that's filled, you can raid it. And so these empty campsites, I can now spend marshmallows to rest there and recover my discarded cards, which we have quite a bit of now. We've got almost a full deck. Alright, let's poke in here. Okay, this looks like another fight we could win. I'm very grateful that we got to go first, because that would have been 6 damage coming at me right there. But since I got to go first, we're going to now move in like this, and I'm going to just start off by picking off the archers. Because I don't want to have any surprise damage on my summoner. And we're going to do the same with this guy. Like so. And the great thing about Sibylla is that all of her summon units get +1/+1. All of them. So, not the Guardians, these aren't summoned, but anything she casts via a card will get it. Alright, so we're going to be cautious with this guy because they might try to shoot an arrow to break his shield and then send in the Hound. I suppose if they do that, they're taking a bit of a risk because his armor should still absorb it, I believe. No, he could get more than one dog on there. Let's hold back right. That's the sweet spot. Okay. I don't want to lose this guy. As long as he's alive, I feel confident to go face battles. Granted, we did just burn most of our cards. We still have 3 left. I could probably beat the battle without using any more cards at this point. In fact, I'm fairly certain I can do it here, yes. But either we're going to take 4 damage or, you know what? Let's get that rat in there. Yes, this is where we're going to use the bat. Oh, that was enough. Okay, because he had 2 damage. Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting they have the +1. As I said earlier, this is my first time playing a run with Sibylla. Alright, so this lore speaks to the guides. And for those that missed the intro, the guide is you, the player. And it's said that they've been with us since the creation of our world, which is true. This is speaking in lore speak to the real development process of this game. We have been a community-driven developer since day one. Summer's Fate's been in development for over 5 years now. It has been even longer than that if you consider the history that has led up to it, starting in 2006 with the creation of the Hero Mages board game, and 2009 with the launch of the Hero Mages digital game, which is the predecessor to Summoner's Fate. So we've been developing turn-based tactics / card game combinations for a very long time. And we're probably one of the very first games of its kind to really combine tactics and cards. It's become a little bit, there's a lot more of them now yeah, if you go back to 2009, I don't know which other ones were out then, but we're definitely one of the first, and certainly one of the first on cross-platform. And yeah, along that entire way, though, we've been very receptive to player feedback and incorporating that into the game. Whether it's fixing bugs, typical stuff, but we go deeper. We design things together. I have a Twitch stream we did. It's been a while since I've done one, but they're on our YouTube channel. We go and we design cards together live on the stream, and we upload them to the pre-release build live while we're on the stream. So people are playing them as early as before the stream that we make them on is over. It's pretty cool. I don't know of anyone else that's done that yet. So I'm trying to think of the things that differentiate us, really. Like I'm not saying this to say it in a way like, oh, we're the first, but more like I like the idea. I said earlier that my goal with this is to be one of those folks that is seen as a stepping stone in a long series of great talented people that have contributed in some significant way to a genre or a medium. And this is my craft. I put my heart and soul in this every day, and I like to be one of those people that is talked about like an Into the Breach type of designer, and seen as someone who gets modeled after. Like I'd love to see, like just like how every game now has that Slay the Spire node map. Even I was going to put one in somewhere that kind of looked like that, and I'm just like, nope, I got to be original. We're going to scrap that. But yeah, I'd like to be something that inspires a level of interest and design that other developers use our models to base off their own work and to evolve it too. I'm not saying that we own it, but like, everyone's journey is a taking of the steps before them, right? Every single game. You can even trace Slay the Spire back to what's the game? Like Dream Quest came out a year or two before, and then that took from the what's the game called? Desktop Dungeons back in 2013 or 2012. Maybe earlier than that even. It's been so long. All right, so we're at the point now where we're basically going to have to use Campsite next. So I'm not going to even try to hide it. We're just going to go send everybody in here and finish off these guys. Yeah, I like to be part of the journey. That's my biggest wish, to be part of the journey, to take what others have done great, to give it our own unique spin, and then let others take that and carry the torch on to the next great thing, and we all level up together. That's the indie dream right there, to just be a part of that. That's what I'd like. All right, so this is, again, joking about the Cosmic Tortoise. It's a weird fancy pack mule. I think I said earlier how it's exhaustive to carry the cards. They carry heavy existential burden, and you need a tortoise to do it. Okay, I don't know why I'm running in here. I think I forgot I'm playing hardcore mode. This is not a fight I want to do. Even though they're easy little skeletons, they are not easy when you're just a one person summoner here with no backup. So what we're gonna do, our very next step, is to go down here. And we're going to light this bonfire and finally rest in this dungeon. And in so doing, all of my discarded cards now become a replenished resource. See, marshmallows are tasty. They have did you notice the transition there? We stocked and they picked up the marshmallow, and now I walk around with my marshmallow stick, poke them in the butt with the marshmallow. It's things like this. This is the little touch I want to see people like smiling about. Like, you're not going to notice it at first, and it's silly I'm calling it out even, but it's just that thing. I don't know how long it took to do that. It probably took a few hours out of one day, but that's the kind of little detail I mean when I say that a lot of love and passion went into this. Like, that's just a little Ross imprint in the Matrix there. That's one little thing I did to kind of pass the torch forward. Everyone's got a bonfire in their game, but we added the marshmallow. That's our thing. And now I want to see all future bonfires are going to have the marshmallows. Okay. All right. So now that we've done that, let's head on up here. And head on up north. That's a whole lot of... Oh, this is the room I warned you about. Remember we talked about that. Earlier we encountered the two necromancers and the one captain. Now we've got the captain party. So, oh, and good. We drew the card, the exact card I want for this, the Touch of Death. But, sad, we have a little bit of a problem. And that problem is this room is laden with traps. These spike traps deal 2 damage when entering. I don't want to walk on the traps. Maybe the skeleton captains do, but I don't. So we got to be careful. Alright, so what we're going to do is very carefully walk over and raid this. And oh, heck yes. This would be a great card right now because we can use it. Thank you. We can use it to wipe out this entire mob of skeletons right now. And that was some good luck right there, taking all those guys out. All right, so I feel good about that. All right, now we're going to start pegging this necromancer down. And finally, he's not in a bad spot where he is right now. I just don't trust him. If he decides to come this way, can I go further up? if he decides to go that way, I'd like to cover my summoners, but all right, he might go this way and hit me, but we'll see. We'll see what he does. Either way, we know someone's gonna die. I can't protect everybody. Don't have enough troops yet. Okay, so he did the exact thing I was afraid of. He came up here and stabbed me in the butt. Alright, but we have the Touch of Death. We intend to use it. Is now the right time to use it. I could deal 4 damage to him. Okay, we need to get rid of this thing. So let's start with that. Okay, so he's down. Now I need to move this guy out of the way. Let's let their skeleton come through the trap, and then I'm gonna go here. That's why I'm like, why? It's not lighting up. I'm scared. Okay, good. Okay, I am incredibly vulnerable right now. Let's see his range. I'm in the kill box. 1, 2, 3. I'm in the kill box. You can literally see the kill box. And I'm overlapping that by enough. The skeletons can't get through because they'll get spiked. But the necromancer can get through and he can just walk right here and I'm in kill box. So this plan's not going to work. We have to rethink it. As much as I'd love to Touch of Death this guy right now and end my worries, this guy and this guy will come and end me. Alright, so what can we do instead? We could sacrifice a skeleton. Sacrificing a skeleton would buy us 3 points of life. Might not be a bad call. We could summon the air elemental and use it as a blocker to prevent this guy from getting through. Seems a tad bit of a waste maybe, but that's what we're going to do. That's the safer play, and in hardcore mode you got to be a little bit more cautious. Okay. Now, I can still get hit here by the necromancer, but there's no chance of me getting killed this next turn. Alright, I'm just looking at all the characters. I'm no longer in the kill box, so I'm okay. I'm in this kill box, but not enough damage there, so we're okay. Alright, now I suppose we should just exchange blows. We got the armor. We're not going to die from him, but we're going to go ahead and just let's start hammering him down. Now that he's staggered, he's going to die. We won't need to Touch of Death on him anymore. We'll save that for this guy. Alright, we knew that was going to happen. Oh god, no. Did we make a mistake? Did we make a mistake? Oh, we did. We should not have moved him. This could be it. That's it. That's how you learn in hardcore mode, folks. we had him under control. We should have just been patient. I got greedy. I tried to... We'll even replay that. See, what I did was I moved my air elemental to attack, but I didn't see this possibility where the 4 damage, because I thought, oh, I'm covered. You can't attack the side of it. As soon as I opened up that pocket, that's where I failed. Okay? So I call this out for a very important reason, right? In a roguelike game, if it's designed well, it's got to be fair to the player, right? Everyone knows there's a certain level of RNG, but it's got to feel fair. Like, I have to feel like I deserve to die because I made a mistake, and I can learn from that mistake. And I'm showing you this because I explicitly can identify via the replay exactly what I did wrong. I took this guy out of cover early, thinking things will be okay. I'll attack this guy in the rear. And look at this guy. He didn't even do what I thought he was going to do. Instead of standing there, he just stood in the spikes and took it. So I misread the situation and planned it in my head differently than it was possible. So I lose, but I now have the gift of having learned a very key tactical nuance of the game, like always double check. And it's the same thing in chess. I've had so many chess games where I played like this, where you think, all right, I got the cinch move, and you work through your whole strategy and go, okay, now I'm going to do this. And then you forget to realize that by changing this one simple piece of the plan, you've now changed the whole scenario. And the AI saw it, they exploited it, and I died, sadly. So once again, I failed to make the hardcore mode happen. But that's Summoner's Fate adventure mode, and that's hardcore mode for those that like that kind of very visceral challenge in the dungeon, very strategic thinking where you've got to plan every move. It's intense. It's got its own level of fun, but it can take a lot out of you. So I tend to break those up in increments where we don't do them back to back like that, because unless I die right away, then I'll jump in right away. So yeah. Anyway, my name is Ross. I've been streaming for all night, taking advantage of this great opportunity to be part of the PAX Online Indie Showcase, and that's being featured on Steam, and we're really proud to be part of it because it takes a lot of hard work to get recognized as an indie, and I'm honored to be counted among so many high caliber titles, all of which you should check out also on the Steam Indie Showcase. They're great. I'm amazed at the capabilities of what others can do, and it's just cool to be part of this, all hanging out and have you guys watching it. So thank you. I know turn-based tactics aren't for everyone, but if you thought this was interesting and even a little bit, check out the page. There's plenty more info about that. I plan to be updating regularly with all kinds of cool facts about the game. We've been doing this for 5 years now on this particular title and have been involving community in every step of the way. There's a Discord, there's all the social media links on our Summoner's Fate website, and of course, most importantly, since we're here on Steam, check out our Steam page, give us a wish list or a follow there, or drop a comment. Even if you say, hey, it's not my thing, but it was cool, thanks for the energy in the show, that would make me feel so happy about all the work put into this, because, man, I'll tell you, it was I had a freak out scramble to go and figure out how to get streaming to work again after having not done it for quite some time. All right. That all being said, for those just joining us and wanting to learn more about the game beyond the adventure mode, this is Summoner's Fate, turn-based tactics and deck building, and we just finished a walkthrough of the adventure mode in hardcore, nonetheless, and now we're going to jump into some battles. So battles are kind of like the staple component of the game loop, but here you can do them just one-off versus AI and other players in multiplayer, both real-time and asynchronous, so we've got everyone's covered. We've got standardized decks here. They are the all-star teams designed for jump-in, play right out of the box, but you can also, of course, design your own as well. Just to keep things moving along, we're going to go ahead and jump in with the, let's play the birds and the bees, the insectoids, and jump into battle. And that's how fast they are. They jump right in. There's no load time of any kind. It just goes right at it. And the bugs are cool because they have the high mobility to cross the map because they can fly over obstacles, and creatures like this griffin have double movement, so they're extremely fast as well. Now the squirrel hurlers, who we're facing off against here, they're all about summoning little tiny animals and making them into big scary animals. Whether that's emboldening the bear, mutating a squirrel into a humanoid creature and breeding armies of those things, or sending little suicide squirrel bombs to come kill me. So we'll be seeing all kinds of that stuff. We've seen a lot of it today already, and yeah, bugs like to swarm things, and I'm going to take advantage of this moment here where they're all got their backs turned to me, just poke and prod this guy. And I'm so glad he did that, because now I get to show you a fire trap. Alright, so to speak a little to that, right? A lot of people that are existing players or longtime fans of turn-based strategy genre will look at my initial screenshots and say, what the heck were you thinking, right? This map's too small, there's no depth, it's too colorful, you don't know what old school gamers like, and I've got a lot of those players in my audience, and it took some time to convince them. So I know I'm in an uphill battle here, right? I know that's what you're thinking. You're probably if you're still sticking around, thank you for hearing the explanation. I appreciate it. But trust me, you will see it the moment you play it. I hope it comes across watching it, but the moment you play it and you start the tactile mechanics, it will all become clear why everything is the way it is. There's a purpose to why they look up at you. You see, it's signaling to me that these are the characters I can still interact with. There's a reason why we chose to do a one action system as opposed to a 2-point like every other game has done since the beginning of time. And yeah, this example here of a gravity combo. So he has a harpoon. If I move it and pull a character, that triggers combos. Notably though, it pulled him into the trap, so he burns from the trap. But then our extra like Summoner's Fate unique thing we did was these combo things. Whenever a character is pushed or pulled into another ally, they get a bonus attack for free. And that bonus attack overruns the natural counterattack of the enemy. That is a Summoner's Fate original thing. I want to see every tactics game down the line like copy and steal that. That would make me happy. Seriously, like take and say, yes, we wanted to use it. Just like everyone uses the Slay the Spire maps. I want to see that happen. That would make me so happy to feel like I did something that everyone loves and wants to emulate. You know. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is play a Swift Strike, and this is gonna just keep us safe in case this. Oh, see, it won't work if you're frozen now. We're gonna play it on this guy. All right, if that barrack decides to come down and get nasty, we're gonna use that. And let's also defend our healer with that. All right, so the surprise mechanics trigger upon activation. Yeah, I'm sad we couldn't do more to save our griffin there. I should have been more careful. All right, but we're gonna summon not the bees. I love to call it out. Not the bees. Okay, and just inject this thing with poison. And then we're not done with them yet, though. We're gonna take and get ourselves set up for one of our classic Summoner's Fate combos. Hook them in, combo, and there it is. Right, so each one of those attacks was a bonus attack, and notice how the bear didn't get to retaliate there. All right, and now that we've got, I really wish I could get to that bear and finish him up, but we're gonna go ahead and just start the going for the throat, as I like to say. Very important that you don't focus too heavily on the guardians, that you focus on somewhere, because this is really the king checkmate move here. It's important to clear the board of enemy pieces so you don't get overrun, but that's the checkmate move. You kill the summoner. Or poof them if you want to be technical about it. All right, and then okay, let's see here. I'm gonna bloodlust this guy because by doing so, now I'm a 5 power bug, but my bonus attack will also be a 5 power, and I'm gonna get him over here like we did before, and jump over here, and it's gonna be great. Combo. Now the coup de grace would have been really sweet if I had a knockback guy here, because then this character would have pushed her into the cactus, and then she would have been dead because the cactus would have poked her to death. But I did not have a knockback guy, so that's the kind of cool Rube Goldberg mechanics you can have in this game. So when people say, "Hey, the grid's too small," I say, "Look, it's highly condensed. There's so much depth crammed into this thing that it looks deceptively simple, but it's viscerally there. And the moment you start playing it and you realize how intricate those mechanics are, and also how intuitive and easy they are to pull off, right? You discover them. You don't overthink them. You just sort of, the term I've been using in this broadcast has been flow. You just feel them. You just sort of drag and move the characters, and it just feels awesome. Yeah. So this cracks me up. This is a situation where the AI looked at their hand of cards and said, "There was no way," and just decided I'm gonna go out on my own way. I'm not gonna even try to fight. I'm just gonna burn myself in the furnace. And I love that. I love the AI. It's been probably one of my favorite things to design is the AI. That's probably one of the things I'm most proud of in the game is the AI. It's so much fun. Just gonna peek over here and make sure I'm addressing everyone's comments and concerns. I know we're probably winding down because it's getting to be lunchtime. At least it is here. I think I'm well past lunchtime now. Geez, yeah, 12:44 here. And yeah, we're just having a great time. Proud to be part of the showcase with PAX Online and on Steam. Like, these kinds of things are like the greatest gift for indies, to have a moment in the spotlight to just say, here's what I've done. I'm passionate about it. I love doing this, and I want you to love it too, because you genuinely feel that way. You know, if it's not your thing, that's cool. It means a lot just to come and take a look, say, give a nod, and stop in for a second, just say, all right, let's see what's new. Yeah, it's cool to be part of that. All right, let's try another battle. This time we'll let's be the mind gamers. It's a little more advanced. I usually kind of work my way into them, but sometimes I see the faces and I just look at it and go, yeah, let's do that one. It's just a gut feel. I know it's gonna be good. Okay, yeah, that's a signature pyromancer move there. Light the whole board on fire. And the reason being is that they're a range-focused group. They want to keep her at safe distance with these beefy tank characters, but she needs line of sight so she can just blast me all day with fireballs, right? And so, yeah, notice how the trees are on fire, and now they can be seen through, so I can't hide behind trees for cover anymore. Okay, and also her characters are pretty smart. They took damage, but they took armor damage, so they'll recover next turn if I don't take advantage of it right now. Gonna hit this guy. Actually, I'm gonna undo that because there's a much better order to these things. Now, I mentioned before that we have this one gesture control system. I'm trying to figure out where I'm supposed to sit here. There we go. I think this is right. I don't know. One gesture control system. Instead of a 2 action point system like a lot of turn-based games, we do move and attack as one fluid movement. And that's what creates the flow of Summoner's Fate. It's very subtle. It's a little maybe strange at first, but it's intuitive, and you'll get it. And what this does is eliminates all of the overthink, all of the analysis paralysis of move, attack, move, attack, and just go, right? And you do trial and error, and that's how you see your possibilities. You don't have to worry about all the permutations and figuring out the entire chess solution like a computer. You play it like a human does, right? By doing. So earlier I tried to zap this guy, and then I said, oh, wait a minute, I see a potential card here, and I undid it, and I just went ahead and moved an attack, and now I can use the power of the Scientist, deal psychic damage, command minion with 3 or less life, and look at that. And we're just going to go and send him against his buddy here, and nicely done. Okay, so I've got 1 mana left, and look at that, it's a discounted counter spell, so we're going to go ahead and play it. And now I'm going to... It may not be the best move to attack the shield, but let's just go ahead and do it anyway. So I took a hit there, but I got the shield down. He may decide if he's smart to go this way and take out the water elemental, but if he does, I'll recover health, so it's fine. I'm just going to move up there. I don't know why I wanted to move up there, it just felt like it. And in your face. Stopped it. Counterspell. That's how the surprises work. Counterspells can be counterspelled. It's great. There's a occult chain of triggers that will counterspells as well as spoil surprises from occurring. Okay, wow. I did not anticipate the fire elemental with the beatdown on my Scientist, and that is unfortunate because this whole team relies on our kind of star player there to whittle people down and mind control them, as you saw earlier. And with her gone, I'm in a bit of a pickle. And this hasn't happened to me yet playing today, so I'm not sure what to do now. But I'll tell you what I don't want is this thing beating on me anymore, so get the heck out of here, you. And I'm going to go finish off this thing. Alright, so this has done a couple good things. I've taken out an enemy. More importantly, though, I've locked her down. Alright, she's a little trigger happy with that fireball, and I don't like that. So by putting the taunting Soul Reaver, who joins us from our first game, Hero Mages, into the fray here, she's now locked in combat, and she can't run away. Now, what she may do is use the Marauder to push her out of the way, and then she'll break free. But you know what we're going to do? We're going to make sure that doesn't happen. We're going to take our Archmage and hold him up here like that to brace him so that he can't knock her away. And then our Water Elemental, what we're going to do with him is take out the Fire guy, and in so doing, the Water Elemental gives us the gift of extra healing. And that's how we're going to play that one through. And oh, I've got a freeze too, jeez. Okay, we can just go to town now. I'm not too afraid of her. She's going to take major damage to attacks, but we're going to freeze this guy. Cool. And that's what pyromancers do. They set things on fire. Look at the board. I mean, what a dramatic change from where it was before. It used to be a beautiful cluster of fall trees, and they were turned into burn trees, the ash, and now they're just nothing. And if she were to cast fireballs, you'd see little scorch marks everywhere. I mean, that's the kind of level of detail that we've thought through and really want to make the game feel alive and special. Like your actions have agency, you know, meaning that your things you do make a difference in this world in a very shown, visible way. So I love that attribute of the Pyromancer to see that change. Okay. All right. We're gonna continue to pin her down, but I'm gonna pull my mage back now, and we're gonna take out this guy. I'll take the 3 damage. We're gonna go ahead and whack her. Again, maybe that wasn't the best move because now he can knock her out of the way, which is probably what he'll do. Oh, even worse. That was a far meaner thing to do. So her entire power was based upon the vigilance, which allowed her to have unlimited counterattacks. And by netting her, trapping in the net, they robbed her of her biggest strength. And now I am all alone and afraid for my summoner. So, okay, we need some help. We need help. And summoning that Ratari also puts me in a situation where this guy got bigger and stronger. Oh, if I only had 2 mana, I could summon that Yeti. Okay, what we're gonna do is just get everyone out of my way and go hang out over here. And it seems like I should be afraid, but remember, I'm the mind gamers, and I planned ahead. We've got the redirect spell here, so we're kind of somewhat baiting her a little bit. The melee guys are safely out of range, and if she decides to cast a fireball on me, we're going to be ready. And all I need to do is survive one more turn. Maybe not even one more turn. We're going to find out. Before I even move, we're going to play Mana Surge. Okay, now here's where the fun begins. Alright, so I've got a teleport. It's not going to help. I can summon this guy. What I really want is a mind control. And I know it's somewhere in the deck because I haven't pulled it yet. It's right there. This is not the order of the deck. It's just what's left in it. But that would be awesome because if I had the mind control, I could steal the troll, go to town, and just, you know, change my fate in this game. But I don't have it. And it's risky to spend this much mana not knowing what's coming next. Do I have another Mana Surge? I do. Okay, if I had another Mana Surge, I could potentially keep going, but I could also do the teleport, which is also risky. We're going to go with the teleport. I'm not sure why I'm deciding to do this. I just feel like maybe look at the mind control. Oh, you know what? Even better. This is classic mind gamer right here. So now we've done even better. We got to cycle through our deck, hunting for the hidden mind control card, and still haven't found it. But heck yeah, I'm gonna take that Yeti and put him to good use. Can we defeat her with this Yeti? Maybe we can. Okay, well, I'll take it. There's the mind control. Dang, and just bury it so we won't get the discount on it now, but we can cast it next turn. Ah, and here's the fireball. Watch this. Surprise! There it is. There it is. There it is. Boom! Oh, I'm so glad we got to see that one. Okay. So, just we'll replay it, but the agency of the game, right? I said there was trees here when we started. They're gone now. There's not even remnants of them. And this is the ash-tarred remains of where the brazen pyromancer decided she was going to hurl a fireball at my archmage. But the archmage is clever, and he planned ahead with his redirect spell and bounced it right back in her face. Here it comes again. Fireball, surprise, redirect. And that's exactly what it looks like. Boom, in her face, and there is a charred remains of that fireball. Just great fun. I mean, what a change. We went from winning to losing to then bouncing around the map, and now that. That is Summoner's Fate. That's what we're about. That's what I'm passionate about. And I want to thank you again for checking out our stream today, taking time out of your day to check out these indie titles and check out the PAX showcase. We're so honored to be part of it with such other great games out there. Also showcasing with us there. Make sure you visit them too. And yeah, it's turn-based tactics, deck building combined with some free roam exploration. We were just demoing battles. We'll probably do a few more battles. Earlier we've done a few of the adventures. This is basically a, you choose a difficulty, and it goes all the way from kind of chilled casual story mode to like I want to be punished hardcore, and you explore worlds and defeat bosses. It takes about 3 hours to complete a full run if you can make it that far. And battle mode is the micro piece of that where you're doing the battles with precon decks. Either you construct them or you play with ours. So these are the all-stars we've been playing with. We also did some custom decks today. Players can create their own with the cards you have in your collection. All the cards matter. There's no commons to dust. There's no randomization booster packs, anything like that. Every card's in the game, and it's all just a great, lovingly crafted experience. Okay, so we saw pyros, we saw mind gamers. Let's go with, we're gonna hurl a squirrel. Okay, and now, looks like we were fighting the squirrel hurlers. They hurled the squirrel, and I'm going to hurl a squirrel. There's going to be a lot of squirrel hurling going on, which could oddly backfire because now that there's squirrels on the board, all these animal cards are geared at supporting all... Actually, I don't want to attack with him just yet. I want to animal overrun, boost them. And I'm going to run up with my squirrels and just do as much damage as I can with my frenzied squirrels. We'll go ahead and just knock this guy away.
Combo.
Oh. Okay, we overkilled that squirrel a bit, but that's alright. So there's a bit of a battle of attrition going on here, and it's not surprising. We have similar teams, and the map is pretty open in this particular configuration. But the idea is you want to be a leg up, and I feel really good right now because I am the lead turn and I have the lead health. So things are looking good for me, but that can change on any moment with a secret play. So you got to be cautious and not get too cocky because we did that a few times and we suffered for it. One big problem is my bear is not close enough. I need to move him up. Another big problem is this guy. I don't like him. We're gonna get rid of him. Turn him into a squirrel, defeat him, and now get my other squirrel in there. Every point of damage matters. Even if it's one, it'll give you the leg up because I've seen so many matches come down to literally 1 point of health, and you got to be ready. Just again that awesome slick drag drop interface. So intuitive. You're not notice as you're watching, if you're a turn-based player, you're not sitting here seeing me think on a static screen. I'm constantly moving, constantly trying. I'm playing out the moves. I'm undoing the moves if I don't like them. I'm seeing, I'm learning, I'm figuring things out. It's very, very fluid design to the game. Okay, now I want a fireball here, but it's just not the sweet spot for that turn yet. So what we're going to do instead is hurl a squirrel at this druid. And now I'm going to fire an arrow, and now I'm going to do something that makes me a little strange. I'm going to play a wolf. Why am I doing that? Because the wolf has a war cry ability. When he enters the battlefield, all ally animals get +1/+0 until their next turn. Its bark is as bad as its bite. It sure is. Now, why a wolf howl would enrage a squirrel, I don't have a reason for you, except that's just how a wizard did it, okay? And now we're going to just go to town on this thing, and that's death by oh! And to add extra fun to it, for some reason she decided when I go out, I want to go out in a blaze of glory. That's just the quirkiness of the AI there. It's fun. Players do that too, which is always fun to see. Yeah, so the battles can be played single player against the AI. They're very quick, as you saw. And I mean very quick by turn-based, very quick standards, not like quick by FPS standards, but for even for turn-based standards, those that say they're very quick, this is very quicker than that. Like this is like light speed for turn-based games. Okay, I think the only thing that gets faster is the one where you do like everyone takes their turn at the same time and it just sort of auto-calcs it. But if you're doing actual play turns, this is about as fast as I could possibly imagine it being. Okay. So that was once again another battle example there. Our multiplayer is cross-platform, so you'll be able to play this thing on everything. Eventually, all platforms. I have goals to go everywhere. Right now, it's in development on all the desktop and mobile platforms. And you can do real-time asynchronous. I haven't implemented the async yet, but I have proof of concept. We did the async multiplayer in our first game, Hero Mages, and actually had a really cool thing we did. You could actually play real time, finish it later async, and then come back to real time if you so felt inclined. So I'm really good with the tech side of things. I like to make games accessible as much as they can be to everyone and easy to jump into, super fun to play, something you're going to be doing for, you know, as a hobby, as a routine, as a habit every day, not because you feel forced to, like some games where you're guilt tripped into these events or missing out. There's no FOMO here. These are all, everything's available. You don't lose anything out. You do it because you're like how my dad used to be, playing a game of solitaire every day, keeping records of it because that was just his habit. It was his way of focusing, you know. Maybe your thing's solitaire or Sudoku or whatever, but I'll tell you, if you like these kind of games, it'll eventually become a summer's fate. Will work in its way in there somewhere. All right, let's play the Rugged Rebels and do another battle. I'm trying to figure out where I'm sitting again here. I gotta move closer or what? I tried to make that window small so I wouldn't have my head taking up half of the screen. I think I chose a pretty good spot, right? I mean, I'm floating up here above the mana bar, and that's the top of the mana bar, right about where my nose is there, I guess. And you have up to 5 mana per turn, so you're not missing anything there. And above that, there's nothing. It's actually one of the signature things about the game that we don't use any sub-menus or UI heavy things. We want to be as light as possible. In fact, we even hide all that stuff when you're just looking at it, so it has that nice welcoming aesthetic to it. All the stats are right there, though, so you want to see them, you want to see details, you just press and hold on something. Okay, we're going to summon an Earth Drake. This is kind of like the signature thing of the Rugged Rebels, right? These rock things, these earthy things, these plant things. He is like a nature/arcane mage, so all the gravity goodness of arcane with the wildness of nature. And what these animals do is create kind of a debuff on them that weakens them, but in an unusual way. It's basically stack damage. I've bruised his guts so bad that the next time he gets hurt, he's going to take extra damage. And that stacks. So if you can combo a few of these together and focus fire, you can do a lot of damage really quick. And I didn't play him particularly well because I'm not thinking as straight anymore after doing this stream for all day. Yeah, the Rugged Rebels. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take and knock him back, and I'm gonna get a Guardian Angel. Awesome. Okay, so this is one of the surprise cards. One of my favorites that really stands out, is unique to us. Instead of being countered like just a counter spell, it actually drops a character on the board, and as you saw there, like knocked him back, and so I redirected my attack. So no dice on my plan there. I'm gonna regenerate this thing. I'm going to Mana Surge, and I'm gonna take and plug up this hole with the Angel. I want to get this guy out of here because I don't want that 6 damage. So I'm gonna attack the Angel, and I'm gonna take and pelt him out of there. So that's his thing. He knocks things back, and then he roots them to the ground with his nature magic. Okay, that's Barbarian's signature thing. He kills things and then keeps on trucking. So now we can go and get an extra attack with him. And you want to be thinking about your team you build as, how do I maximize my strengths while robbing the enemy of theirs each turn. And so you look at it like a points thing. The number of damage you deal each turn with a character, the number of damage you rob the enemy, and also positioning, right? It's just like in chess. Position has a value to it, and that's how the AI assesses the game. It has an engine of learning that understands the value of the game, how to compare winning, right? You have to be able to describe that in terms that can break down to statistics that the computer can crunch. And you're doing that crunching too, whether you know it or not, at a subliminal level. That's how you're strategizing, and that's how the computer works, albeit a bit more mechanically. Okay, so we need to get rid of this thing. I'm going to use a Goblin Archer. I love these little guys because they work so good in combination with his other abilities. Unfortunately, we don't have any Earth guys left because I've been playing a little bit sloppy with them. This guy is immune. I keep forgetting he's immune to the... Nope, no. Come back here. He's immune to the root. That's his power. He's immune to debuffs like that. I feel like he should have got at least knocked back though, right? Maybe the whole thing is blocked because of that. Alright, well, you know what? Get out of here. Why didn't he run away? Let's try this again. Huh. Wow, he is. He's like just totally immune to my powers. Alright, let's just get out of here then. I don't want to get chopped by this thing. Yeah, so, yeah, the little goblins there. Simple one-cost card. Seems like it'd be a throwaway common in any other game, but in this game, when combined with the Earth powers, becomes a wrecking force. Because every one of those little arrows multiplies in damage, depending on how much vulnerability damage is stacked. So we're going to show that right now, in fact. First, I'm going to hit the Earth Elemental. Now, what that green thing means is that he's placed the debuff on him, and now he's got 1 vulnerability damage stacked on him. You can see that by tapping on his card and saying, vulnerable 1 until end of each turn. Now, when I go up here and do damage to him, I deal my 2 damage, and then the extra vulnerability damage stacks. Now, I'm going to hit him with the Goblin, and the extra bonus point stacks. And so the sum is greater than the parts. And I keep wanting to do that, but it's not really helping me out. Let's save that mana for the dragon. Okay, so it's time to bring out the big guns here. This is all my mana bars are lighting up to that, all my energy. There it is. This is my 5-cost card, and very powerful. Obviously, this probably would be the rare in any other game, but that power comes at a high price. 5 mana is 2 turns worth of saving mana up and not casting spells, and we did that. And now we're gonna go to town with him and just like uber poison these guys. That's a 3-stack poison. That's bad. You don't want that. If I get a couple of those on him and manage to live doing it, we're gonna take him down really fast. Just get that guy out of our way. And now we're just gonna hang back and let the poison do its thing. So again, his whole theme is earth, nature, poison. That's his combo. Just one moment here.
Combo!
Alright, there's Daddy. Come over here and poke your head in there so you can see me. There, you see it? Alright, up. You go that way. Say hi.
Hi.
That's my son Wesley. And he is an aspiring game developer like his dad. He's been an incredibly huge help to the game and its development. Both as a creative, helping me come up with ideas kind of person, as well as a I'm assigning him QA work to do and he's digging through it kind of person, and doing a very thorough job at that. And I've got him learning, what are your languages? Python, JavaScript? JavaScript and CSS, yeah. And he's done all kinds of game programming. He does Scratch. Yeah, so he wants to be an aspiring programmer. Is that daughter right there? Where are you there? Say hi. Wait, I didn't see you. Right, gotta go in the camera. I'm not sure where it's at. It's like right here. There you are. You said that. Poke your head there. Say hi. It's a little hard because I've got it configured really tight for the gameplay here. But that's my daughter, Ariana, and she's our little artist and creative person. And they've been very supportive of me doing this all day long, and because I know how important it is for us to do our game stuff. Okay, let's put this trap here for this guy, so if he comes near the dragon, he's gonna get stuck in it.
See it. Let's watch it.
Okay, I think that's what he's gonna do. I think he's gonna go right here and go for the dragon.
We're gonna watch it.
Okay, there it is. Bear
Got
trap.
him in the bear trap.
Okay, don't scream in the mic. There it is. Okay, we came out. Wow, that was a crazy battle. No, I haven't hooked this one up yet. The mic's right here. Yeah, I got a new streaming mic, so hopefully I'd like to be doing these a lot more often. But I just didn't have the proper hardware, and I'm so out of the loop when it comes to streaming hardware and stuff. I was overwhelmed going to Best Buy asking questions like, what do I do? And I'm just grateful I got it set up and have had all this fun with everyone streaming the game on my non-stop marathon. And yeah, it's been, I don't know. I was going to stop when it got to about 7.5 hours and say, alright, that's probably good, I should get some sleep. And I'm like, but what if I made it to 8 hours? And what if I can make it to 9? And maybe there's a Steam World Record. What is it got to be? I mean, I got to be at least close to something.
I'm gonna check what the Steam World Record is.
I'm sure it's like probably like 3 weeks or something insane. I mean, I'm not even close. But to me, it's significant because I don't think the last time I stayed up this late, I must have been in my 20s or something. Yeah. What's that?
Can I check and tell you?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Be right back, everyone.
Okay. All right. If you're still with us here, welcome to the. What's that?
Hi.
You can see hi right here. This is the mic. It's right there.
Hi.
That's Ariana. I know. I haven't hooked that up yet. We have another mic over here. That's yeah. We're gonna try out later on when we get to doing streams. Maybe we'll have Wesley come on and we'll do some multiplayer together or something. All right. Let's
Hi.
farewell. Okay, so let's go ahead and all right, let's play the orcs. I feel like the orcs haven't gotten enough love. All right, here we go. Okay, and all right, we're fighting the fighters. Let's get the orcs on the roll here, on the move. First shot with the backstab. Oh, I thought it was gonna be easy peasy, and no. All right, it's okay. Not the worst possible ending. All right, move this guy up. Now, normally I'd be intimidated to move this close to a gladiator, but with that armor on the troll, will actually deflect his harpoon. Yeah, what's the record? 259 hours? Oh, should we go for it? What do you think? No, I don't think I will be doing that.
You were great.
How many days is that?
Combo! Combo!
What was it, 259?
I don't remember what you said. It was something like that. Alright, we're gonna combo this guy into the troll.
So it'd be between 10 and 11.
Very good. That's right. 10, 11 days straight, man. That is whoever made it that long, man. I hope your your sleep REM cycle and your the sponginess of your brain recovered afterward. Because man, I can tell you, mine's pretty pretty messed up right now. I'm just going on excitement though. That's the indie way. When you do a PAX in real life. I had to bring the experience home. That's how you feel every day at the end of a showcase day. We'll do that at some point in the future, honey. All right. All right, sounds good, buddy. All right, thanks for coming to say hi. Okay. And Goblin over here. All right, and I think you got some stuff to take care of today, don't you? All right. Kids are wonderful. They're so full of life and imagination. I'm so grateful for them. And their patience and their love. And it's amazing how deeply they understand complex things. I learn that every day from them. It's amazing. Okay, so I'm locked into combat with the High Elf Warrior here. And got him out of the way, and now we got the squishy fighter mage in there. But before we go in, we're gonna cast the fire shield, which will give me, which will make him take additional damage when he attacks back. So here we go. Go ahead and hit me. You're gonna burn for that. Attack again. And now with my Orc Shaman, we're gonna use this to recover some health back. And just in case anybody wants to try any funny business like that Griffin over there, I'm watching you. We're gonna go ahead and just put that right there. I do not want that Griffin chopping me apart. So Griffin comes after me, he gets chopped. Okay, alright, now with our Orc here, I'm feeling really good. We've got 7 damage. He'll take 7 plus the 3 from the fire shield. And then it's just a matter of, well, oh, I have to attack this guy. Let's heal him up. Let's get my Orc in there. I want to attack with him though, so he goes for the fire shield. Fire shield, and then Orc. That's a big flaming Orc. No two orcs are not on fire. And that's just another classic example of a Summoner's Fate battle. Very fast, very fun, lots of highs and lows, and you know, back and forth interchanges and whatnot. Anyway, my name's Ross. I'm the developer at and founder at D20 Studios and creator of Summoner's Fate. And once again, we're proud to be featured in the PAX Online Indie Showcase with many other great, fantastic, high-caliber titles here on Steam. And we're excited because we just got our Steam page up a week ago and already are getting a lot of great, positive reception and love from everybody. So thank you so much for the attention, just stopping by and checking it out. If you like the gameplay a lot, it would mean so much to have your wish list the game, or just drop us a note on the community hub. Anything to tell us just kind of how we're doing. Even just feedback. I mean, I'll take anything. I like to get a read, and probably the scariest thing is just not hearing anything, because I don't know what's happening. So it's nice to know that we have folks out there listening, watching, at least seeing the gameplay. If anything, if not hearing my talk would be even better. Just to hear how much passion is behind the game and how much we care about it, and we care about you being here. It means a lot. So once again, I'm just going to take a quick break here. I'll be back in just a moment with some more fun Summoner's Fate things. I could play this all day and it doesn't get old. It just keeps going. I mean, we've not had a repeat of a battle yet. Maybe some of the encounters, because I haven't made as million of them as I want to yet, but certainly not the mechanics. No battle has ever been the same. No world has ever been the same. And it's been great. I'll be back in just a moment, and I'll see you soon. 1, 2, 3. Microphone. Hello? There we go. I think that's working now. Alright, if you can't hear me, just let me know. This microphone's a little finicky, and sometimes when I put it down, it gets bent a little and it doesn't like to work as so good. Alright. Hi everyone, and thanks for being patient. I am Ross Shabilsky. I'm the founder of D20 Studios and the creator of Summoner's Fate. And I want to just first of all thank you all for joining us here on our Steam broadcast here today. We're proud to be part of the PAX Online Indie Showcase and featured amongst so many other quality titles created by very talented folks. So be sure to check them out and say hi there as well. It means a lot to us. And we're going to be talking here about Summoner's Fate. It's a turn-based tactics and deck building game about winning in the most creative, satisfying ways possible. We've got some roguelike elements to our adventure mode, which are open world exploration. It's really fun. So the high level, you join the game, you hit play, and these are kind of your two choices presented to you initially, and you get to decide your fate. The adventure mode is great for those looking for a single-player adventure experience. It's about 3 hours to get through a full adventure. It breaks down as follows. Battles take about 3 to 5 minutes. Chapters, 53 minutes is kind of a weird number, but it actually roughly nets out to that. And yet somehow the campaigns end up being 3 hours. I'm not sure how that works, but that's just, I think the higher chapters maybe take more time, or it just builds on itself. I don't know. But just expect about 3 hours or an hour in there. And then our battle mode are essentially the takeaway of the battle, but you choose a constructed deck of heroes and 20 cards, 3 heroes, 20 cards, and you go head-to-head, multiplayer, or versus the AI. And that's both real-time and asynchronous modes. And what's really cool is it's really fast, and I mean really fast for a turn-based style game. It's like playing a game of chess and, Magic the Gathering combined into one in 4 to 6 minutes, very fast. 7 to 10 minutes with the player, depending upon the level of experience, obviously, and all those other things that affect, typical board gamey type lengths. But I think those are pretty fair, accurate numbers. If I end up being wrong, I'll change them. But that's so far what we've experienced in all of our years of playtesting. And speaking of playtesting, this has been going on now for development 5 years. I've been playtesting since the day we started development. This is a successor to our first title, Hero Mages, launched in 2009. One of the first tactical card-based games out there, is best I know, and definitely one of the first cross-platform to do all these things, which is pretty cool. And so we've had lots of years of player feedback that have honed our craft. It's what I'm, just absolutely passionate about, delivering a quality experience. And so I'm so excited you have taken time to check it out and see what makes this unique and special, and hear it from me and see it for yourself. So we're just going to do some battles to start off here. And we're going to start by going to our deck menu here, and you're going to see all of our different, some of the different teams. This is the All-Star section, and what these are, when we initially created the game, we started off with like characters, because that's just where you begin a game. You start with the characters. And then we started to think about how the characters play together, and so we would form up these teams and then go to the local coffee shop and just sit all day and play games, kind of like I'm doing now, actually. And we'd have a lot of fun doing it because they weren't all fun, but we learned something every single game about what needed to happen to make the balance fun, and we just sort of kind of honed it from there. Then take that to players, and they got to try them out, and it's been cool. But these are not what you might think. So first off, there's no RNG, booster pack, common to dust, what are their terms we use nowadays? That kind of stuff. It's not like a no FOMO missing out rares or anything like that. No obligations to play on event systems or anything. It's all it's like a game of chess, all in the box, or a game of Dominion, all in the box. All the stuff is here to enjoy, and our primary design goal was, intrinsically motivated. Like if you don't want to play it because you feel creative or you enjoy it, then you shouldn't be playing it. I mean, we shouldn't be taking people and psycho-babbling them into forcing them to play games they don't want to play. I don't know why we do that. I don't know why that's the thing, but this is not that. This is about passion and heart for just loving this kind of genre. And if you like games like chess, Magic, or card-based games, or traditional tactics type stuff, I think you'll find something really special here. We've done a lot to take what we consider to be like the best essential elements of those turn-based games and convert them or combine them together in a way that makes it feel unique, special, fast, fun, and heartfelt, I guess would be the way. Hard to explain what I mean by that, the heart thing. You just sort of, you have it or you don't, you feel it when you play it. You feel it when you see the way the things interact. I'll try to give examples as we go through. Yeah, alright, so that's just some of the background info about the studio, about me, and why we're motivated to do this. And now let's dive into some battles, and we're going to start with the Pyromaniacs, because I slaughtered them a few times and now I want to beat them, because they're just so fun. So enemy got the first timer. It's fire and ice here. Korra is the Ice Queen. She has the power to command the cold, and she was, lost as a child, raised by bandits and assassins. So understandably, she's a bit bitter about things, and she does some sadistic things to her team when necessary to take advantage of her opponents. But that's okay. And the Pyromancer is all about blowing stuff up. Pretty straightforward. But to help support her, she's got these Marauders. They are a kind of like a faction of heavily armored pirates, land pirates. Whatever you think that would be, that's what the Marauders are. Viking land pirate type things, with heavy armor. They're just like they throw nets on things. They're gladiatorial kind of. They capture people and that kind of stuff. They live in like a warband tribe style thing. And yeah, so the assassin just killed him. He stealthed on me, so I can't see him. All right, let's we're gonna fireball blast this cluster here. We're gonna hit all three of them. And notice how the fireball did some cool things. It melted the snow. It scorched the earth. It melted the tree. Leaves up the tree. That's what I mean by the heartfelt stuff. That's the kind of thing that just takes the extra step. That's the passion behind it. I guess there's more to the heart stuff that's in there too. You'll see it in the story and things. It's the process through which you go through when you're making and creating something that says, how do I do better? How do I take it to the next level? How do I go beyond what's already been done, right? Because this game, frankly, would not exist without so many games that came before it. I mean, I was inspired growing up by so many great things that just struck the imagination, struck my creativity, and this is my way of paying tribute to that. And I hope that one day this will be seen as a game that saw those things and took it to the next level, and that someday somebody will emulate us and take our thing to the next level and carry on the torch, so to speak. That would be that's the ultimate goal right there. All right, close it down. Here we go. So Korra is pretty straightforward, as you can see. She likes to lock you down, make me a part of the terrain here, part of this ice lake, I guess. But we have a burning heart, and we're gonna go and teach her a lesson. Yeah, there we go. A victory. It's a pretty attrition-heavy battle there. Not too many surprises. We've seen some far more exciting battles. I'll say that. Not that that wasn't exciting. I mean, if you like that, you're at the tip of the iceberg right now. I'll let you know when we see the really crazy stuff. Angels dropping out of the sky, swirls turning into mutants, and oh man, we had some games that were just so crazy earlier. Back and forth where I was down to one life and the AI came back and we interchanged and somehow turned the game around a few times. It was pretty cool. Alright, let's play as the skeletons. versus AI. I forget how to do this. Okay, getting tired, but still hanging in there. We're gonna. I said earlier I committed myself to doing this thing, and went through all the trouble to haul the computer downstairs up here so I could get all these things set up to do this stream and make the most of this grand opportunity to be part of the showcase here. And we're riding this train home until the last person says, "All right, I'm checked out." We're gonna keep on entertaining you with Summer's Fate, and I'm so happy. I'm hoping that there's some folks that have just sort of been hanging around, enjoying me hear my spiel every few battles or so, where I just kind of talk openly about what we've been doing. I'm always curious to know like what engages people. Like what's the thing I need to be doing to get your attention, to show you that I'm a real person, not just some heartless corporation, whatever, trying to steal your money. I don't know. You know, it takes time. I mean, I think it's about raising trust with your players. I think that's the key to things. To being indie is just being honest, and honesty just takes time. You know, lots of time. So I appreciate it if you come by our page and wishlist us, but I don't expect anything the first few times. You'll see us a few times, and then you'll think, oh yeah, that was the game where the guy kept saying, "Curl a squirrel." Oh man, and I can tell my eyes are getting dried out here. Get to the point where it's just like I've been. I'm sure I'm bloodshot. I can't tell. I haven't looked in the mirror in a while, but I'm sure I'm bloodshot at this point. Okay, here we go. So that angel card is one of the things I mentioned earlier. I think I was talking when it happened, and I missed it. But she is a surprise trigger that fires a defense mechanism, and so she drops out of the sky to deflect, take the blow for you, so to speak. And I feel so bad doing this because that angel character, man, I swear, she's a key figure in the adventure mode, and I don't like stabbing her in the back like that, but you know what, I'm just going to tell myself that we are the evil incarnation of the Lich King. We have this multiverse kind of world where it ties into things like, you know, multiverse theory, quantum physics and things, and there's all these eventualities that come to pass, and so that way we can kind of wave our hands and explain how the Lich King is both a hero and a boss in the same game that you're playing. But yeah, no, it actually does tie a lot into that, and I like all those philosophy things, and it's kind of really something now how we're starting to prove these types of things with the existence of these quantum computers and things, that there has to be some real basis to it in order for those machines to even work, and that I find that to be so interesting. So a lot of those types of things go into the game, and you'll see just hints of them. Nothing too heavy-handed, but just little cryptic notes and allusions to get your mind running. I certainly don't want to you know, create any kind of dogma that anyone should take too seriously. It's just thought-provoking. Here's some interesting ways to see the universe, and especially in the context of a game. All right, we're on the brink of death here, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna sacrifice one of our skeletons to restore some health, and that will help us out here. And now we're gonna take and suck some life out of this gladiator. That's the Lich King's staple move, is to suck souls. Earlier we had some fun with that, designing custom decks and building out the Lich King as this crazed melee unit, kind of a solo team with these arcane abilities that had lightning bolts shooting out of them and stuff like that. It was pretty fun. I'll show it to you again because it was just a cool experience. Okay, and now, okay, we're gonna do another signature Lich thing, but I need a little space to do it. So what we're gonna do first is just kind of get these things out of my way, and I want to be standing kind of right where I was, but we're gonna go right here. And this card is just another one of those things that, when I talk about how Summoner's Fate just does things to the epic level, you don't just summon, you're summoning a legion here, and it's very impressive. If there wasn't spike tiles, it'd be more impressive, but here comes a legion of skeletons just plopping them all on the board. And they may be 1/1 skeletons, but these things are armed to the teeth with tactical goodness. They have shields, that front-facing matters. So you can create these little formations of walls that are just like incredibly versatile and makes it very difficult for your opponent to get through. So what I'm doing now is just moving them all up, and now I've kind of blocked him. And I left a little opening for that griffin. He can come in and bite this guy, but if he does, I'm going to go stab him. So let him try. In fact, you know what? I'm not going to even give him that chance. I'm going to plug that hole, shoot him with an arrow, and there's that. So I feel pretty safe now. And you can see why. I've got a whole wall of skeletons, like the Roman, I forget the name of that formation where they all wall up. That's what we got going on with skeletons here. Now that griffin's got his own thing. He has the highest movement rate of any unit in the game, 6 spaces. Most characters move 3, which you can reference at any time by just clicking on a character. And of course it's got to be my turn because there's a lot going on right now. But if I want to see the tactical movement, I just click on a character, and you can see here this character is a ranged unit, and so these spaces represent where she can move. That's where she could move but can't because there's a thing in the way. And these red tinted things are the things she can shoot. And if I'm a melee guy, actually he's a support guy, so you can see here's all the things he can heal, and these are all the things he can attack. In the kill box, I like to say, the kill box, we talked about that a few times. And here's this guy, so he's got a range of 3. So again, 1, 2, 3 spaces, and 3 spaces is actually pretty far. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and get this griffin here. I'm going to attack him here to kind of distract him. So he turns around, and I'm going to jab him in the butt. And let's take out this soldier. Take out this guy. I've got so many skeletons, I'm just going to keep swarming this guy. This level here, man, I swear. So this is the level that we did. Peter and I did like a bulk of all of the early gameplay prototype testing when we formed up the original teams. I think it was the Squirrel Hurlers, the Lich King, the Pyromancers, and these guys. And somewhere we got the Mind Gamers in there too. Those are the 5 core teams we sort of modeled off of what our standard for the game was going to be. And we sat in Starbucks all day and just played this exact same level over and over and over again. And it was awesome. We didn't get tired of it. It was just we couldn't stop coming up with things to do. As I've kind of shown here now, I think this stream has been going on for like at least 8-9 hours, maybe more. I can't wait to see the stats at the end of it. Bold move, Griffin. Bold move. Let's park himself right in the spikes there. Yeah, and so that's just an idea of how much content there is in the game. I know one of the big things on Steam, you know, especially when people price their games and talk about the value of them, is you care a lot about your content, right? Because you want to know that the games you're getting are of quality and have been thought out and not just kind of shoveled together, as they lovingly like to say now. It's a sad world that we have to have a term like that, I think. But yeah, there's a lot of content and a lot of very replayable content in this game to keep going for as long as I've been going and still be entertained. I mean, if I was bored, you guarantee you wouldn't hear me talking the way I'm talking right now. I'm tired, but I am by no means bored. I am very much having fun in my own little world here, and I hope that you are too. And it means a lot that you're here still hanging around. We still have a lot of viewers even after it's been this long. So these must be the folks that are hanging around at this point, because I imagine all the exciting expo events are happening now, whatever the big stream hall thing is. So it's cool that I've got a little intimate cohort now, just listening to me go on and on and on about Summoner's Fate and how much fun you're gonna have. I gotta remember to check the chat channel too. So if you have been hanging around a long time, please do know I very much care about any feedback you have. If you hate the game and just think, hey, this is dumb, stop streaming it, I'll even hear that. I mean, there's no feedback that's bad feedback for me. I think the biggest thing is you want to be kind of just open to all feedback. If it's not your thing, it's not your thing, and I'm cool with that. I mean, I didn't intend for this to be a Fortnite killer by any means. But for those that love this type of genre, I hope I find a place in your heart check us out and enjoy and give it a shot, because I think you're gonna have a great time. Okay, here we go. Alright, it's time at last. We've been saving up our mana, and finally I've got enough for the Skeleton Dragon, and it's time to bring this show home with this battle anyway. Skeleton Dragon is going to take and do a massive 7 damage, which in itself is awesome, but that's just the beginning of his power. So you just saw that -3, -0 go up. That is his debuff, the first of 2. So his first goal is to cripple the enemy, and now granted, he's still pretty strong at 3 actually, comparable to myself. But that's only because the fighter mage is all about augmentation, so he can get up pretty high. I've seen him get to 12, 14 in battles before. But the other thing he does is all units are inflicted with vulnerable 3 until end of next turn. Vulnerability is basically like if you got sucker punched in the gut and you're so bruised up you got a broken rib in there, and now any type of injury, like I take and just slap you in the back, is going to hurt, right? So that bonus damage is represented by vulnerability, and so now this guy has been clawed so bad that if I just poke him with that skeleton, you know, an extra 3 damage for that hit. And now if I claw him with the Lich King, an extra 3 damage for that hit. That's what that vulnerability is. So you see that is a very visceral ability. The more guys I can throw at him right now, the better. If I had a whole bunch of 1/1 archers, I would just be owning him. Now I give him props. He's a pretty versatile, you know, he holds his own. That's why he's the fighter mage, right? But he's not going to take another hit of the Skeleton Dragon at this point. He's going to succumb now, as we all must one day enter the ground and rise up as a member of the Legion of Undead. Right? Another victory of Summoner's Fate. Not a bad way to spend a weekend, I'll tell you. When I've done the PAX shows, and I've done many, if you see behind me here, this was PAX last year, just before everything locked down. I got the one last trip in there, and I was worried they were going to cancel it as I'm on the plane heading there. But we made it, and we were there. We got to see many of you, if you're PAX fans. I'm sure you saw our booth. I'm sure at some point you heard me screaming, "Hey, do you want to hurl a squirrel at an orc?" And that was me with this very colorful, bright poster back there. You could see us from the skybox. It was so brightly colored. But I mean, that's what it takes. You gotta stand out. You gotta be ready. Speaking of squirrels, we're gonna hurl some squirrels now. And it looks like we're fighting our allies, the nature team. I mean, we're supposed to be defending the forest together, and you guys are coming against me. Well, sometimes we need to train together, or just we have a dispute over this tree or that. You know, this is this griffin's favorite, you know, scratch post area, I guess. And the bear likes it too, so we're gonna take and, you know, have to fight over that now. If the pyros were here, they would just burn it all down, and it would be ended that way. But we're gonna start with some killer bunnies. Got the nice sharp Monty Python-esque kind of vibe going on there, I've been told. And you know, send up the bear, get the snake going. And this always creeps out Kelly. She's my wife, and also does the a lot of our really creative marketing ideas come from her. And here we go. Creative game ideas too, I should say. The whole earlier we did the Celestial Steampunk Timekeeper Rats. I have to say it so slow because it's like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. There's like a certain rhythm to it. And yeah, so I was gonna just do boring sewer rats. I'm not particularly super creative myself. I know it seems odd saying that, seeing as I'm doing having all these fun spills, but this was a collaboration. I am you know, there's right-brain people. My daughter is a right-brain person. They have a very certain way of seeing the world that is just completely unique. Like, it's like in her mind there are rainbows and unicorns and magical creatures just floating around everywhere. And my son's the exact opposite. He's a left-brainer. Everything is logical. It needs an explanation. There needs to be a reason. And you know, he's a good, fantastic problem solver. Going to be an excellent programmer. But I'm like dead set in the middle. I've taken those tests many times, and it's like I'm impartial. Sometimes I lead with the left, and other times with the right too. So I'm not particularly strong in either, you know, pure abstractness or pure creativeness, but I can see both perspectives very well, and that's what gives me my unique edge in creating this type of game here. So, you know, when it came time to design characters and things like that, I'm just sort of like, let's give people what they expect, right? That's why there's so many familiar things like skeletons and, you know, orcs and things like that. We wanted to have all the familiar favorites. That's why it's, you know, command them your favorites in novel ways, right? You come here looking for a fantasy game. I do. I mean, that's what I look for. I like the standard fantasy fare. I know it's a bit of a tired genre perhaps, but I mean, when it's done well, man, it's great, you know, especially when you can do it in a unique, fun way. Oh man, I just got so swarmed by bugs here. That, jeez, that is a signature bug move right there. And I think I'm so busy, so distracted telling my character story now that I'm getting lost here. But we're gonna hurl a squirrel at these guys, and now I'm going to detonate that squirrel, and I want to attack them, but I don't want to attack them because I'm kind of standing right in the middle of them. But you know what? Let's just go ahead and do it, because just like the AI, at a certain point you realize this isn't going to happen, and I'd rather go out in a blaze of glory on my own terms, right? Than let the bugs decide how I should die. I don't want to be their maggot food, you know, their larva sucking on my on my squirrel staff. Okay, there it is. Well, I still had fun. Anyway, I was talking about the characters. You know, when it came time for us to talk about doing the characters, I just had like, oh, let's do standard, you know, sewer rat type creatures like every other fantasy game's got. And Kelly's like, boring. How about we turn on its head? And she had this idea for these. Well, I'll just go ahead and show it to you. Timekeeper. The Celestial Steampunk Timekeeper rats. So these are, I think there's a lot more time spells. I had to probably just put in time, but yeah. So they're steampunk, and she had these different amalgamations of different types of clockwork worked into the Victorian era, hats and stuff like that, gear, gas masks that prevent him from being influenced by the time dust and whatnot. And they'll have little elements like these gears and different things that represent clocks. Anyway, that's the kind of level of, yeah, that's creative. I wish I could be like that, but I'm really good at collaborating with that, and I like to, and I like getting ideas from people and kind of taking it to the next level and riffing off of it. That's my specialty. So we do a lot of that kind of talks in our community about characters people like to see, and we've designed a lot of these characters together on dev streams in the past. Yeah. But we did these guys earlier. We had an adventure with Sir Cheezels. We never did find Trixie. I was hoping we'd encounter her and have the full rat team going on, but we did find Winston. He got killed in the dungeon, sadly. We avenged him and brought him back, but he just wasn't the same after that. He, you know, we kind of had to phase him out and let him rest at the camp, and the cleric took over. She was very helpful in our quest. So, yeah, let's do one more, then I'll take another stab at an adventure perhaps here next. We'll do like I'll give another hardcore try. The hardcores tend to end a lot quicker because I don't make it that far, but it gives you a test of how challenging it can be to see the game from a different perspective. Alright, so one more, and we'll do that with the Mind Gamers. Okay, and here we go. So Mind Gamers are all about control and messing with you and teleporting around the map. Like arcane magic is essential. They're basically, the Mind Gamers are like all pure arcane. They don't really tend to hybrid their things too much. And arcane is the, you know, creational energy that divides reality and thought. So psychic energy, you know, gravity, you know, warping through dimensions, that kind of stuff. That's all the arcane stuff is. So we're going to Mana Surge, and the Mana Surge gives us a great boon in the fact that it can allow us to quickly chain together different cards. And we've seen some games earlier where this got really nutty, where I just kept going, basically cycling through half my deck to find the card I was looking for to win. In this case, though, a Mana Surge and a Mind Control in the first turn is like a no-brainer. The first thing you do is just you take that thing and you send it after them. And now he's mine. And it's very demoralizing. And you would think, you know, you can't come back from that. And sometimes, yeah, that's true, you can. But you can. You can come back from that. There's a counter to everything in Summoner's Fate. That's one way you can come back from it. Not the prettiest. You can touch a death your own guy. It still puts him behind a playing piece there, but we had a game just earlier today where what happened was they had mind controlled one of my people, or I had mind controlled theirs, I think. I can't remember which one it was. Somebody mind controlled somebody, and the other character whipped out a rust spell, which is a 1-cost spell, not very versatile in that there's not too many times you need to necessarily remove equipment from things, but it also cures debuffs out. And so that became useful because it removed the mind control. And so the previous player had used all their energy to cast that out. See, here's a great example. He's just like, I don't care, that guy's gone. I've got his backup right here for you. And if you saw our last game, you saw what this thing can do and why he's so powerful. That vulnerability gut punch just stacks onto every subsequent hit and just melts people's to the ground. The Skeleton Dragon is terrifying. And in many ways, I wish I'd reserved my mind control for him. But what we're going to do is just get out of here, get the Minotaur, and my plan is ram this guy into the cactus for some bonus damage. So there it is. I thought the cacti did more. I guess not. But the brambles do 3, the cacti do 2. Okay. And we're going to just try see if I get that dragon down a little bit more. I could send him against the enemy. But I have no line of sight, so we'll go for the breaker. Now this is a bit unusual for the Lich King to box himself in like that. And it's probably a result of me directly taking his guy the first turn and just plugging that hole. Yeah, he's trying to come out now. The Lich King needs to play offensively on the front line. If he's back there, he's doing something wrong. Alright, so let's see. We got Mana Surge. Let's start with the combo. Oh, a Yeti. Great. Okay, that's a good combo. Alright, let's see if I can get this dragon off the board. With the Yeti combined with our Scientist here. We're going to just borrow him for a turn. And do I want to just swipe him or let him kill him? Let's just take him off the board. I don't want a chance he's going to come back. So we'll eliminate the Flesh Golem. And, oh, I didn't kill him. Darn it. Okay, you know what? Take that. Just gravity well into the cacti. And just for good measure, we're going to go ahead and force field up. Now I'm feeling nice and secure in my little bubble there. I don't have any mana left to keep going, so I'll end my turn. But you can see how I just sort of played a whole series of cards. That's, if you like games, like the style of play where you like to control and mess with people and just own the board, position above all else, that kind of thing. The Mind Gamer team is a great place to start your segue into Summoner's Fate and learn some about the synergies. Of course, you're not limited to this because you can build your own custom decks in Summoner's Fate. But we put together those all-star teams as a way of introducing you to various mechanics. They are, I would say, a high step above starter decks in other games because they are competitive. You can win tournaments with them. That's how the balance works in this game. There's no need to worry about rares or commons, that kind of stuff. There's none of that in this game. It's all in the box, so to speak. That's not to say I don't have plans for expansions in the future, of course. But for now, the focus is 400 cards for launch, 200 playable characters in that, and at least 5 unique biomes. And I want to have at least 3 unique bosses per biome. That's the main content that I'm shooting for, and I'm sticking to it. If we get more, great, and I hope we get more. I hope players come up with some ideas that they'd like to see that stretch that beyond our initial kind of where we're at. Now I think I put myself in a bad situation here because I teleported and I'm stuck over in the corner, but I'm not without reason. I love this card too. This is madness! Sort of like a instant psychic meld where I can just chop and, knock him into cactus, debuffed him, so he's just a nice little 1 damage guy now. And I, of course, I know he's coming to get me. I don't want to take a 4 hit and the cactus hit, so I'm going to just politely go over here and donk the Lich King, even though I do no damage, just for principle. And yeah, that was a silly move. I would have stayed here and just chopped him with the breaker, but maybe his plan is just to lock me out. Okay. Now, Sinist, hello. Once you reach the critical threshold, be very, very afraid of the Sinist. She is just... she's mean. This is probably one of my favorite characters in Hero Mages. We have a select 12 of characters that have carried over. There's only one I have not officially put into the build yet. She's in there, but she's not in the build, and that's our Sorceress. Largely because we've evolved a lot of the characters into different classes and more specialization since we have the custom decks now and the deck building. Hero Mages was a shared deck system where you had one deck and they all pulled from it. Okay, so do I want to chop hammer? Let's go for the throat, as I like to say.
Combo.
That was a good play. So we got the spike damage, the combo, Lich King hurt his own guy, and I got the combo attack. And now, gravity again. He's almost dead. You know, Yeti, you could let me out of this situation here. We're going to throw up the force field just to absorb the next hit. Normally, force field's used for situations where you would have, you know, be standing back at range. Like, the Sinist is like, and force field, they're like bread and butter together. Because it basically makes you completely immune to the ranged attacks entirely until a melee guy gets in there and pokes it, pops the bubble with a sword or something. So there was a kind of a fun combination of a battle slash long-winded, you know, story about how we work as a team and the characters. Yeah. I always like to try and explore new things. I don't know if that's the thing that everybody likes to hear. I'm not trying. I guess I've done something right if I've still got people listening after whatever it's been, 9 hours. I hope that I'm keeping you entertained and you're enjoying yourself here listening. But certainly if you've got other things you want to hear talk about, direct questions, or stick to the game, or you want more of the behind the scenes kind of stuff, then just let me know. I think that probably the biggest challenge I've had with this experience, I've never had so many people watching anything live I've done, aside from the couple times we were on the Steam homepage or Twitch homepage with some different events. But in a situation like this where we're directly like kind of integrated with the platform and our game has been pretty cool. Let's look at adventures, and we're going to try a hardcore mode next. So, 1 life, permadeath, harder encounters, increase enemy health. It is viscerally hard. You have to be an expert at mechanics to survive through this. But to give it props, it's very fair. And we demonstrated that hardcore in our last one. If I ever, I think I'm restreaming this thing. You should be able to go back and watch it on our Twitch channel, I think. There is a moment where we died in the last hardcore attempt, and I could pinpoint the exact moment I made the mistake, because we could watch it in the replay and see exactly where I messed up. I misjudged one of the enemies and what they were capable of by moving a piece out of position after I'd already done the mental footwork on it. It was with her. Alright, so I'm going to try and pick a different character we haven't done yet on the journey. And, I don't know, he stood out to me. I just sort of go with what stands out. The wizard. He is one of the original 4 hero mages from Hero Mages. So the playable casters in that game. He's similar to the archmage. We kind of split his class with the archmage a bit. But what he does is draw a card whenever you cast, and once per turn discarding if you hold less than 5. So he doesn't get the discount like the archmage, but he sorry, I have a sneeze here. Yeah, I'm like shy today. Draw a card whenever you cast him, once per turn discarding if you hold less than 5 cards. He gets to just cycle through everything, not just the arcane stuff. Summoner's Fate. In this boundless and ever-changing multiverse, heroes called summoners are gifted with the power to wield primordial magic. It is foretold that through their adventures, the world is shaped and given meaning. To fulfill their destiny, the summoner must defeat 3 formidable bosses that guard the gateway to the beyond, but they cannot do it alone. So you are the guide. That's really this is designed to introduce you to what is this game, why am I here, who is the player, you are the guide. You know, you're looking at the screen now, and this character is looking up to you to decide, help them lead their destiny, if you will. And I call it out because it's a signature piece of the Summoner's Fate, you know, lore and mechanics that these characters look up. It serves several purposes. One is to really connect you to the character. With just the top of heads, it's hard to feel that connection, that you care, that these characters matter, that their struggles matter. And this is their subtle way. They don't talk to you. There's no dialogue in the game. They just look at you, and that creates a connection, just as I look at you now. And it also signals they're ready for their orders in the game, so you know which characters I have to act with still. So it's very clear to see what I have to do still to finish my turn. And yeah, it's like a tabletop board game come to life, right? That's the idea. So this first world is a dungeon. Again, this is the pre-release build, and I just got it out to our playtest group. Hope to have more on that soon. Get a demo on Steam here in the coming weeks. As soon as I can get it out, I'll keep you informed, of course. If you're interested in playing, please definitely pop on our Steam page and wish list and whatnot, so you can hit all those updates when they're ready. But for this first pre-release, I just have the worlds in sort of a static order, so it's been kind of a regular flow. If you're watching the game and wondering, this doesn't seem like the worlds are changing all that much, that's because they aren't. I wanted to have like kind of a test run. Here's an example of what the world could be, and now just take that, but add lots more stuff in it, and then scramble that stuff up. That's how the algorithm works. There's no actual generated content. What it does is it curates the content. That's the term I'm coining for this new thing we're doing. Procedurally curated content, handcrafted, hand tested, but the world is unique emergent story due to the way it arranges it with some intelligence. And there's actually a lot of intelligence to it too. There's intelligence to the algorithm. If you've been watching and seeing several runs now, you'll notice things like you never have that awkward moment where you've got like 3 shops all right in a row together. That never happens in Summoner's Fate. You never see like 3 treasure rooms all on top of each other and then the rest of the map is just all the powerful enemies. Doesn't happen. One of the top things I had concerned about was how to make roguelike challenging, but fair was the key thing. And that was one of the key things, was distribution has to be regulated to some extent so that it's done well. The mazes are solvable, if you will. Okay, this is a fight I am not likely to win. The wizard is not aptly equipped yet. He's a combination of arcane and chaos, so that also differentiates him from the archmage who has celestial instead. We should try playing him too. That would be a good one. So he's got some ice spells to do direct damage, and he also got the secret missiles, which are great for AoE, but this is hardcore mode, and we're not going to survive against this battle unless he needs allies. Okay, he's just an old man. I'm doing that jokingly, of course. I'm not like seriously saying he's going to have some problems defending himself without any kind of backup, if you will, because he's not built for it in this context. But this one he is. That he can do, and that gets him one step closer to attaining enough power to continue on his journey here. All right. Oh, yeah. Does it feel like we're going in circles? Because we just did. I got this thing that I keep hearing about how circles are important in dungeon design, right? So there's a lot of these patterns in the dungeon also not generated. These are handcrafted as well. So the dungeon patterns are crafted, and really what's interchanged is the specific encounters that populate it and the rooms. And also the fact that the game is able to connect everything together. And like I said earlier, it like carves a magical bulldozer goes through and carves all the roads and doorways through the dungeon so they all connect together. But yeah. Okay, we're not going to win this fight. so we're gonna get out of there. All right, we're looking for nodes, and this is a sad thing too, because this dungeon does not seem to have a lot of choices for us to go in pattern-wise. So we're gonna try and try door number 3 here, our last direction we haven't gone yet, and hope that there is something. And thank goodness. Okay, right. Yeah. A lot of RNG type games you might get frustrated because your last room could be like an even worser thing. We don't need to camp yet because we haven't really cast any spells. Let's take the marshmallows. And this looks like a shop. You always have a little bit of a hint of preview in the mist there. Yeah, and he needs cards right now, big time. Water Elemental would make a big difference, so we're gonna buy 1. I want to save some gold in case I find a mercenary for hire. That would be even better. And what we got here is an alchemy table. Maybe it'll give us some gold? No. Collection of scorpion tails, yellow jacket stingers, and snake teeth lie scattered on the table. Further evidence from the open journal, this alchemist was making a potion claimed to not only cure but prevent the effects of poison. Were they successful? A small amount of their latest brew still lingers in the vat. It's risky. Again, I'd like to take too big a risk in hardcore, but it's pretty low chance we're going to roll below 9 on 3 dice, or 4 dice rather. And if we succeed, we're immune to poison for like the whole game. Yeah. That's going to be nice. Okay. Not immune to being poked to death though. Let's get out of there. Alright, still looking for that one nice room. We can just sort of chill and yeah, that's the one. This room. Okay, now we got an AoE spell that'll take them all out. We just got to make sure we have 1 more mana. And unlike last time where I just let myself chill and get prodded to death by the spearmen, I'm going to make sure I carefully check their kill box by clicking on them like so. See, okay, there's the kill boxes. If you see it, he's in the kill box. He's safe from this guy. Oh, because he has to go around. Okay, and he is in the kill box. He's in the kill box there. He's red, so he's in the kill box. He's only safe right there. All right, so we basically got to go in the corner right there to be safe. So let's let them march on over. You know, they're chilling, skeletons, and we're gonna just rain ice upon them right now. Okay, dudes. Another secret missile. We got some lore. I'm just gonna like kind of close out the lores here. I've been reading them all day, and I am getting a little tired of my throat's getting tired of reading, so I'm gonna try and just skip through. But I will say that the lore is essential to the story and also identifying the contents of what's populated within your world. And that's how the emergent stories work. They surface unique, selected encounters and unique lore to go with them. Alright, again, we seem to be dead-ending here with elites in every room. And you really want to have at least 1 guardian to fight your first elite, ideally. Because then you've got someone to kind of help you out, take the brunt of the blow. In our last run, where we did the timekeepers successfully to the completion of the adventure, we had like some crazy teamwork going on, where we had like a whole procedure. There was the support guys in back. We had the chronomancer was basically sending his allies to the future as once they became threatened by the enemy to keep them safe. Then we had our cleric in the back healing everyone to make sure that they were safe. For a long time there, we had sustained a loyal following succubus that had followed us and kept her alive, but then she finally got slaughtered in the arena by marauders. But because of her, we were able to save Kira the Bard, and then she kind of took her place on the team after that. But we actually managed to grow a team of 4 because while you're only allowed 2 guardians per team, so a team of 3, there's situations where if you rescue a character, you can have them as a loyal unit, and they'll be free. Okay, we want her on the team, the Scientist. I want her on the team, and there's 2 ways to get her. I can pay gold. I need a lot more of it, or I need to free her. But that comes with a huge risk because this guy gets mad. He's even more powerful than the last time we saw him. Last time he was like 19 health, so he's a little stronger. Okay, and unfortunate. We may just end up having to fight a summoner here somehow. Sometimes this happens. To be fair, there's one element to the procedural generation I did not do yet, which is kind of like, I call it the safety system. It's basically this idea came up with to make it so that there was no way you could not win if you tried, right? That there would never be a situation that spawned an unbeatable world. And I had the idea for it. I wrote the algorithm for it. I never implemented it because in practice, playing, it was so rare to see that happen. And when players did see it, they just chalked it up to I must have missed something. That's not to say I shouldn't fix it at some point. It's just that priority-wise, it felt less significant than, say, adding more content or other things that players would much more care about than that. Okay, now I'm trying to remember what this guy was up here. This was the breaker at the top. And before we didn't have enough power to take him out. We may still not have enough power to take him out. Yeah, this could be just a dead battle. This may be a rare example of one of those ones. And it could just be also because I haven't play tested with the wizard too much. I have played it with him. I have actually gotten pretty far in hardcore with him. I think we did. I have made it as far as beating the first world boss and making it to the second with him in hardcore, but okay, what's this guy got? He's got charge. He's a melee-based character. He's okay. Well, he had 14 life. I don't know how the others had, how much had, but we're gonna give it a go. Okay, and we get our water elemental out, and let's just let him come to us. All right, how's that sound? Okay, so 12. Alright. His biggest problem with him is that shield. We gotta somehow trick him into exposing the rear. Or getting close enough where he would. And then have a guy in the reserve ready to go pop him in the back. So let's see if we split up, maybe that'll help. Maybe he'll come down this way, 1, 2, 3, and then I can kind of sneak around. Oh, nope. He's gonna just go right for taking me out. Oh no, that's... I think this is a GG. I don't know. I don't think I can win this world. Not with the wizard yet. Wizard, you know, I had anticipated this too. I'll have to ask if players have been trying out. These are definitely much more challenging characters to play than say the Pyromancer or the Swirl Hurler. Yeah, and really, the problem is the cards. I don't have enough of them. It's almost like they need a special power to kind of break out there. GG's. Yeah, it wasn't gonna happen. We didn't have enough stamina there to hang out to defeat him. All right. I think what we're gonna do next is we're gonna do a hardcore again, but this time maybe I'll pick somebody that's a little bit more apt to survive, knowing what I know about how the dungeons currently are configured. And I'm thinking Pyromancer. I'm feeling is a good choice to give it a go with. So let's choose her. And Summoner's Fate. Here it is. Once again, we've read through this just recently, so I'm gonna pause it here and okay, I'm gonna head out here and just give me a moment. I'm just gonna take another quick breather here. I'll be back in just a moment. We're gonna just leave it, let the screen ride here for just a moment, and I'll be back to do this run with you guys in just a couple minutes here. So I'll see you back soon. Come on. Hello. There. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Sorry about that. I told Mike's got a little bit of a. It's a little persnickety on me sometimes when I put it down. Just bendy. Anyway, thanks for your patience, and we are going just about to attempt another hardcore run of the Summoner's Fate Adventures. This time with Lee the Pyromancer. We attempted with the Wizard last time, and it ended poorly because there just wasn't a situation we could a challenge we could beat to the next one. So I had said before we're working on the procedural algorithm that I have a piece left to still do, which is the kind of guaranteed forgiveness, or the guaranteed there should be a solution type algorithm that makes it so that there's at least one path that should take you through the appropriate difficulty for your current character power level. That has not been implemented yet, and it seems to very much affect the quality of gameplay of the Wizard. Other characters can adapt to it better because they've got these range attacks. Like, they're just simply not going to make it across the board. She's going to burn them all down before they even get here. I'm not going to even use a card. That's how confident I am in this. We're going to walk over and we're just going to blast them. So I have a feeling we'll go pretty far in hardcore with Lee, as long as we don't do anything too crazy. Now, granted, maybe I would feel different if my first. Oh, look at that! See, he outsmarted me. We're gonna have to take a hit or use a card. I think we're gonna take a hit. Let's let him come to us, and we'll take the damage. Can't attack diagonally like that with the fire staff because she herself would get burned, so she won't do it. Again, we've been discussing the lore. I've been reading through them all night, so we're going to just summarize the lore and say that it provides flavor about the game, and it gives you information about what's coming in the dungeon, what's popular in your world. Okay, so we got the, looks like the Marauder Medalist here. He seems to be missing his guitar. Where's your guitar, bro? It's not there. Alright, and then we got the Dreadnought Axe Slayer. Oh, I know why his guitar is missing. He's in a cage. But he's still going through the motions, like he's air guitaring it. That's kind of funny. Yeah, when he's caged up, they don't have their weapons on them. You have to get them out of there. We have no money, so there's no. We're not going to attempt to free them just yet. No money, no dice. You don't want to mess with Enkidu on hardcore. You got to be prepared for that fight if you're going to do it. It's possible. You can defeat Enkidu to try and free the heroes, but it's a risky venture. I'm going to try and scooch him up again. They seem to be like sinking as I go throughout the day here. Take some marshmallows. Okay. All right. So let's see here. We're gonna go this way. All right. This looks intimidating, but I'm just gonna say we're gonna do the Indiana Jones shoot the swordsman maneuver here. I don't want to deal with them. And look at that. We paid us back with the same spell. Okay, man, these are some tough calls here. I'm going to go with the Phoenix. This is probably the most essential card early game for any chaos-based character. It's that good. And it's good because it recycles itself. We didn't draw it the first turn, which is a shame. Alright, I have to assess the situation now. Of all the characters, Lee is the one character that could potentially win this round right now. Reason being that she can deal a bonus damage to conflagration to get past the double buff of the two captains that you see here. We can clear the room. It would burn all the furniture. But how quickly would it be before they march up and kill us here? So let's look at the kill box. 2 turns to kill box. He would take maybe 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Well, with the room cleared, also 2 turns. So we'd have to defeat these things in 2 turns, or we're in the kill box and she's going to be spear skewered. Not good odds. So even though it looks passable, it's definitely not something we want to do. Alright, we're gonna continue on here, and this we can do easily. There's no chance they have to beat me. I'm gonna march up, and I'm gonna blast away, and there it is, done. Collect our dice, collect our lore, collect our... Ooh, yes, that's another great card. Yeah, Chaos is a really good opening game for any world. So if you're starting off for the first time in Summer, in fact, I'll probably make the initial characters that are available a Chaos character, just because of the, and a range character too, just because of the ease of entry a little bit easier. It would not be a very good first time experience to start off as the wizard, let's put it that way. Okay, we took a hit there, so it got a little sloppy on my part. But we're gonna just bulldoze this room down. Very satisfying to play that card. And blast this one to death, and yeah, I don't think they have a chance here. It's gonna take her one turn here. Alright, I stand corrected. I'm in the kill box next turn. So we have to... I don't want to heal. I don't think that's the right play. I think we're going to use the fire elemental. Just, we gotta take her out. Oh man, the guy gave me... I want the goblin. He's so versatile. I know, it's just like, it's a 1/1 goblin. Why do you want this thing? But he's great. He's got the spear, the shield. I mean, just look at him. Yeah, but with the pyromancer, I want the goblin. I don't care. We're taking it. I just feel compelled. I'm attached to that goblin now. I passed him the first time, and I felt sorry for him. Okay, so we got a summoner here. 12 health, so on the lower to mid tier of difficulty as far as elites go within the hardcore dungeon. And Phoenix is coming up next. It's a melee-based hero, and the Kinsman is notorious for summoning those Chaos Hounds, the demon dogs, that basically will just run up and chop my face off. I don't have much life. I don't have any offensive spells. We are going to run. That is the strategic assessment in Summer's Fate for hardcore. You gotta just kind of talk yourself through these basic things and think to yourself, okay, can I do this? Can I make this work? And choose carefully, because you don't get another chance. But you will learn from that first chance. Okay, this one's much more powerful. You know what I'm gonna attempt to do? I'm gonna attempt to just... I wonder if this... I'm just curious about it. I'm gonna steal a card and just, Ooh, man, persistent firepower versus AoE. Well, I am the pyromancer. Alright, gotta run. See ya! Sneak in, sneak out. Alright, not a bad play there. Okay, new and improved. Suggests it was working on a formula for alchemical healing potion. Do I want to drink the alchemical healing potion? How much life do I have? Well, I have 6. Not bad. Not the best it could be, but no, I think we're going to leave it. I don't want to risk the chance it turns me into a frog or something. Hyperspeed. That's very useful for getting away, or if you've got an ally that needs to hook behind someone and get them in the rear. I see we're running into the wizard situation. They're just like, hardcore is just like going hardcore on this. I may have to come up with something for hardcore. Alright, there's one door left. Let's go check that. If that's another elite, we're going to be in trouble. We just need some basic baddies. Give me a room of just stock bad guys. That's the one. Now, I admittedly wish I had the meteor shower as my first card, but there's that goblin I fought so hard for right here. And we're just going to go ahead and we're going to start off by... We got to kill this thing. The captain first. Okay. You just protect me there, okay, buddy? Okay. Good job. Oh, dang, I forgot that they're 2Z strongs. Okay, we gotta, let's, it's time to bring in the big guns. Carpet bomb the room. Pyromancer, it's very satisfying. That, it's just dropping that card on the battlefield and just blasting the crap out of everything that's fun. I never get tired of that. Now, you know, I don't want to summon this guy because if I do, he probably won't recycle and I need him to recycle. Let's just blast him. I get so trigger happy with my cards. Okay, and yep, Necromancers, and found my life fruit and demonic lash. Not a good first start. She started the room attacking, so that means I'm strong enough. The game thinks I'm strong enough to withstand the first round attack. That is a game thing. Notice how we've never been attacked when our like character was like so beginner that it would have just been crushed instantly. It does detect things like that to make it fair. So don't worry about being ganked so quickly like that. All right, now the problem is though I didn't really assess our cards to determine their hand was any good, and in this case, not really. You know, I wouldn't mind attempting her, but not like this. So I'm gonna retreat and just see if I can come back and get a different hand. And yeah, I'll take this because I've got the Phoenix at least, which gives me some hope that I can do better. Actually, let's take and just get rid of this guy flat out. The Fire Blast from the Pyromancer is like a 2 damage in the center, 1 in the sides. That's why I did that. Okay, now we've got our Pyromancer surrounded, and there's a Flesh Golem. That's not a good place to be. That's not good. Okay, let's try and... What we can do is utilize the hyperspeed and outrun them to the point where there's nowhere for them to get us, which I believe would be right here. Get out of range, go for the throat. Now we're going to have to take a little longer now to get rid of this Flesh Golem. And what card do we have left? We have a Demonic Lash. It's going to take all of our cards to win this fight, but I think we can still do it. Because again, it's a recycling. The Phoenix, didn't have the Phoenix, I didn't think I could do it. Now, this is getting a little bit tricky. If it keeps summoning stuff, I'm going to be in a problem situation here. Okay, now we need to summon the Phoenix. That's no good. Alright, where can I run to that will be out of range? Right there is good. Let's heal up. Cleansing Fire heals the Pyromancer. She's Chaos. 7. Might as well go up to full. Give it everything we got, right? And, I said, the problem is Flesh Golem. I could have taken this if it hadn't thrown out the Flesh Golem. That part was a little rough. It neutralized me, but mind you, that stat there is not my... That's my attack, physical attack stat, not my... Oh, but it did take out my fire shield. That's bad. Or not my fire shield, my hyper speed. So I could have used my boots to run away, and now I don't have them anymore. What I do have is this. I almost want to keep that thing in the corner. The top skeletons were getting in there. Oh, we're going to be so close. It's going to be such a close call. Alright, we've got 11. We can take a few hits. We may be able to defeat this thing. Maybe. Less likely now. Less likely now. Oh dear. The skeleton camp's gonna dramatically speed things up here, but there's a hope, a chance. No, 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 no! Oh, dang it, I forgot he had the collateral! Oh, so close. Alright, there's another mistake I made. So, the thing is, if the character isn't in range for a counterattack collateral, like in this case I shot her, but he took the hit too, he'll counterattack. I forgot that, and I died. So, we actually could have won this one. If I had nudged the fireball a little bit out of the way, I think it would have been enough, and then the birdie would have got her. We could have summoned the bird a couple times and just pegged her. But, yeah, I got greedy again. So another example where roguelike is rough, hardcore death is not fun, but I learned something again. I gotta make sure I don't point blank fireball things that are on top of me. If I do, I will get skewered. So it was fair. That's all I want to prove, just that the roguelike is fair. Wizard one wasn't fair, I'll give you that, but that one was fair. All right. I got a few more in me here. I'm gonna have to take a real break here. I'm looking at the stream time now, and we're at 17 hours, 26 minutes. That's a long time. But it's like once you get past a certain breaking point, I think it was once it was past 7 hours, the last 10 hours just flew by. I don't even know what happened in the last 10 hours. Maybe my goal would be just to get to 1800, kill it there. I'm not going to go 24. I'm not going to last that long, but we can entertain you for the next half hour. How's that sound? All right, let's do some battles. We're going to hurl a squirrel. Squirrel versus squirrel. What a very precarious situation. I like that weird word. Okay. And they hurled a squirrel. That's not gonna work. I don't like that squirrel sitting there. It's troubling me. Okay, we're gonna hurl a squirrel. Okay. I'm going to hurl a squirrel. Not there though. Hurl a squirrel. Maul them. Nope, let's undo that. Made a mistake. First we're gonna maul. Now I'm going to hurl a dang it. Stop messing up my game. Alright, we're not going to hurl a squirrel. I lied. What we're going to do is a whole lot of nothing. This map is not keen on squirrel hurling, I'll tell you that. We need there's another type of spell called Demolish that just gets rid of these blocks. That's what we needed. We need that card. So that when this situation happens we don't get our squirrels blocked. Okay, I'm going to hurl a squirrel. And now I'm going to mutate that squirrel into the superhuman Hulk squirrel. And then I'm going to attack this druid. And now my rogue is going to... Interesting. Let's inch him on up there. Inch him on up! Interesting play. Alright. We're going to hurl a squirrel. Attack. And now I'm going to detonate the squirrel by attacking and having it explode like a little squirrel grenade. Poor squirrel. Don't worry, he's just poofed and returned to the object pool. That's what happens in Summoner's Fate, you know. Characters, nothing ever dies. It's all just floating in the object pool. Dex. Alright, let's do the Unshakables. I want some gladiator action going on here. Testing audio. Okay, we're still good. Okay, and Bloodlust. Nope, not yet. We have to attack something first before that makes sense. But I'll shield them. Okay, now we're gonna have some fun. I've got a hyperspeed card, and that is hilarious to put on the to the gladiator, along with Bloodlust, like so. I can zip around the map, zippity-doo-dah style, and just go to town, gladiating things. In fact, can I get her in the action too? I wanna. Oh well, I can't, but next time. Ooh. Yes, and protect me. Good job. Look at that, 10 damage on the bear. Oh, okay, I need her to move down so I can buff him next turn. And then let's move him up. This is a fairly large map here, I'm realizing. This is the mountain pass. Ah, man, what a sorry end to my super speedy, crazy gladiator maniac guy. Yep, that's another classic example of nothing is too OP in Summoner's Fate. It feels that way. You feel like a badass when you play the card, and you saw what I did there. That felt pretty epic, right? Taking that bear down at peg, and then up polymorph squirrel. So it all nets out. All right, we need to try to figure out how to get an advantage again because now I feel a little threatened. All right, what we're gonna do is get the archer here to take out the bear, and then I'm gonna go and just chop this guy to feel like I did something. And not the most exciting turn per se, but you know, an ever important turn nonetheless. We're advancing our forces. We got some revenge, a little semblance of revenge for our fallen squirrel gladiator. Alright, what you got there, buddy? We need to do something to take this rogue out next, so we're going to use Kira the Bard. Kira is a support character. She gets +2/+2 until the next turn to any of our allies. Now this has the double effect of both buffing their attack as well as having a subtle healing effect. You see, when the stats are temporarily bolstered, so she actually overheals. If you're at full health, she'll give you an extra health boost. When the health containers are removed at the end of the buff, any containers that were filled, the fill will stay. So that's a good thing. If you're low on health and you consistently use her, she'll actually recover you back. Oh god, I was not paying attention and realized that she suicided that rogue. What a crazy lady. Alright, well to make up for that, we're just going to go ahead and full heal ourselves. We basically took 10 damage over the course, so let's just do that. And then we're going to go ahead and bolster ourselves just to get an extra leg up on the fact that she would embarrass us. So note the trees have been scorched of all their leaves. We like to have a persistent environment in Summoner's Fate so that it feels like you have agency within the world. Alright. Okay. Now I'm at this point where I'm thinking I really want to take out that druid before she goes crazy with the animals. And to that end, we're going to use Kira again. Kira's in danger actually. Something has been... She's getting pummeled by these little squirrels. I know they seem like they're nothing, but let's give her a little help. Okay, it's always good to support your teammates, right? So don't be selfish with just one character. You want to keep her alive. Now, it's going to take a little bit more than that because she's pretty hurt. So we're going to just clean up these animals here that have been pestering her and make sure that she's going to be okay. Nothing happened to Kira. Okay, Bunny Rabbit can come around the corner. We can't get her, so let's go ahead and just... yeah, that's what you get for slapping squirrels that are... I'm going to give myself divine orders and slap you again with my sword. Excellent. sorry, Kira. I failed you. If I had gotten Elf Wizard out sooner, we would have given you. We'd have had some hope for you. All right, you know what? Let's get the soldier and just go to town on this druid, and I'll take advantage to heal up a little bit. Oh, cool. We haven't seen this yet. So the squirrels aren't the animals that can be mutated. You see that? That's a squirrel or a snake mutant. Ah, freaky. And essentially the mutants are humanoid amalgamations of the original character, inheriting the same base powers. However, another cool thing about it is that the humanoids can now be equipped. So if you've got gear, you can start to deck them out with like custom spears and stuff like that, and it gets wild. So that's a fun fact about the mutation effect on cards. All right. Aside from that, though, it's time to put her down. I claim this forest for the Unshakables. Excellent. I guess I've been doing this in my hands, and it's been kind of a moot point because I've got the thing clipped so tight with the filters that you can't see me. Man, this is a good chair, but after 17 hours, it does start to feel a little weird. Okay, and all right, let's do this. I'm gonna commit to 1800. That's what I want to just say. I got to 1800. Now that's a quest. It's a quest. All right, I gotta pump myself back up here. Gonna get all excited again. All right. My name is Ross. Let's go. We gotta do this in campfire. It's the campfire chat. See, it's just so appropriate. I love the campfire, the fireside chat. Oh look, Carmela's here. She wants to say hi. Come here. Come here, kitty. Come here. Come here, kitty, kitty, kitty. This is Carmela. Yep. Get on the camera there. She's a little camera shy though. Say hi. Yep. There she is. She's a beautiful tortoiseshell kitty with a little white filling under her belly. Yeah. But she's shy. I guess she knows that she's on camera too. She's camera shy. She's very, very, very affectionate with everyone in the house that she knows and loves. But that's just kind of the girl cat thing. They like they're particular to their people and their. You know, but once you warm up to them or they warm up to you, they're really, really sweet. Okay. We are going to do a battle now. Oh, I was going to talk about something. What was it now? Let's see. Kitty distracted me. Oh, yes. I was going to give my whole thing again. All right. I'm Ross, the founder of D20 Studios, and this is Summoner's Fate. All right. Tone it back, Ross. Tone it back. I got a little too nutty here. Anyway, sorry. We've been streaming Summoner's Fate now. It's been over 17 hours. I'm sitting here. I got crazy with it. But I just wanted to say that I'm so happy, honored to be part of the PAX Online Indie Showcase, feature part on Steam here, along with so many other great indie titles that you should also check out because they're awesome and the developers have put so much time and work into them. And it's meant so much to have this all this exposure and eyes on the game. I hope that you've been entertained, even if it's not your genre, that you've got some laughs here seeing squirrels hurled at things and amongst other fun adventures we've had over the night. I do have the whole stream up on Twitch, and if it's possible to upload a YouTube that long, if anyone would want to watch a video that long, I guess maybe some have. That I'll try and get that up there when we're done here. But I think I'm gonna make that my goal so that I can commit to an end place. Otherwise, I'll just keep going until I pass out. I don't want that to happen. So we're at 17:39 right now. We got 21 more minutes. That's probably enough time to play at least 5 more battles. So let's do it. We're gonna jump in, play some Summoner's Fate, and do some battles. Okay, here we go. Decks. We're gonna play as the bugs, birds and the bees. I love this team. Wait, were we this team last time? No, we were the Unshakables. Okay, good. All right. Ooh, a new map too. I don't think we have not played this map yet. That's amazing. We're still seeing new content after 17 hours in. We're still seeing new content. That's great. I love it. Okay. All right. We're just gonna buzz right in with the bugs here. Get them up there. These are the arcane disciples. So our primary target is that gal up at the top with the red hood. That's the scientist, and she's going to try and, you know, control our minds. We don't want that. We want to have our collective insect intelligence maintained. So we're just going to start by summoning a bunch of these red starlings. And the red starling is a friendly homage to my friend Daniel Spurl, who's the creator of the Starling engine, and that's what we use to make Summoner's Fate with. So yeah, they're cute little red birds that buff all your allies because they're support. And Daniel has an excellent support of his stuff. Alright, this is a typical... Oh god, I didn't even realize that these things were vulnerable to mind control. I thought, oh, they're so small and cute that they're not going to touch them. But no, the scientist decided to pick on them, and I didn't like that. So we are going to teach her a lesson. Okay, I need to get at least... We have a gargantuan. He needs at least 7 life left to do his kill move, but 9's not going to cut it. We need to do some more damage to that girl. So let's bring her in.
Combo.
Good. Okay, and now you want to control my brain? Control this. Peck your little eyes out. Alright, and now get the griffin going on the scale here, and we're going to heal our little starling back. And let's just for good measure poison the soul reaver. Alright, this is already looking like a pretty good match here. I mean, to be fair, the Arcanes had it coming with an open map, total freedom for the bug just fly in and eviscerate. Not a lot of cover. Personally, if I were playing the Arcanes, I would have put that force field on the Scientist to keep her safe, because that's kind of the crux character of that deck, to mind control. But you know what? I give the AI props. They know what they're doing. They see possibilities that we as humans can't, just because they can crunch through so many different possible permutations that, yeah, they have their own flavor, their own feel. I think the strength of playing as a human is to have that natural intuition, the flow, if you will. We're going to do a little bit of damage to this guy. Actually, here, we have a Smite card. This is so cruel. It's such a bad card, but it's so good. Smite destroys a wounded enemy, meaning outright. So any of these characters, Guardians included, just die. Now, it's not the only one that does that. There's also Touch of Death. There's this Polymorph for squirrels. There's a couple others. But yeah, it's just one of the ways we balance out. Any one thing being too powerful, there has to be a counter to it. It's all about the timing of when you have it, when you choose to bring it, so that the strategy maintains a fairness to it. But I get asked all the time, how do you balance this game with so much content and all these cards? And the answer is just really simple. You know, keep it like a really straight up rock, paper, scissors kind of thing. As long as everything's got a rock for its scissor and paper for its rock, generally it's going to be a good game. But more importantly, I think the better question I like to direct people to is, you know, how do I make sure everything's fun and not just a bunch of filler? Like, I didn't just pull out a spread and say, we need 400 cards, we're going to fill it. It's like there's a certain critical number that you need to be creative with, right? To have enough diversity of things where emergence can happen, and where kind of fun, interesting things can play off of each other. So we wanted to have a lot of style to it. That was the other key thing, was style. Having different factions that felt different. Even when their abilities felt similar, there was always a unique little twist that we had for each faction to make them feel special. Okay, I think this is GG. We've got the Gargantuan now. He's a giant ant. And when he gets close to finishing off his victim, he bites them in the face. Insects, the birds and the bees team is a force to be reckoned with. Alright. Let's battle it up. Alright, Dex. You know, I kind of want to do... Let's do our custom deck. That's what we're going to do. I want to make sure I get at least one more of these in there. We're going to talk about the Psionic Lich and kind of the thoughts. Maybe we'll tweak him a bit. I don't know. He's pretty good. Not sure if there's much I want to change, but this was an example where we kind of showed how the deck builder worked, and I'll kind of walk through it again. It's real simple. You choose a summoner and plop their card on there like so. I'm going to make sure I choose something that's void and arcane. Yeah, this would be fine. So that the cards are still the same. And just plop them on. And then you've got your guardians that you pick from the roster. They have to match the corresponding colors. So all the magic corresponds to the idea of emanations of creation from nothingness. So void magic is, you know, the raw fear and emptiness that gives rise to being and chaos and celestial order and whatnot. And that's where all the magic is flowing from throughout the world. And it just takes on different forms that come across these different colored borders you see here. And then the guardians have to correspond with the summoner's chosen color. Once you pick those, and you can do them in order too, you can jump to cards if you want right away. The idea is that you pick a central theme or idea that inspires you to make the deck. In this case, the idea was make a just go all in on the Lich King's prowess as a really badass melee character and amplify his abilities as such that he could stand his own in combat by sucking souls, as stated here, and draining life, stealing life forces, and also power. And finally by unleashing his kind of ace in the, you always want to have like the ace in the hole card, I guess, or the power card. That's sort of like this is the big moment where we're going to take you down now. And that's this power rolling card. So if you wanted to really make him mad as this deck, you would put a counter spell right before that if you could guess when he's going to do it. And this just makes you psionic, ginormous. You shoot lightning out of yourself. It's awesome. And that's the Psionic Lich. Then we also do the Super Trill, which was a kind of a fun, playful thing my son and I would do. You saw him earlier on the stream for a little bit there. He helped do all the testing for our release candidate build. We just got out the pre-release. And we would have this game where we built this deck around... Where is it here? The transfer consciousness. I still am not quite sure the power, how effective this card is powerfully, but it's certainly unique and very fun. So it's got to meet at least one of those requirements to be in Summer's Fate. If it's not fun or interesting or serve a purpose, or you never want to play it, then it shouldn't be in the game, right? There's no cards that are dustable cards here. And this one in particular inspires a lot of creativity, and that's just one idea I had, was to make this kind of inner, intrinsic goal to become the troll and inhabit his body with this card. And then if things got too rough, you would have a second one to pop out of the body if need be, or go into something else. So I can't wait to see what kind of ideas players come up with for this one, and others like it. That's the idea there. And we're going to try out Psionic Lich one more time, and hopefully I get to play... I want to rematch Korra, really. That'd be nice. But no. Okay, we're fighting the squirrels. I think the last time we ended up fighting the squirrels, and we just crushed them. But who knows? Every game's different. I don't think we fought on this tree world before with these two people. And we're going to get started. First things first, wormhole. And this is actually great, because now I have a chance to show you how the wormhole works with multi-characters. We're going to go and attack the bear. But then, on top of that, we're going to welcome our breaker to go in the wormhole. And it's a one-way trip at this point. You have to end your turn for it to happen. But now he will teleport there. That's pretty cool, right? Now, if you're really crafty with it, like let's say you use the wormhole with the gladiator, you could actually pull an enemy into the wormhole and send him back to your team. It'd be pretty tough to do, but I guarantee if you did it, the opponent would just be in shock, right? Like I wasn't expecting you to wormhole in a gladiator and then pull my mage into your hole and then send him back to your team. Yeah, but you could do that. That's just kind of a fun example of things. So now we've got right on top of them with our melee characters. Some point at which I was talking all excitedly there, they killed my mummy. She seems to be a cannon fodder in this team. Maybe not the best choice for the way I've got it figured out. The mummy tends to work much better with the priestess. We haven't shown the priestess yet, but there was a couple players that came up with some really creative priestess decks that involved mummies and basically made her live forever. She had eternal life. She wouldn't die. You couldn't kill her because she just kept healing herself in some way. And so the whole theme of that deck was Just keep me alive, keep healing until the opponent just screams in agony of, I can't beat this thing. Now, one thing you have to be careful with this Cyanic Lich deck we put together kind of for fun is that the Lich King, he tends to get isolated pretty quickly because of his aggressiveness. And you need him alive just long enough to keep him to build up his power so he can eventually cast this. And right now he's not looking too good. So we're going to suck some souls with Reaper of Souls. It's going to flat out kill the little guys and take a little piece of life from everybody. We don't want to get poisoned, so we're going to take him out. And end my turn.
Combo.
Ouch. Okay, so that was pretty rough. I didn't like that too much, and now we're in a bad place where we are in danger of dying. So what we need to do is make sure we don't get killed that way. And my thinking is, let's teleport over here. Let's Bloodlust, and let's sap out some life from this rogue here. So take a piece off the board, get a little health back, put us back in good shape, just long enough to where we can eventually cast our Power Overwhelming and become the Archon Psychic, War Elephant Lich thing. Okay, and almost there. We need one more mana, so one more turn. It's gotta be careful. If you're gonna do a 5-cast spell, it's pretty tough. You gotta really hold back to get the energy to do it, which is why it's really nasty if opponent plays a 1 card that just nulls it out. Okay, what we are gonna do is, oh geez, we are in bad shape. We need to suck some life out of something. So let's. I really wish I had a teleport right now. Get the heck out of here. This card's interesting. Even though it's a wolf and I'm biting a human in this picture, I can suck out 4 life from that wolf. It'll help a little bit. And I need to soften up that bear a little bit. That bear is the problem right now, honestly. I think this is GG. I think I overextended the Lich with that wormhole in the beginning. I should have probably had a little bit of reserve on that. But, yeah. Probably a little bit of reserve would have been nice. Yeah, this is it. Oh, we got and oh, they detonated him too. Oh, wow, she really did not like that. We beat her last time with that guy. I feel there's got to be some Ghost in the Machine in there, right? I mean, last time we fought as a Scion Lich against the same exact team on a different map, and we just went around trolling her just for fun to kill every single one of her pieces just because we could. And this time around, we fight her and. Not only am I eviscerated between a bunch of animals, but I explode at the end. I mean, that's a little too weird, don't you think? I mean, yeah. Okay. All right, we got time for one more battle. This is gonna be the last battle. Then we're just gonna chat until we get to our goal, 1800 hours here, or whatever that is, 18 hours of streaming. Yeah, that's a bold goal for. Coming back into this. All right, let's do it quick then. Oh, I just picked the same team. Didn't mean to do that, but we're going to do it. All right, here we go. Oh, there's that tempting teleport card again saying, come on, Ross, go in there, warp in. And we're going to just show some reserve this time. Going to armor up. And we're going to shoot this Necrotic Blast through the trees to keep those guys softies until we're ready for them. So Necrotic Blast is not a direct damage spell per se. It will kill things if they're below the threshold, but just temporary debuff that softens them up. So yeah, and now they're back to normal. So it didn't actually do any damage, but it sure messed up their turn, that's for sure. So it's a great card to have with this deck because you're just trying to buy time. And I mean, man, see, the problem is this backfired on me this time. I have too much relocation that I don't need right now. I'm gonna burn one of these teleports just because. I need to free up some cards for drawing new ones. I think that we're gonna do this too. Okay. Alright, so again, we're gonna try and stock up to get Power Overwhelming activated this time. Yeah, let's take some. He doesn't need 10 power. That's not good. We don't want that. And here we go. Moving this guy up. All right, this is a fun card. Grapple. Unfortunately, I already did my combo, so it didn't do a whole lot there. But yeah, this is a pretty tight quarter map. Normally, if you're playing with a Pyromancer or any kind of chaos spell, this forest would not last very long like this. And the reason it's so thicketed is because you want to have enough early game time to sort of have a breather before all the fireballs start slinging across. But in our case, since we're both fairly melee driven, it's just going to be a tight quarter fight, so it kind of works out that way. We're going to just Elsa Stomp everybody here. And, gee, now what do I want to do? I'm going to portal up on over here. Wormhole it up. Okay, now suck some souls, grapple this guy in. By using the grapple, we get a combo that avoids his counterattack. And he's on his last limb. We're just going to take a hit and let him go. Because at this point, it's all about the Lich surviving. I do want to undo this and just make sure I hit this Griffin instead. Okay, now enemy goes. Oh, there's the power overwhelming. All right, we're going to just stock up to get that because that's what we want to go for, is that power overwhelming. I'll show you that one last time. This is the deck we built on the stream together earlier. And I need just a little bit more power. I need one more turn to do it. So we're going to just, let's suck some life out of this thing right here. And then you heal me up. And I certainly don't want to die by this guy's ridiculous 12 attacks, so we're just going to jump over here for now. And, oh, I forgot to move out of there. Yeah, the wormhole has you'll portal back in, you get sucked back in if you don't step out, so that, we're going to take a hit there. And also, why did I cast the wormhole? I was trying to save mana, that wasn't smart. Alright. Alright, let's, suck some souls out of him, heal him up a bit. And now I'm going to Bloodlust. Alright, we're gonna get that Archon. I'm gonna make sure it happens. We want power overwhelming Lich King. Two mighty warriors now hand to hand. But I hold the right cards. Ouch. Jeez. Maybe not. This could be a GG for us. Ow. Oh, but I got the, okay, we're okay there. I forgot how powerful we are. That's how this deck works. Remember, Ross, you remember how your own deck works. Ouch, ouch. Okay, now he's riffing on the vulnerability there. But now it's time. Power overwhelming. All right, and now we can just zap. I don't want to kill him just yet. I want to savor it. I want to see him get electrocuted when he tries to attack me, but let's see it. You know, I got to be out in the open. That's the thing. But here he got zapped, see, and now he's just, yeah. If he was out in the open, if this tree wasn't in the way, he would have gone flying from the lightning bolt. It just literally just zaps you and you go shocked. That's one happy Archlich there. What a great way to ring home this thing. And we're at 17:59:05 right now. So I said my goal earlier. I think I was going to try and stop at 18 hours streaming nonstop here on the PAX Online stream event. So we had a crazy evening and a fun-filled day. I'm just sort of guessing a lot of people that are here have been hanging out for quite some time, just watching me riff on all the different aspects of the gameplay, of which there are many and fun, interesting things to do. But one last time, I just want to say how much I really appreciate each and every one of you who checked out our game over the last couple days during the PAX Online event, and we really appreciate it. We appreciate you supporting indies. I'm honored to be part amongst such quality titles, and please check out our Steam store page, wishlist our game if you so inclined to do so, and leave us a comment. Let us know how we're doing with our content and what we can do to entertain you further with our games and things like that. All right, thanks so much. And yes, we hit it! 1,800 hours non-stop stream. I need to get some much-needed rest. And there's Wesley in the background. Yay, we did it! We did it! All right. Peace out, everyone. Enjoy the rest of PAX and enjoy the rest of PAX. And you'll be hearing lots from us in the future. All right. We look forward to sharing more with you real soon. All right. Bye.